The Parasitic Cure. Book 2. The Symbiote Winter. Chapter 33. The First Cold Morning. Morning came pale through the shutter cracks and across the loft rafters in a thin silver wash. I woke under heavy quilts with Grace tucked close beside me, one hand resting on the blanket between us. For a few seconds, I only listened to her breathing and the small sounds of the cabin settling in the cold. Then the lack of electricity asserted itself again. No refrigerator hum. No hidden current in the walls. No mechanical reassurance pretending to be safety. The breaker was still dead, and the cabin had gone back to being timber, stone, iron, fire, and the people inside it. Below us, Frank was already moving around the kitchen. Grace blinked awake and looked up at me. Morning. Rude of it to arrive. She smiled. You always say that. Not before the world ended. You said it in Nebraska. And Kansas. And that motel where my uncle taught you how to sleep with a rifle within reach. Before I could answer, Frank called up. If you two are awake enough to flirt, you are awake enough to work. Grace closed her eyes. He hears everything. I was a Marine, Frank shouted. Get dressed. We went down into a kitchen lit by lamps and the weak gray of winter morning. Frank had coffee ready and a work list waiting. Drink, he said. Then wood. Then water. Then perimeter. Grace glanced toward the window. How bad is it? Cold enough to punish mistakes. The porch rail was half buried in snow. Pines rose black against a sky the color of worn steel. Beyond the slope and the creek, the valley disappeared into white distance. You think they can still come this high? I asked. Frank took his mug in both hands. I know they can. Grace stopped moving. You saw them? At dawn. A few on the lower track. Not rushing. Drifting. Toward us. Toward where the house used to talk. That killed the last comfort in the room. We had cut the main breaker and turned the cabin dark, but Frank believed the dead still felt traces of what the place had once been. Old grounding lines. Roof rods. Residual current in walls and soil. Something like memory. Grace rubbed her arms. I hate that. You can hate it while hauling wood, Frank said. So that became our first true winter morning as a household instead of a refuge. Frank and I hauled split logs from the side rack, while the cold worked through gloves and sleeves. He said almost nothing, which was how he corrected people he intended to keep alive. If I dropped a piece, he said, again. If I rushed, he said, slow as smooth. Every lesson landed harder because he was usually right. By the time we filled the indoor rack, my shoulders burned. Grace met us with 2 empty metal pails. My turn, she said. Frank pointed toward the creek. Upper draw only. Fast in, fast out. Trey goes with you. The path had disappeared under snow, but Grace knew it by instinct. We moved between pines under branches heavy with white, our boots grinding softly. The air smelled of bark, stone, and frozen water. At the creek, she cracked a hole in the ice with the back of a hatchet while I kept watch downhill. You really did this as a kid? I asked. Dad liked proving that comfort was a skill, not a guarantee. There was fondness in her voice, and guilt underneath it. He would be glad you made it back, I said. She dipped the pail. He would be mad I waited. I had no easy answer for that, so I told her the truth. You still got us here. Her eyes lifted to mine just as something moved across the far bank. One infected stood half hidden between 2 trunks, orange hunting coat dulled by grime and frost. Its face looked too tight over the skull. It did not lunge. It just stared with its head tilted, as if listening to a signal buried under the noise of the world. A second shape stepped out behind it. Then a third. Grace whispered, Do not run. I was not planning to. That makes one of us. Despite myself, I almost smiled. The first infected took a step toward the creek. At that same instant, a dry crackle jumped from my glove when I tightened my grip on the metal pail handle. All 3 infected stopped. Every hair on my neck lifted. Grace looked at my hand and then back at them. They felt that. We backed uphill with the pails, careful not to turn. When the trees finally blocked the view, we moved faster. Frank met us at the porch with a rifle already in hand. How many? 3 near the creek, Grace said. They reacted when Trey touched the pail. Static, maybe, I added. Frank's expression hardened. Inside, the rest of the morning turned into a lesson in invisible danger. We got moved away from the mudroom. Canvas and cotton came forward. Frank drove a grounding rod beside the porch for the pails. Grace found anti-static dryer sheets in one of her father's old stores and stuffed them into coat pockets like talismans. By noon, I had learned two things. Winter labor never ended, and the mountain punished any person foolish enough to treat routine like a suggestion. Still, there was something steadying in it. Chop, stack, carry, melt snow, strain creek water, check windows, feed the stove, repeat. A life could be built from repetition if the repetition kept people breathing. That afternoon, Frank took me to the shed to inventory tools while Grace worked through the pantry. The place was a museum of her father's habits traps, nails, spare fuel, labeled boxes stacked with almost military neatness. You did all right at the creek, Frank said. I looked over. From you, that sounds suspiciously like praise. You watched before you moved. Fear improves concentration. Training does. Fear only helps if you do not let it decide for you. He handed me a coil of line. You are learning. The approval hit harder than I expected. Maybe because I had spent years pretending adulthood was just bills, work, and not falling apart in public. Frank's version looked different. Attention, sequence, discipline, duty without announcement. When we came back to the cabin at dusk, Grace had beans, smoked venison, and skillet bread ready. The kitchen glowed with lamp and stove light, and for a little while the mountain outside felt farther away. After supper, Frank laid out the next day's tasks and went downstairs to check the lower doors. Grace stayed at the table sorting cartridges into neat rows. You have sawdust in your hair, she said. I am embracing frontier charm. It is almost working. She reached over to pluck the wood shaving loose. Her fingers brushed my temple. The contact lasted barely a second and still changed the entire room. Then Frank's boots sounded on the stairs, and the moment broke. That night, in the loft, Grace lay beside me under the quilts while something moved far below the ridge in eerie, synchronized silence. I listened until the sound faded. You were right at the end of book 1, she whispered into the dark. You were not running anymore. You heard that. It would have been hard not to. You narrate your life when you get emotional. I turned toward her. Grace. Yeah. I am glad I am here. She was quiet just long enough to make the answer matter. Me too, she said. Outside, the dead moved somewhere below us in linked silence. Inside, the dark house held its heat, its fear, and the small, steady rhythm of 3 people learning how to live there. Chapter 34. The Fence Line. Frank believed in perimeter the way priests believed in confession. If you do not know where your world begins and ends, he told us after breakfast the next day, you do not have a world. You have a fantasy. So we learned the property line. The sky had cleared overnight, and the temperature dropped with the kind of cruelty only a mountain could manage. The sun came out bright and useless, throwing hard light across miles of white ground without lending any warmth to it. Frank led us south from the cabin with snowshoes lashed to our boots, the 3 of us carrying packs full of line, bells, small strips of cloth, a hatchet, and more ammunition than I would have once believed necessary for a walk. By noon, I had changed my mind about that. Grace's father had marked sections of the land years earlier with blazes cut into old trunks and rusted stakes half swallowed by brush. Frank treated each marker like a sentence in a manual left behind by a dead man who still deserved to be listened to. He showed us where the ground dipped into blind pockets, where the tree line opened enough for a clean shot, where a person could hide, where a pack of infected might drift if wind and old habit pushed them uphill. They do not reason, he said. But movement follows terrain even when the mind is gone. Water channels them. Ravines channel them. Old roads channel them. Human design lasts longer than human control. We stopped at a narrow gap between 2 boulder outcroppings where the slope steepened below us. Frank handed me a coil of copper wire and a pouch of tiny brass bells. I frowned. Please tell me we are decorating for Christmas. Early warning, Grace said. Frank nodded. No batteries. No electronic motion sensors. No devices. Just line and sound. We string these low and likely approaches. Not enough to stop anybody. Enough to tell us we have company. We worked for the next 2 hours in the thin, bright cold, stringing the wire through brush at ankle height, fixing bells where they would sound with the least disturbance, tying strips of dark fabric above the lines to help us see them if snow rose later in the season. Frank had a carpenter's patience for small practical things. He made me redo knots twice until they held the way he wanted. At this point, I think you enjoy correcting me, I said. At this point, I think you finally understand why accuracy matters. Grace grinned from where she was fastening cloth to a branch. You should hear him lecture me about firewood stacking. I have heard him lecture you about breathing too close to the pantry. That was one time. That was yesterday, Frank said. She rolled her eyes at me, and I laughed. It felt shockingly normal. 3 people bickering on a mountain in the sun while the dead searched the woods below. There was a madness to normalcy now. You had to make it with your own hands or go hungry for it. We circled east along the higher ground, and Frank showed us a small overlook where the valley opened enough to see the old service track that curved through the lower trees. Fresh snow should have hidden everything. Instead, a ragged path of disturbed white snaked along the track as if a careless plow had passed during the night. My pulse tightened. That was not there yesterday. Frank crouched and lifted his binoculars. His expression went flat in the way that meant he was calculating distance, cover, and odds all at once. He handed them to me. Through the lenses, I saw shapes moving in 1s and 2s beneath the trees. Not fast, not wandering either. They kept roughly equal spacing without ever touching, their paths adjusting in tiny corrections that made my skin crawl. One veered around a fallen trunk at the exact moment another behind it changed direction before even reaching the obstacle. No groans, no clumsy lunges, just a quiet, linked migration. The swarm's frequency, Grace murmured beside me. The phrase had come out of our pieced-together theories, out of radio reports, Drex leaks, and Frank's own ugly observations from the road. The infected did not use speech. They did not need it. Something passed between them when enough of them gathered. A coordination so alien it made ordinary hordes look almost comforting by comparison. They are still below the creek, Frank said. That matters. For now, I said. For now, he agreed. We finished the eastern line and doubled back along a ridge crusted with wind-packed snow. Halfway to the cabin, Frank stopped, so suddenly Grace almost walked into him. He raised 2 fingers. We froze. At first I saw nothing. Then the shape resolved itself 10 yards off the trail, seated against a pine trunk under a cap of snow, as if someone had tucked a body there and forgotten it. The infected wore a torn parka and a knitted hat stiff with ice. Its head lolled at an angle that no living neck could manage. One hand rested palm up on its thigh. It might have been a corpse waiting for spring. Frank's rifle came up slow. Do not fire unless it moves, he said quietly. Not worth the noise. Grace whispered. You think it is dormant? I think winter slows meat. The thing inside is another matter. We edged left to circle wide. Snow squeaked under my shoes. My breath felt thunderous in the cold stillness. Then Grace's scarf brushed her canvas jacket with a dry snap. The seated infected came alive so fast my brain rejected it. Its head jerked up, arms planted. Body launched from the trunk in a single violent motion that was wrong not because it was too quick, but because it was too efficient. No wasted flailing. No stumble. Frank fired once. The shot cracked through the trees, and the infected pitched sideways into snow. For 3 whole heartbeats, nothing else moved. Then, farther downhill, 3 more heads turned toward us in perfect unison. Go, Frank said. We ran uphill without grace and without shame. Snow kicked behind our shoes. Branches slapped my shoulders. Another shot barked from Frank's rifle, then another, spaced like punctuation behind us. I risked one glance over my shoulder and saw 2 bodies collapse, while a third kept coming on a line that would intersect ours just below a granite shelf. I drew the pistol from my coat without fully feeling my hand do it. The infected broke from the trees, slipping once, catching itself with hands that no longer cared if fingers split on ice. Grace fired first, missed wide. I fired second, hit the chest, which did nothing. Frank thundered past us to a higher angle, dropped to one knee, and put a round through the thing's face. It folded and slid backward down the slope, leaving a dark streak across the snow. The mountain went silent again except for our breathing. Grace bent over with her hands on her thighs. I hate all of them. Frank rose and scanned the woods. That makes 4. My ears rang. You said the noise was not worth it. It became worth it. We waited another full minute. No rush came. No coordinated sweep. Maybe the other infected had been farther than I thought. Maybe the cold slowed the signal between them. Maybe we had just been lucky in the kind of way nobody should count on twice. Frank motioned us forward. Cabin. Now. By the time we reached the porch, my lungs were raw from cold air and fear. Inside, Frank barred the door and pulled the curtain aside just enough to watch the lower slope. Grace ripped off her gloves. It moved because of static again. Yes, he said. Then how are we supposed to live up here through winter? We cannot stop being made of friction. Frank looked at her for a long moment. By respecting the problem instead of dramatizing it. She stared at him. I work in media. Dramatizing is in my blood. Despite myself, I laughed. It came out half hysterical. Frank gave me a side glance. You too. I was just relieved. Used the relief to inventory the ammunition. That afternoon, we changed more than our routine. Frank grounded metal hooks into the mudroom wall for coats, so fabrics would not drag and snap indoors. We moved wool away from the front line of daily use and switched to canvas, flannel, and cotton wherever we could. Grace found old anti-static dryer sheets her father had bought by the case for reasons that now felt prophetic, and she tucked them into coat pockets like charms against bad luck. But the most important work happened after sunset. Frank spread a paper map of the property across the kitchen table. Lamplight pooled over contour lines, old pencil notes, the cabin, the creek, the service track, the shed, a root cellar I had not yet seen, and a narrow hunting blind on the western rise. We assume pressure increases as winter deepens, he said. They keep drifting toward remembered current, toward charge, toward lightning rods, toward any trace of what this place used to be. Grace touched the roof line on the map. Then we take the rods down. Not in this weather and not in one day. But yes, eventually. I studied the lower track. What about people? Frank's jaw tightened a fraction. People are harder. He did not need to say Drex. The name had become a taste in the mouth. Bitter. Chemical. The company that had turned miracle into plague and still seemed determined to keep its hands on whatever answers remained. Part 3 of the road had made that clear. Part 4 had proved they would climb a mountain for Trey Collins if they thought his blood or biology could save their profits or save what was left of their skin. Grace looked at me. You think they can find us here? I think men who built a drug that turned the dead into coordinated carriers are not going to shrug and go home. Frank nodded once. That means we live quiet, we keep watch, and we stop pretending the only threat comes on stiff legs. The lamp flame shifted when a draft moved through the room. Outside, snow whispered against the glass. After a while, Frank went down to the lower room to clean rifles. I stayed at the table, staring at the map until the lines blurred. Grace sat across from me with one knee drawn up under her, chin resting on it. You did good today. Your uncle nearly had to explain to the forest why I had been outsmarted by a corpse in a hat. You are allowed to be shaken. I am tired of being the man who learns through panic. She lowered her foot and leaned closer across the table. Trey. I looked up. You learn. That is the difference. Her voice had gone gentle in a way that made it hard to breathe normally. Do you know how rare that is? Most people just repeat themselves until something kills them. That is a grim motivational speech. It is the apocalypse. We work with the material. I smiled despite myself. She smiled back, then glanced toward the stairwell to make sure Frank was still below. Also, for the record, you looked very brave while being alarmed. Did I? No. But I felt like you needed encouragement. I laughed again, a real one this time, and the tension in my shoulders eased. Grace rose and crossed to the stove, adding a split log with practiced hands. Firelight climbed her face. I watched her in silence, struck by how quickly affection had turned into something denser and more dangerous. She was not just beautiful, though she was. She was useful, sharp, infuriating, and brave in a way that did not announce itself. She took guilt and turned it into action. She turned apology into shelter. More and more, she felt woven into every plan my mind made about tomorrow. She turned and caught me looking. What? She asked. I should have lied. Instead, I said, I was thinking your father raised a force of nature. Her expression changed. Softer, quieter. That is either the nicest thing you have ever said to me or a warning. Maybe both. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then one of the brass bells outside gave a faint, lonely ring. Not close. Lower on the line. Frank's boots hit the stairs before I could stand. All three of us were in motion instantly, lanterns hooded, weapons in hand, eyes on the black window. The bell rang again. And this time, even through the wall, I felt a subtle crackle move across the air like winter itself had brushed against the cabin and found us. Chapter 35. House Rules. The bell had not meant an attack. That was the first rule Frank taught us after the second ring dragged all three of us into the night with rifles in hand and breath smoking in the cold. A bell meant information. Not certainty. Not panic. Information. We found the southern line broken by a mule deer, not an infected. Fresh hoofprints crossed the snow and vanished into the trees. Grace let out a breath, so dramatic Frank pretended not to notice. Better this than the alternative, he said. Reset it. We retied the wire under a sky full of hard winter stars, and when we got back inside, Frank wrote a list on the pantry chalkboard. House rules. No bright lights after dusk. No doors left unsecured. No charged fabrics at the front line. No one goes below the creek alone. No one assumes quiet means safe. No lies about what you saw, heard, or felt. He handed me the chalk. Add 1. I wrote, coffee before conflict. Grace laughed so hard she had to lean on the counter. Even Frank's mouth twitched. That was how routine truly started. Not with grand speeches. With a chalkboard, 3 mugs, and the understanding that if the cabin was going to keep us alive, it had to function like a disciplined little world of its own. The days took shape quickly. Frank rose first, checked the windows, judged the weather, and stirred the stove back to life. Then coffee, then wood, then water, then lines, traps, the root cellar, the roof, the pantry, the shed. At night, we rotated watch, even though Frank kept trying to absorb the worst hours himself until Grace and I bullied him out of it. You think I am too old, he said one evening while cleaning a shotgun. I think you are old enough to become impossible if no one stops you, Grace said. And I think you make biscuits worth protecting, I added. He gave me a long look. That is not the point. It should be, Grace said. The cabin changed under the rhythm of our work. The pantry became a system. The mudroom became the line between safe and contaminated. We moved wool away from the front door, hung coats on grounded hooks, and sorted kindling and lamp oil with the kind of seriousness people usually reserved for money. The loft grew warmer as we learned how to bank the stove properly and stuff rags into the draftiest seams. A week into that rhythm, Frank finally gave us what he called a confidence check. He woke us before dawn, handed us each a lantern with the shutters closed, and said, "You have 15 minutes to make the house ready for a bad approach without me telling you what you forgot." Grace squinted at him through sleep and lamp smoke. "This feels hostile. This feels educational," he said. Then he sat at the table with coffee and watched us fail in real time. We did not fail catastrophically. We just forgot in pieces. I secured the lower door and checked the rifle rack, but missed the pail by the mudroom that had frozen half full and would have been useless if the stove failed. Grace restocked the side table cartridges and banked the fire, but forgot to close the western shutter fully. Frank let us discover every mistake ourselves. When we finished, he stood and walked the cabin in silence. At the western window, he tapped the latch once. At the mudroom, he pointed at the frozen pail. At the pantry, he raised one eyebrow at the fact that we had left one lamp chimney uncleaned and therefore likely to smoke if lit in a hurry. "Not bad," he said. Grace stared at him. "That is your generous version? That is my truthful version. You are thinking in sequence now. That matters." I rubbed a hand over my face. Could this confidence check have happened after breakfast? No. Hunger improves memory. Grace muttered something impolite under her breath. Frank either did not hear it or appreciated the craftsmanship. After that, our routines sharpened again. We made ready the same way every evening. Lamps trimmed, doors checked, spare water inside, weapons counted, bell lines logged. Every small habit reduced the room panic had to grow in. It also made the place feel more like ours. One night, while Grace rewrote pantry tallies and I repaired a cracked handle on the wood box, Frank set 3 bowls of stew on the table and paused there with his hand still resting on one chair back. "My son used to do that," he said. Grace looked up. "Do what?" "Sit with a hammer and stare at a simple repair like he could intimidate Wood into cooperating." I glanced at the handle in my hand. Did it work for him? Rarely, but he committed. Grace smiled softly. "Sounds familiar." Frank sat, not smiling, but not withdrawn either. He was good in a crisis and useless at folding laundry. Could not pass a grocery store without buying something terrible for breakfast. Thought competence covered every other flaw. What was his name? I asked. Daniel. He said it without ceremony, and that made the name feel even more important. A real person returning briefly to the room, not just an old grief. Grace reached across and touched Frank's wrist. He sounds like he would have liked Trey. Frank considered me over the rim of his bowl. He would have corrected him all day and then defended him in public. So yes, it was such a specific kindness that I did not know what to do with it. So I nodded and said, I would have accepted that arrangement. Frank grunted. Good. That was the closest thing to blessing I had heard in years. The infected kept us honest. They never arrived in theatrical waves. They came in eerie little patterns. One shape at the creek at dawn with its head tilted toward the house. Two drifting along the lower service track at noon. Three moving after dark in equal spacing, silent except for the crush of snow. The worst part was how still they could be. Once Frank stopped me with a hand to the chest because an infected woman in a faded red coat had been standing on a rise 20 yards away the entire time we approached. She only moved when the dry air snapped against a branch above her. Frank put a round through her face, and the body folded backward into the drift. Afterward, we burned the coat with the other contaminated scraps in the steel drum. Grace watched the flames with her jaw tight and said, I keep thinking about who they were. You can think it, Frank said. Just do not let it slow your hands. That was Frank in a single sentence. He refused to let compassion become denial. Storm wind pinned us indoors one afternoon, and he used the time to teach me maintenance on one of the old rifles from Grace's father's rack. Grace sat by the stove mending a tear in Frank's shirt while he criticized my grip and my patience. You are staring again, she said without looking up. Maybe I like domestic scenes. That is because you are emotionally fragile. I survived Boston traffic and the end of civilization, neither of which required healthy communication. Frank snorted. I pointed at him. See? He is encouraging you. He is enjoying you, she said. He set the cleaning rod down. Can both of you flirt and still hear instructions? Yes, we said together. He muttered something about regretting generosity and went back to teaching. That night he surprised us by producing a deck of cards from a drawer near the stove. We played by lamp and firelight while snow dragged across the shutters. Grace cheated with astonishing confidence. Frank treated rules like suggestions if he liked the outcome. I lost with dignity, which neither of them respected. Later, in the loft, the cold drove us together under the blankets. Not dramatically, just the practical migration of warmth in a freezing room. Grace settled with her back to my chest, and my arm came around her because there was nowhere else for it to go. After a while she whispered, Do not make this weird. I am trying very hard not to. You are doing okay. That is maybe the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me. She laughed softly. Sleep, Trey. I did not for a while. Because affection had stopped being hypothetical. It had become part of the structure of the place, as real as the stove, the chalkboard, and Frank's boots by the door. The world outside remained cold, hungry, and full of linked dead things moving under the trees. Inside, the house rules were simpler. Pay attention. Tell the truth. Do not ignore what keeps you alive. Chapter 36. Whiteout. The real storm hit 3 days later. Not the kind with character. Not whether you could admire from a warm room and call beautiful. This one arrived as a wall. The morning began with thin flurries slanting past the window and ended, by noon, with the world erased. Trees vanished 20 feet from the porch. Wind battered the shutters so hard I checked the screws twice just to keep my hands from shaking. Snow packed against the lower door until opening it became a fight with a cold animal. Frank called it a whiteout and forbade outside movement beyond the porch line unless the cabin itself caught fire. That sounds encouraging, Grace said. It is, he answered. Because if you ignore me, I get to say I told you so before you freeze blind in a ditch. So we stayed in. I discovered something ugly about confinement. A man can survive danger if he can move against it. Sit him in one room with danger all around and nowhere useful to carry his hands, and his thoughts turn feral. By mid-afternoon, I had reorganized the gear shelf twice, checked the rifle rack 3 times, and almost volunteered to shovel the porch just to feel productive before Frank threatened to tie me to a chair for morale reasons. Grace seemed to understand without my having to say it. She handed me a cast iron pot and told me to cut potatoes while she diced onion on the counter. I'm not sure if this is comfort or forced labor, I said. In our family, those are often the same thing. The word family slipped out of her so naturally that she did not seem to notice at first. I did. So did Frank, though he kept his eyes on the window while trimming a lamp wick. Something in my chest shifted. Maybe she felt it too, because after a second she glanced at me, then away, then back again. There was no embarrassment in her face, just awareness. A quiet acknowledgement that some truths became real before anybody formally announced them. The cabin smelled of onion, potato, black pepper, and wood smoke. Outside, wind drove snow against the walls in long, rasping sweeps. Inside, lamplight turned the room into a small gold world where useful work stood in for control. Tell me about Boston, Grace said while dropping onion into the pot. I looked up from the potatoes. That is abrupt. Good. You are less likely to lie. Frank made a sound that might have been approval. I scraped chopped potato into a bowl. What do you want to know? What you miss? Nobody had asked me that in a long time. Not really. I considered the knife in my hand. The pale cubes of potato, the window whitened completely over by storm. The noise, I said finally. Which is stupid. Not stupid, Grace said. The trains. Arguments outside convenience stores. Streetlights after rain. The old woman in my building who vacuumed at 6 in the morning and somehow made me mad enough to feel alive. I smiled faintly. My mother's kitchen. Even after she got sick, she still tried to make everything smell like food and not like fear. Grace did not interrupt. She had become very good at that, at listening in a way that made it easier to tell the truth. She worked all the time, I said. Double shifts. Weekends. Whatever kept rent paid. But when she had a day off, she made breakfast like it was a holiday. Bacon if we could afford it. Potatoes. Cheap coffee. She would sing half a line of some old song and forget the rest, then hum nonsense to cover it. What song? I do not know. She changed them all. Grace smiled. That sounds like something I would do. It sounds exactly like something you would do. Frank's gaze remained on the storm. Your mother sounds tough. She was. The word came out rougher than I intended. She got sick and kept working until she physically could not stand up. Then she apologized to me for ruining the week. Grace stopped stirring. That feels criminal. It was normal where I came from. For a moment nobody said anything. The stew began to simmer. A log settled in the stove with a low crack. Then Grace spoke, not to fill the silence, but because she had decided to meet truth with truth. My father used to rehearse disaster like theater. He would stand on the porch here and point at the valley and say, every soft thing can fail. Learn the hard things. I thought he was dramatic, which he was. But I also thought I had time to become the sort of daughter who took him seriously. She looked at the spoon in her hand. Then he got older. I got busier. Phone calls became easier than visits. Visits became holidays. Holidays became promises to come next month. Wind slammed the cabin hard enough to make the hanging mugs tremble. When the outbreak started, she said, I was in a studio under bright lights talking about market response and hospital strain like any of it was just another segment. I had already used my apology up on you. I had this place in my head like a backup save file. I thought if I made it here, then maybe every delay before it would stop counting. Her voice stayed steady, but I could hear effort inside it. It did not, she finished. I set the knife down. Grace. She looked at me. Her eyes were clear and very bright. You came anyway, I said. You turned around. You found me. You got us here. That counts. She held my stare. Does it count enough? Before I could answer, Frank spoke from the window. It counts because you did it when doing it cost you. We both looked at him. He still had not turned around. Snow battered the glass behind his shoulder. Regret is easy when a person can settle into it and call that feeling depth. Action is harder. You acted. Grace blinked rapidly and made an impatient face, like she was irritated with tears for existing in her vicinity. That is annoying. You are not supposed to say wise things unless someone asks. Frank shrugged. Storms make me reflective. It broke the tension just enough for laughter to slip through. Not much. Enough. We ate the stew at the table while white fury dragged across the cabin outside. It was good, too good for the ingredients involved, which had become a recurring mystery of Frank and Grace cooking together. Afterward, Frank brought up an old cribbage board from a drawer and tried to teach me, while Grace mocked both of us with increasing sophistication. By late afternoon, the whiteout deepened into something almost biblical. Looking through the crack in the shutter felt like staring into static on an old television. No horizon, no trees, no sense of scale. I understood then why Frank had been so absolute. A man could step 10 feet off the porch in that and walk in a perfect circle until the cold took him. Maybe that was why the cabin felt more intimate as evening fell. The world had narrowed to one room, 3 voices, 1 stove, and the necessity of telling the truth because there was nowhere for it to go if you tried to hide it. At dusk, while Grace cleaned bowls and Frank trimmed kindling, he said without preamble, "You both know I had a family." Grace looked up from the sink. "You do not usually volunteer that." "I know." I leaned back in my chair, sensing from his tone that something important had shifted. Frank fed 2 small splits to the stove and watched the fire catch. "Wife, son, daughter." A long time ago, before the core finally took more than it gave. The room went still. Grace dried her hands slowly on a towel. "What happened?" He took his time before answering. "Not theatrical time. Memory time. My son died first. Afghanistan." The words were plain and therefore devastating. "Improvised blast." "Quick," they said, as if that changed arithmetic. Grace covered her mouth with her hand. "My daughter moved west after that. Could not stand how every object in the house looked like her brother. Your aunt tried to hold the middle." I was not good company then. His jaw flexed once. "Cancer took her 3 years later." The only sound in the room was the stove and the storm. "And your daughter?" Grace asked softly. Frank looked at the flames. "Car wreck in Utah 6 winters ago. Black ice. Semi-crossed center line." Grace crossed the room without thinking and put both arms around him from behind. He stiffened from surprise more than resistance. Then one weathered hand came up and covered her wrist. I sat there useless for a moment, throat tight, struck by how little I knew about grief compared to men who had carried it for decades and still managed to make biscuits, teach knots, and check the shutters before dawn. Frank cleared his throat. "This is why I dislike emotional weather." Grace did not let go. "Too bad." He glanced at me over her shoulder. "You see what I deal with." "Terrible," I said. My voice sounded off in my own ears. After a while she released him and returned to the table, but something had changed. Not in a dramatic healing way. More in the way a hidden beam becomes visible when plaster cracks off it. We understood each other differently now. The cabin no longer held just our present routines. It held our dead too. That night the wind eased enough for us to hear something else. A tapping at first. Light. Irregular. Then a slow scrape along the outer wall. All 3 of us went still. Frank raised 1 finger for silence and moved to the window nearest the sound. He lifted the edge of the curtain the width of a thumbnail. "What is it?" Grace whispered. "Not sure." The scrape came again, followed by a soft thud against the siding. I rose carefully and took position near the door with the shotgun. Grace stood by the stove with her pistol low and ready, face gone hard and focused. The warm domestic room vanished in an instant. This was the other shape of us. Frank lowered the curtain. 1 infected, maybe 2, probably wandered in blind with the storm. "Do we let them keep scraping until morning?" I asked. He shook his head. "Could draw more. We end it quick." He looked at Grace. "Back door. You stay inside and cover from the kitchen slit." Then to me. "You and I front porch. Fast and clean." The door opened on a blast of white cold. Wind hit my face like broken glass. Frank moved first, lantern dark, rifle up. I followed, boots sinking to mid-shin in drifted snow. The world beyond the porch was a blur of storm and shadow. Then the shape lunged around the corner of the cabin. It had once been a man in a plaid jacket. The lower half of his face was ruined. Snow packed his hair and shoulders. He came not with a roar, but with abrupt, insect-fast commitment. Frank fired once, and the body spun, crashed into the porch rail, and slid into the drift below. A second shape detached from the wall near the woodpile. Grace's pistol cracked from inside the cabin, the shot punching through the kitchen slit window. The infected snapped backward and dropped. The mountain swallowed the sound almost immediately. Frank scanned left and right through the storm. Done. Inside, back in the warmth, door barred, we stood breathing hard while snow melted off our coats onto the floorboards. Grace lowered the pistol slowly. I hated every second of that. Frank took the weapon from her, checked it, and handed it back. Good shot. She blinked. Praise from Frank was such a rare metal, it almost had market value. Thank you. I looked at both of them and realized I trusted them more than anyone I had known in years. Maybe ever. Much later, long after we had checked every window and settled the house again, Grace and I climbed to the loft with the storm muttering itself toward exhaustion. We got under the blankets in silence. The cold seemed meaner after adrenaline. She turned toward me in the dark. Come here. I did, not asking why. This time, there was no accidental migration of warmth. She took my arm and set it around her waist, as if placing a missing piece. Her forehead rested against my chest. I keep thinking, she said quietly, that if I lose either of you now, it will feel like the world ending twice. My throat tightened. I touched her hair, cautious, like she might disappear if I moved too suddenly. You are not losing us tonight. No, not tonight. We lay there listening to each other breathe. I could have kissed her then. The thought rose so powerfully it startled me. But there are moments when desire serves tenderness best by waiting. So I only held her. And in the dark above a winter-struck valley full of silent, dead things that felt intimate enough to break my heart. Chapter 37. The Lower Draw. 3 clear days followed the whiteout, which in mountain language counted as mercy. The snow it left behind reshaped everything. Drifts swallowed old landmarks. Branches bent under weight until whole sections of forest looked like they were bowing toward the ground. No. Revise mentally, I told myself, lowering, dipping, leaning. Even in my own head, I had begun policing words, hearing the virtual voice the way the user might. Some terms turned slippery. Better to keep language clean. Frank said the post-storm window had to be used well. Weather like that pressed everything still, including the infected. The days after, before the next system rolled in, were when smart people repaired, hunted, cut more wood, reset lines, and handled dangerous tasks while visibility allowed it. One of those dangerous tasks sat right above us on the cabin roof. The lightning rods. Grace's father had installed them because he had been exactly the kind of man to think lightning itself should be negotiated with. The rods fed into grounding lines that ran down the cabin frame and out toward buried copper. In another life, that setup would have been reassuring. In this one, after everything we had seen, it looked like a dinner bell waiting for spring storms. We take them down now before the snow locks us in worse, Frank said after breakfast. Not all in one morning, but enough to reduce the attraction. Grace stared at the roof through the window. Please explain how this does not become a comedy where one of us falls off and dies for a very stupid reason. Frank gave her a flat look. By not falling. That is less an explanation and more a policy. He pointed at me. You go up first. Of course I do. Grace smirked into her coffee. The work was miserable and exacting. We used ladders lashed in place, rope around our waists, and a system Frank had probably invented sometime between raising children and judging civilians. The roof pitched enough to make every step a negotiation. Snow had to be cleared by hand before we could reach brackets and clamps. Metal burned through gloves with cold. The sky stayed painfully blue the entire time, like it was mocking effort. From up there I could see across the valley in a way I usually could not from the ground. Pines marched over ridges toward white distances. The service track lay half hidden under snow far below. The world was vast, empty, and deceptive. A man could feel safe simply because beauty had distracted him. Then I saw movement. 5 figures, maybe 6, spread in a loose line near the lower draw where runoff carved a shallow gully through the property. They were too far for detail, but near enough to make my pulse snap tight. Not random wandering either. They moved, stopped, adjusted, continued, like iron filings aligning around an unseen field. Frank, I called. He looked up from the ladder base. What? Company. Lower draw. He was on the roof beside me within 30 seconds, binoculars in hand. Grace watched from the porch, one hand shading her eyes. After a long look, Frank handed me the glasses. See the spacing? Yeah. See the direction? My stomach sank. They were angled not toward the cabin exactly, but toward the buried, grounding line running away from the wall. They are tracing it, I said, or feeling residual charge along the soil. Either way, we move faster. We finished stripping the rod from the western side before noon and hauled the sections into the shed. Grace had the floor ready with old blankets so metal would not clang. Every sound mattered now. Everything had a cost. By the time we broke for a late meal, the line of infected in the lower draw had thickened to nearly a dozen. Some stood almost still among the trees. Others moved 2 or 3 steps at a time before stopping again. Watching them through the window made my skin prickle. They did not have the frantic, messy hunger of city outbreaks. This was patience with no soul in it. They know there is something here, Grace said. Frank tore bread into the stew. They know there was. Not much comfort in that distinction. He grunted. Comfort is not the point. Accuracy is. That afternoon he took me down the western trail to check the old hunting blind, while Grace remained at the cabin to catalog medical supplies and rotate watch. I did not love leaving her there, even with a rifle and Frank's insistence that the house was stronger than any temporary position. She read that on my face when we geared up. I am not made of glass, she said. I am aware. Then stop looking like you are dropping your dog off at school. Frank looked between us. Do either of you want me to leave the room? No, we both said. He opened the door. Then walk. The hunting blind sat on a rise overlooking a game trail that curved toward the western edge of the property. It was little more than a weathered box on stout posts with shooting slits and a ladder, but Frank valued it because it gave us visibility without exposing body heat and noise as much as open ground would. Inside, it smelled of old plywood, mouse droppings, and oil. Frank checked the angles while I brushed frost from the slits. You keep watching the house, he said without turning. I looked through the narrow opening toward the distant roofline of the cabin. Yeah, that is not weakness. I did not say it was. No, but you are thinking it. I was quiet. He settled beside me on the bench. A man who cares where his people are is easier to train than a man who only cares about himself. The word his people landed hard. Maybe he saw that because he went on before I could answer. But care gets stupid if it becomes distraction. You understand? Yes. Good. We spent the next hour reinforcing the blind, caching extra shells, and marking a fallback route through the trees if the cabin was ever compromised badly enough to make direct retreat impossible. Frank thought in branches. If A failed, move to B. If B burned, shift to C. I had never known anyone who could look at disaster and immediately start arranging its furniture. On the hike back, we cut south to inspect the lower draw itself. The tracks there were a mess, dragging steps, abrupt turns, patches where several infected had stood long enough to compress the snow into gray ice. Frank knelt and touched the ground near where one of the old copper lines ran below the soil. Feel that? He asked. I crouched beside him. Through the glove and frozen ground, nothing. Then, faintly, a vibration. Maybe imagined. Maybe real. It might just be me expecting something, I said. Maybe. He rose. Either way, we dig it out tomorrow and sever the line farther from the house. Tomorrow. He looked at the lowering sun. You want to leave it? No. Then tomorrow. Back at the cabin, Grace met us on the porch with a face that told me she had news before she opened her mouth. Someone came close, she said. I felt every muscle in my back tighten. How close? She pointed downhill. The second bell line. Midday. I saw one infected and then 2 more behind it. They did not charge. They just stood there for a while. Frank set down his pack. Any human sign? She shook her head. No, but I did something you are going to dislike. He waited. I used the hand crank radio for 40 seconds. He closed his eyes. She put both hands up. I know. I wrapped it in the foil box first. I only wanted a weather report and maybe any mention of military movement or evacuation routes. But the signal was awful. All I got was fragments. What fragments? I asked. Her face sobered. Denver quarantine perimeter holding. Casualties in triple digits. Something about a research division relocating east. And a repeated emergency advisory telling people not to use generators unless they had secure perimeter defense. Frank exhaled slowly through his nose. That is more than fragments. It is not enough. It is enough to tell us the world is still making bad decisions. She looked from him to me. I also thought maybe Drex would say something about you. I understood then. They did not. Nothing clear. Relief came mixed with unease. Silence from Drex never felt safe. It felt strategic. That night we dug farther into practical survival. Frank showed us how to ration lamp oil by room, by task, by mood. Grace labeled cloth sacks of dried herbs and powdered milk in a neat hand that made the pantry look almost civilized. I patched a hinge in the mudroom and felt disproportionately proud when the door stopped sagging. After supper, while Frank sharpened knives at the table, Grace joined me by the stove where I was stripping damp gloves near the heat. "You did not ask if I was afraid when the bell rang," she said. I looked at her. "Were you?" "Yes." Then I did not need to ask. Her gaze stayed on me a beat longer than necessary. "That was a good answer. I have one every 6 to 8 business days." She smiled. "That is almost enough." Frank dragged the whetstone along steel with a slow shhk sound. "For the record, I can hear both of you." Grace did not even glance his way. For the record, I assumed that all the time now. I should have gone back to drying gloves. Instead, I said, "We are okay, right?" She read the question under the question. "With the radio?" "With everything." Her expression softened. "We are still here. We still laugh. You still say ridiculous things when you are worried. I think that counts as okay." I wanted more than that answer. More certainty. More definition. Something I could rest my hand on and call solid. But out there, solid was a temporary condition. Maybe people were too. The next morning, Frank and I took shovels and cutters down to the lower draw to dig out the buried copper line and sever it well away from the house. The work was slow because the ground near the line had frozen hard. Frost bit through my knees every time I knelt. Frank hacked carefully while I cleared snow and dirt. We were nearly done when the first bell on the southern line rang. Once, then twice. Frank's head came up. "Cabin." A shot cracked from uphill. "Grace." My blood went cold. We abandoned the tools and ran. Chapter 38. First blood on snow. I have never loved and hated a sound as much as the first crack of Grace's rifle from the cabin ridge. Loved it because it meant she was still fighting. Hated it because it meant she had to. Frank outran me uphill because 60-year-old Marines apparently made private arrangements with gravity. We hit the rise above the southern line to see Grace on one knee behind the woodpile barricade, rifle braced over split logs, eyes fixed downslope. 3 infected were moving through the trees toward the porch. Not charging. Closing. One already lay face down near the broken bell line. Grace fired again. The lead infected's head snapped sideways, and it collapsed into the snow. "Two left," she shouted. Frank dropped behind the porch rail and took aim. Angle right. I cut left automatically, coming around the side of the cabin to keep one of the remaining infected from getting a straight line to the steps. Snow sucked at my boots. Breath tore in my lungs. Somewhere in the rush of movement, the terrified city version of me finally gave up and made room for the man this place was trying to turn me into. The first infected I saw clearly had been a woman once, maybe in her 40s, wearing a torn green coat. Frost coated her lashes. Her mouth hung slack. She moved with that same sick economy we had come to dread, every shift of foot and shoulder adjusted, as if she were listening to directions issued from inside the frozen air. The second was smaller and faster. It broke toward me the instant I cleared the corner. I fired too quickly and missed. Snow burst from a tree trunk behind it. The infected hit the side wall with one hand, redirected, and came at my chest. Training, fear, luck, something grabbed me and moved me sideways. I felt its coat brush my sleeve as it passed. I jammed the pistol into the base of its skull and fired. The body dropped at my feet with enough force to splash powder over my boots. For one awful half-second I just stared. Then Frank's rifle thundered from the porch, and the last infected crumpled in the lower yard. Silence slammed down so hard it felt artificial. Grace stayed on one knee, rifle still up. Frank scanned the tree line. I forced my hands to stop shaking enough to reload. "No more movement," Frank said after a long moment. Grace rose slowly and looked at me. "You okay?" "I think so." "Think harder." I checked myself by instinct. No bite. No tear through layers. My sleeve had a wet streak across it, dark against the canvas. Grace saw it too. The color drained from her face. "Trey." Frank was already moving. "Inside. Mudroom. Now." Everything after that happened under procedure and panic at once. Coat off. Gloves off. Outer layers stripped in the mudroom and tossed into the burned barrel pile. Frank poured a kettle of hot water into the basin, while Grace tore open disinfectant packets with hands that were trying and failing to stay steady. "It is on the sleeve only," I said. "That is not nothing," Frank answered. Grace looked at me with an expression I had never seen on her before. Not fear for herself. Fear of losing me specifically. It hit like a physical blow. She scrubbed my forearm and wrist where the fluid might have touched skin through gaps. Hot water. Alcohol. Soap. Again. Frank inspected the fabric tear line under the lamp. "No skin break," he said at last. Grace did not stop scrubbing. "Are you sure?" "Yes." She kept going anyway. "Grace." I touched her wrist gently. "I am okay." Her head snapped up, eyes bright with fury and relief. "Do not say that like it is obvious. Nothing about you being okay is obvious anymore." The room went very still. Frank turned away with suspicious timing and busied himself at the sink. I said quietly, "I know." She let the cloth drop into the basin and stepped back, pressing the heel of her hand to her mouth for a second like she needed to hold something in place. Frank cleared his throat. Bodies need to be handled before nightfall. It was the right thing to say. Practical. Forward-facing. Necessary. Still, when Grace finally looked at me again, everything had shifted. We burned the contaminated clothing and dragged the bodies well downhill for incineration in the pit Frank had carved out beside a rock face precisely for that purpose. The work was brutal and ugly. No dignified way existed to move the dead once the person was gone and the danger remained. We used hooks, rope, distance, and silence. At the pit, Frank poured fuel. Grace struck the match. Flame took slowly in the cold, and then with hungry commitment. I watched the fire climb and thought of hospital hallways, Drex banners, my own face on news reports calling me one of the infected, and the impossible chain of events that had led to me standing on a mountain with smoke in my eyes and two people beside me who felt like the only real things left in the world. On the walk back, Grace lagged half a step behind. Frank went ahead to check the lines. When she finally spoke, her voice was low. I thought I was about to watch it happen. I looked over. "What? You?" Her face tightened. "I saw that thing hit your arm, and for 1 second I thought I had brought you all the way here just to lose you in my yard." Snow crunched under our boots. Pine shadows stretched long in the lowering light. "You did not," I said. "No, but it was close enough that my body did not care about the difference." I wanted to say something useful. Something equal to what she had given me simply by admitting that. All I had was honesty. "I felt the same way when the bell rang and I heard your shot." She stopped walking. So did I. The mountains around us were washed in late gold light, so cold it looked metallic. Our breath drifted between us. "Trey," she said, and my name in her mouth sounded less like speech and more like discovery. Frank's distant figure moved near the porch, giving us privacy either intentionally or because he was the kind of man who understood when not to look back. Grace stepped closer. I could see the pulse at the base of her throat, the flush in her cheeks from cold and adrenaline, the intelligence in her eyes wrestling with the part of her that had already decided. "I am tired of almost," she said. Then she kissed me. No build-up, no testing, no apology. The cold vanished. The long, terrible road vanished. The pit smoke, the infected, the fear, the unfinished world below the mountain gone for the length of that first kiss. She reached up with gloved hands and held my face like she wanted me to understand the seriousness of what she was doing. I did understand. That was the problem. It made every part of me feel too full. When she drew back, both of us were breathing like we had run uphill. "Well," I said, because apparently I was still an idiot in emotionally significant moments. She laughed once, shaky and beautiful. "That is what you have." I had a better sentence, but you interrupted it. With excellent timing. I touched her cheek with the back of my hand. "Grace." "Yeah. I am also tired of almosts." Her eyes softened in a way that nearly undid me. From the porch, Frank called, without turning around. "If you two are done reshaping the universe, I need help with the bell line." Grace closed her eyes. "He ruins everything." "No," I said, smiling despite myself. "He preserves timing." We walked back to the cabin side by side with our shoulders touching. Not by accident now. Not because cold forced it. Because something had crossed from implied to real on a snowy path between the burned pit and home. That night the cabin felt different. not transformed into some fantasy where danger no longer mattered. If anything, the danger felt sharper because now I had more to lose. But joy had slipped in alongside it. Joy was dangerous too. It made people foolish. It also made them willing to survive. At supper, Frank pretended not to notice anything and failed immediately. Grace passed me the bread without looking up and then smiled into her cup when our fingers brushed. Frank saw both details, snorted, and asked whether I had remembered to recheck the western knot line. I said yes. He nodded. Good. Because romance is not a perimeter strategy. Grace nearly choked on her stew. Later, while Frank wrote the day's events in the watch log, Grace and I stood at the sink washing bowls together. Her shoulder bumped mine. You know he is never going to let that go, she whispered. Which part? The kiss, or me almost getting tackled by a dead woman in a green coat? Both. I can live with that. She glanced toward the table where Frank sat pretending absolute absorption in his notebook. Then she leaned in fast and kissed the corner of my mouth. Quick, warm, private, even though we were not alone. I stared at her. She lifted one eyebrow. What? That felt unfair. You survived. You earned perks. In the loft later, we did not make a ceremony of it. We simply chose honesty over pretense. She came to me under the blankets and fit herself against my side like she had been solving that equation for days. I kissed her slowly then, properly, with no snowstorm or fear interrupting, and the tenderness of it scared me more than the urgency had. Because urgency could be blamed on circumstance. Tenderness was a choice. Her fingers traced my jaw, my throat, my chest as if learning the map. I touched her face, her hair, the slope of her shoulder under flannel and blanket, reverent because anything rougher would have felt false. We did not rush. We had both been dragged through too much sharpness already. At one point she rested her forehead against mine and whispered, "Tell me this is not a bad idea. It is probably a terrible idea." She smiled in the dark. Excellent. Same answer. Then she kissed me again, softer this time, and something in me that had been clenched since the first symptom, the first scan, the first abandonment note on a kitchen table, finally loosened. Outside, winter kept its watch. Inside, so did we. Chapter 39. Warmth. If someone had told me before the outbreak that joy during the end of the world would look like splitting kindling with a kiss still on my mouth, I would have assumed they were either drunk or trying to sell me a self-help book. Yet that was how the next stretch of winter felt. Not easy, not safe, warm. Grace and I did not become foolish overnight. Frank would have hosed us down with creek water if we had. Work remained work. Watch remained watch. The infected did not stop prowling the lower line just because we had crossed into whatever this was. But affection changed the cabin atmosphere the way one more log changed the stove heat. Gradual, real, impossible to unfeel once it caught. Grace hummed while she inventoried the pantry now. I found myself smiling for no reason while hauling water. Frank became so visibly disgusted by our faces that it turned into a private sport between us to be slightly more obvious than necessary in his line of sight. I never said that out loud. I preferred living. One clear morning, while Frank was teaching me how to set a rabbit snare without making it look like a city boy's apology to the wilderness, Grace arrived with 3 tin mugs of coffee and that look in her eye, which meant she had already decided to be trouble. What? I asked. She handed me a mug. Nothing. That is the face you make right before you lie. Frank took his mug and looked between us. I am enjoying the stage where both of you think I am not present. Grace ignored him. I found one of Dad's old journals in the upstairs chest. Is that good? I asked. It is hilarious. He made notes on both of you before either of you existed. Frank sipped coffee. That sentence is impossible. She grinned. Listen. Any man serious about survival must know 3 things. How to make heat, how to remain calm, and how to recognize when a woman with sense has made his life better. I stared. Your father was flirting from beyond the grave. He was correct from beyond the grave, she said. Frank shook his head. The dead should not get editorial privileges. Still, he took the journal from her when she offered it and read another page while I reset the snare loop. For a while we traded excerpts over coffee and cold sunlight, laughing at the old man's bluntness, his paranoia, his practical jokes recorded in the margins. By the time Grace tucked the notebook back into her coat, her father felt less absent. Not present exactly, but integrated. His hands still visible in the systems we used. His humor still reaching up through paper. That afternoon, Frank sent us together to the western rise to check the blind and rotate the shell cache. "You are armed," he said. "You know the route. Do not get lost in romance and freeze." Grace slung the rifle over her shoulder. "Your faith in us is touching. My caution is earned." We took the western trail with the easy familiarity of people who had already learned how to move around each other. The snow had crusted overnight, making the top layer crunch while the deeper drifts still swallowed a boot if you stepped wrong. Sunlight flashed off the white ground so brightly it made my eyes ache. Above us, the pines stood black against a clean winter sky. Far below, the valley looked deceptively peaceful. At the blind, Grace climbed the ladder first and turned at the top to offer me a hand she absolutely knew I did not need. "You think very highly of your own chivalry," I said. "No. I think very highly of your ability to fall in a funny way." Inside the blind, we checked the slit covers, counted shells, and made notes in Frank's weatherproof log. No new tracks. No human sign. A few distant shapes on the lower service line, too far to matter unless they multiplied. Grace sat on the bench and looked out through the narrow opening. "Can I tell you something embarrassing? Always. When I first found you by your car, I thought you were prettier in person than you were on television." I blinked. "That is an outrageous opener." "It is true. You pointed a nationally broadcast crisis at my face and then decided I was attractive?" I apologized. "That does not answer the timeline issue." She laughed and pulled her knit cap lower over her ears. "Fine. Yes. I thought you were handsome and furious and very likely to yell at me. It was not my best moment. It might actually have been one of your best moments. You did break into my car and save my life. I also stole your back seat. That was a strong opening move." She watched me with a smile that turned slowly more thoughtful. "I think I knew very early that I felt better when you were near me." The simplicity of that nearly stopped my heart. "I knew at the gas station," I admitted. Her eyebrows lifted. "That early? You drew a pistol faster than my brain could process, lied to a stranger with perfect confidence, and then flirted with me while we peeled out of a parking lot. That does sound compelling." "It was alarming." "You like alarming." I leaned closer on the bench until our knees touched. "I like you." Her smile softened. "Good." I kissed her there in the little blind high over the snow. Slow, because I had learned she liked to smile into kisses before they deepened. Slow, because out there time no longer belonged to schedules and traffic lights and clocks on office walls. If you had a good moment, you used it fully. When we climbed down to head back, I saw movement at the tree line west of us. My hand tightened around Grace's arm automatically. She followed my gaze. "How many?" "2. No, 3. The infected were far enough away that we had time, but close enough to make hesitation expensive." Frank's rules ran through me in sequence. Distance. Direction. Noise. Home. They saw us. Grace asked. Maybe felt us. We backed off the rise together, choosing the fallback path through denser pines instead of the open slope. Snow muffled our steps. Every few seconds I checked behind us. Once I saw nothing. Once I saw one of them emerge between trunks at exactly the angle I feared. "Not sprinting. Tracking. Keep moving," Grace said quietly. I nodded. We reached a narrow choke point between boulders where the trail bent uphill. Good funnel. Bad place to get stuck. I pulled the hatchet from my pack and hacked loose a dead branch hanging low over the path. It crashed into the trail behind us and dumped a sheet of snow down over the fresh prints. Grace looked at me with open surprise. "That was smart. Please record the date." At the next turn, we caught sight of the cabin roof through trees. Relief hit so hard it almost made me careless. Then a bell rang from the porch line once. 2 quick notes. Frank had seen us. Or seen them. The porch rifle cracked, the sound echoing across the slope. One shape behind us dropped. "Move," Grace said. We ran the last stretch together. Another shot. Then a third. By the time we hit the yard, Frank already had the door open. Inside, he barked. We stumbled through and slammed it shut behind us while he watched the line with the rifle still at his shoulder. "No breach," he said after a tense beat. "Good route choice." I bent over, hands on knees, breathing hard. "Did you just compliment me?" "I report facts." Grace laughed breathlessly and leaned into the wall. "He absolutely did." The incident passed quickly into procedure. Window watch. Count bodies. Reset line. Mark patterns in the notebook. But later that evening, after supper, something stayed with me. Not just the chase. The way Grace and I had moved without debate. The way Frank had covered us the second he saw the problem. No confusion. No ego. We were becoming a system. Frank seemed to feel it too. He sat by the stove after dark with a sharpening stone idol in one hand and said, "You two know what this place needs if we last the winter." Grace looked up from darning a sock. A miracle? Discipline. That was my second guess. He ignored her. Routine is good. Skill is better. Trust is best. But without discipline, the first bad night tears all that apart. I knew he was not just talking about chores. He looked at me. "You hesitate less now." Then at Grace. "You rush less." She made a face. "That sounds almost complimentary." "It is." I said, "What about you?" Frank set the stone down. "I talk too much." Grace and I both laughed so hard he had to wait us out. When the room settled, he added quietly, "I also forget sometimes that survival is not only defense. It is building something worth defending." Nobody joked after that. Grace stood, crossed the room, and put a hand on his shoulder. "You are doing okay too, Uncle Frank." He patted her hand once and said, "Do not make me sentimental in my own house." "Our house," she corrected automatically. He looked up at her, then over at me. Maybe he saw what that did to both of us. Maybe he knew already. He nodded once. "Our house." That night the temperature plunged so hard the inside corners of the loft window grew lacework frost before midnight. Grace came to bed wearing thick socks and one of my flannel shirts over her thermal layer because hers had gotten damp near the wash basin. "You stole my shirt," I said. "I borrowed your resilience." "That is not how clothing works." "It is now." She slid under the blankets beside me, cold feet and all. I made a noise of protest when she pressed one icy foot to my calf. She smiled wickedly in the dark. "Survival means adaptation." I pulled her closer under the quilts until the shivering stopped. Her hair smelled faintly of cedar smoke. Her hand settled over my ribs. The loft held that deep winter hush that only came when even the wind had finally gone still. "What are you thinking?" she asked. That I did not know peace could feel this temporary and this real at the same time. She was quiet for a moment. "I know." I touched her cheek. "Does that scare you?" "Yes." "Me too." Her thumb moved once against my chest. "Still worth it?" "Yes," I said. Outside, beyond the roof and the ridge and the valley, the ruined world kept burning through whatever stages remained for it. Quarantine lines. Military outposts. Drex scientists in sealed rooms trying to outrun blame. Somewhere cities still flickered enough to attract the dead in packs. Somewhere people made terrible choices around generators and medicine and hope. Up on the mountain, in the dark cabin, we made a smaller choice. We let warmth matter. Chapter 40. The Spark. Frank said we needed fresh meat before the next storm. Grace said canned beans should be enough for any civilized household. Frank said civilization had already made its point. So the three of us set out at dawn with packs, rope, knives, and the rifle Frank trusted most for a clean shot. The air was brittle and dry enough that every brush of cloth against cloth made me think about static. Winter had trained all of us that way. We found deer sign within the hour. Frank read the tracks, led us west, and dropped to one knee the instant the buck broke from a patch of brush. One shot. Clean. The animal fell hard in the snow. Grace exhaled. "I hate and admire you." "Respect is healthy," Frank said. We worked fast after that because blood, movement, and time all carried risk. Frank dressed the animal while Grace and I covered the trees. Then we rigged the buck to a drag line and started back by the shorter gully route. That was our mistake. The gully narrowed between rock and pine, cutting the wind and most of our sight lines. Halfway through, Frank raised a fist. We stopped. There was a scrape ahead, another behind. 2 infected had stepped into the rear entrance of the gully. 3 more appeared around the bend ahead. They did not rush at first. They angled their heads, listening to whatever linked signal passed between them in cold air and dead nerves. Frank's voice stayed level. "Drop the deer." The lead infected hit Grace before the line finished falling from our hands. She fired once and missed as it drove her into the snow. I covered the distance before thought caught up. My pistol was awkward at that angle. I used the hatchet, drove the back edge into its neck, and ripped it off her. Frank's rifle cracked twice behind me. 2 more bodies dropped. Grace rolled clear, gasping. "Are you hit?" I shouted. "No." The last infected came at me from the bend. I barely got the hatchet up. It slammed me into the rock wall, teeth snapping inches from my face. I could smell frozen rot and old blood. Then Grace's pistol went off right beside my ear, and the thing collapsed on top of me. She shoved it aside and grabbed my coat. "Trey, look at me. Are you bitten?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Frank was already scanning both ends of the gully. "Short window. Move." Grace still had both fists in my coat. "You idiot. You were pinned." "That is not a defense." "It is from me." The laugh that escaped her sounded too close to a sob. Then she kissed me, hard and immediate, all relief and anger and fear. For a second the gully, the dead, and the cold disappeared. Frank cleared his throat. "Your timing remains awful." Grace leaned her forehead against mine. "I almost lost you." "I am here," I said. We hauled back to the cabin at speed and left the deer where it fell. In the mudroom, Frank put us through the routine again. Coats off, gloves off, outer layers stripped and set aside for burning. Hot water, soap, alcohol. Inspection. No bite. But when Grace scrubbed the blood and infected residue from my sleeve into the wash basin, all 3 of us saw something wrong. The cloudy traces in the water pulled apart from each other. Not drifted. Reacted. Grace stared. "Do you see that?" Frank did. "So did I." He fetched a cut scrap of fabric, touched one end to a sealed trace sample of infected residue we had kept for identification, and then dragged it through basin water where a little of my blood from a scraped knuckle had mixed in. The residue clumped, separated, and broke down into pale strands. We ran the test again on the kitchen table with tiny diluted amounts and more care than comfort. No heroics. No stupid risk. Just observation. Every time the result held. Frank wrote the notes in block letters while Grace paced between stove and table, running both hands through her hair. "Your blood," she said. "The parasite is reacting to your blood. Maybe to something in it," Frank said. "Antibodies. Tumor markers. Chemistry altered by the original infection site. We do not know yet." I looked at the page and felt the room tilt. Drex knows enough to suspect. Grace stopped pacing. "That is why they keep hunting you." We all understood it at once. The road. The pursuit. The way they had kept pressing even after everything else collapsed. They were not just burying guilt. They were still trying to own whatever answer I represented. For a while we moved through test after test with the little evidence available to us. Melted snow versus plain water. Diluted residue versus slightly stronger trace. Same result. Breakdown. Repulsion. Not a cure. Not even close. But not nothing either. Hope entered the cabin, and all 3 of us distrusted it immediately. Frank sat at the table with his notebook open and said, "We do not make it bigger than it is. We survive long enough to learn more. Step by step." That steadied me because Frank did not traffic in fantasy. If he was willing to write it down, it existed. Grace came around the table and crouched beside me. "Hey." I looked at her. "You do not have to solve the whole world tonight. But people are still out there." "I know." Her hand closed over mine. "That matters. So do we." After supper, Frank went outside to check the lines and the sky. Grace and I stood at the window, watching his lantern pass through the yard. "You scared me today," she said. "I know. I mean the kind of scared where my body decided it could not live in the version of the world where you stopped breathing." I turned toward her. There was no uncertainty in her face now, only exhausted truth. "I needed you to hear that clearly," she said. "I hear it." I touched her cheek. "You are the first good thing that happened after all this started. That is a lot of pressure for one woman in a mountain cabin. You are handling it well." She smiled, eyes bright, and kissed me slowly this time. No urgency, no panic, just choice. Frank came back in a minute later, set the lantern down, and said, "Snow by morning." Grace leaned against my shoulder. Very poetic. I contain multitudes. He looked at the notes spread across the table and tapped the line he had written largest. Trey's blood causes visible parasite breakdown in trace exposure. The words sat there under lamplight like a controlled explosion. Winter still held the mountain. The infected still prowled below the creek. Drex was still out there somewhere, and whatever was inside my blood was nowhere near enough yet to save anybody. But for the first time since the world broke, hope had entered the cabin in measurable form. Not rumor, not wishful thinking. Evidence. Somewhere below the ridge, one of the bell lines gave a faint ring and went still. The three of us looked at one another across the table and understood the same thing. We were not just trying to endure the winter anymore. We were becoming dangerous to the plague. Chapter 41. The Bell Line. The bell line rang again just before dawn. Not a hard peal. Not the frantic clatter we had heard on the road when a door got kicked in or a gas station window went in under a brick. This was a small metallic note that slipped through sleep and landed in the middle of my chest. I came awake with Grace beside me and cold air on my face. The fire downstairs had burned low. The loft was full of shadows and old timber smell and the quiet weight of the mountain pressing on the cabin from every side. Grace opened her eyes as soon as I shifted. I heard it. So did I. Below us, floorboards creaked. Frank was already moving. We got dressed in layers without wasting words. That had become one of the winter habits the mountain taught us. Talk when talk mattered. Move when movement mattered more. I pulled on wool socks, thermal pants, heavy canvas, sweater, coat. Grace tied her hair back, tucked a knife into the sheath on her belt, and reached for the rifle Frank had cut down for her frame. She handled it with a confidence that no longer looked borrowed. When we came down, Frank had the lantern turned low, a mug of coffee gone half cold on the table, and his own coat on over 2 shirts. He looked from me to Grace, and then toward the door. "North Bell," he said. One note, then nothing. "Could be wind," Grace said. Frank lifted one shoulder. "Could be." Could also be something smart enough to test a line without standing in it twice. That was the problem with the infected now. In the first weeks, they had been chaos in human shape. They ran at noise, heat, panic, open doors, moving lights. Months into the fall, the ones that remained in the mountains felt different. They still had no humanity in them. No mercy. No thought I recognized. Yet when enough of them were near one another, they moved with a sick kind of order that made every hair on my arms want to rise. We stepped out into a morning that looked made of iron and ash. The snow from 2 days before still sat over the ground in a crusted white layer broken by pine roots, old stones, and the narrow trail Frank kept stamped between the cabin and the woodshed. Our breath smoked around our faces. The sky was a dirty gray lid over the valley, not yet storming but thinking about it. Frank killed the lantern and locked the cabin behind us. Then we moved downhill toward the northern line. The property had changed in my mind over the last weeks. When we first arrived, it had been a miracle measured in acreage and timber and the fact that no one was shooting at us. After that, it became work. Creek crossings, tree lines, blind spots, cache points. Kill zones Frank had mapped without ever needing to call them that in front of Grace. Places where the ground funneled movement. Places where loose stone rolled under boots. Places where the old owner Grace's father had prepared for bad times with the steady paranoia of a man who had trusted very little about the modern world. Now the land felt alive in another way. Not friendly, not cruel, just watchful. Every rise hid something. Every stand of dark pine could shelter deer, a stranger, or one of the silent packs that drifted through the lower draws after dark. The bell line ran from a stand of young aspens to an old fence post, and then toward a gap between 2 boulders where the terrain narrowed before dropping to the creek. Frank had rigged it with spoons, small brass bells, and bits of steel that chimed differently depending on which section moved. He liked systems a person could hear without batteries. We slowed before the gap. Grace touched my sleeve and pointed. Tracks. They were shallow, almost careful, pressed into the skin of snow, and then lost again where stone broke through. Bare feet. Too many to count at a glance. Not running. Not wandering. Coming in, then stopping. Frank crouched near the first clear print and studied it without touching. 6 at least. Maybe more, Grace whispered. I scanned the tree line beyond the rocks. At first I saw nothing except frost on dark bark and thin morning light caught in branches. Then one shape detached itself from the pines in my head and turned into a person standing perfectly still. It was a man in the torn remains of a red ski jacket. He stood 20 yards beyond the gap with his head angled slightly down and one arm hanging wrong at his side. A woman was behind him, almost hidden by the trunk of a pine. Farther left, Half between two furs, I caught the pale line of another face. They were not charging. They were waiting. My pulse gave one hard kick. I had seen mobs. I had seen street attacks and parking lot stampedes and hotel doors shuddering under fists. Stillness like this unsettled me more. Grace leaned close enough that her shoulder brushed mine. They know we are here. Frank did not take his eyes off the trees. They know something is here. He picked up a pebble and flicked it past the gap to our right. Nothing. He took a second pebble and snapped it against the metal staple holding one end of the bell wire. The nearest infected lifted its head. Not fast. Not in the jerking, broken way they used to. It was almost elegant, and that made it worse. A beat later, the others in view did the same thing together, like a delayed reflection. My mouth went dry. That is new. No, Frank said quietly. That is worse than new. That is practiced. One of them took a step forward. Then another. Not toward the sound exactly. Toward the line. Toward the place where signal became source. Frank rose slowly. Back up. We gave ground without hurrying. He did not like panic motion. Said panic taught enemies where your fear lived. We moved to a broader patch of ground 10 yards uphill, where he had better lines with the rifle and Grace could swing left if anything came around the rocks. The first infected reached the gap and stopped at the bell line. It stared at the small brass clappers hanging in the pale morning and made no attempt to push through. Behind it, 3 others arranged themselves without bumping into one another. Their mouths hung slightly open, teeth dark and wet. Their eyes were wrong in the way all infected eyes became wrong after enough time. Too glossy, too fixed, as if something behind them was looking outward through worn lenses. Then, from somewhere miles off beyond the western ridges, lightning flashed inside a cloud. No thunder yet, just a white pulse behind the overcast. The infected froze. All of them. Every body in the gap locked for the space of one breath. Heads fixed. Arms suspended. Even the jacket hem on the nearest one stopped moving. Then the spell broke and they twitched back into motion all at once. Frank and I looked at each other. Grace saw it too. Did you dash? Yes, I said. Frank lifted his rifle, sighted on the red jacket, and fired. The shot cracked through the trees, and the infected dropped backward. The rest broke from their eerie pause and came at us in a rush, silent except for their feet on crusted snow. Grace fired next, smooth and fast, dropping the one on the right. I took the third with the handgun Frank had made me practice drawing until my shoulder ached and my temper failed. The fourth stumbled over the first body. Frank put it down before it hit the wire. The last 2 turned not toward us but toward the metal rattle of the line itself, colliding with the bells and setting them off in a jangling burst before Grace and I finished them. The valley swallowed the echoes. Then there was only our breathing and the lazy sway of the bell line. Frank waited a full minute before moving. Nothing else. I listened. Wind in the pines. A crow somewhere downslope. My own heart. No secondary rush. No, I said. We approached carefully. Up close, the infected looked older than the ones we had fought on the way west. Colder. More used by the thing inside them. Frost clung to lashes and torn sleeves. One woman had pine needles frozen into the hair along her temple, like she had slept face down in the woods and then risen because the parasite would not let the body stay still. Grace crouched near the man in the red jacket but did not touch him. They were testing. Frank nodded once. That is what it looks like. For what? I asked. He glanced toward the cabin above us, hidden by timber from where we stood. For edges. For response time. For where the noise comes from when something on this ridge fights back. I hated how much sense that made. We dragged the bodies farther from the line with hooked poles and left them in a shallow cut in the ground where Frank could deal with them later. He never used fire near the cabin unless he had no other choice. Light, smoke, smell, heat, too many signals. Instead, he favored distance, lime, and hard labor. On the climb back up, Grace walked close beside me. Neither of us spoke until the cabin roof came into view. Then she said, "You saw the flash thing." I saw it. And I am not imagining that they moved as a group. You are not imagining anything. She gave a dry little laugh. That is not always comforting anymore. Inside, Frank set coffee to warm near the stove and took out the notebook where he kept diagrams, supply counts, weather notes, and all the observations we had started making about the infected. His handwriting looked like he had learned it in a century that respected rulers and hard pen pressure. Grace sat at the table and pulled the notebook toward her. She had become our recorder by default. Maybe because she had spent years turning chaos into language on camera. Maybe because writing things down let her fight the helplessness that had nearly broken her the first week we were at the cabin. Maybe because she was simply better at organizing fear than either Frank or I. I stood by the stove and watched her write. North Bell. 6 or more. Deliberate pause at perimeter. Group response to metal strike. Full body immobilization during distant lightning flash. Resumed movement after flash. Frank tapped the line with one blunt finger. That matters. It does, Grace said. I took my mug and leaned against the counter. It also means storms may matter. Frank looked out the frosted window toward the western sky. Mountain storms always matter. That is not what I mean. I know. He sat down slowly, like the weight in his knees had finally started billing him for the years he had demanded from them. Everything we have seen says the parasite uses the nervous system like wiring. Electrical impulses, chemical signals. Maybe lightning interrupts whatever ugly little network they form when enough of them are close. Or feeds it, Grace said. None of us liked that second option. Silence settled for a while, but it was not an empty silence. It had structure now, the way our life together had structure. Frank cleaned his rifle. Grace wrote the observation twice, once in the general log and once in a separate section she had labeled patterns. I cut salt pork for breakfast and fed more wood into the stove. Normal motions in an abnormal world. When food was ready, Frank finally looked at me and said, "You slept any?" "A little. You look tired." "You say that like I take requests from my face." Grace smiled into her mug. Frank ignored both of us. "You push too hard, you get sloppy." "I know. You get sloppy, you get dead. Then your interesting blood stops being useful to the rest of us." Grace glanced up. That is his affectionate voice. Frank pointed his fork at her. "You know how many people get into trouble because they mistake sarcasm for cruelty?" "Too many?" she asked. "Exactly." I sat down across from him and let the heat from the mug warm my hands. Outside, the gray sky lowered another inch over the mountain. The infected at the north line were gone now, but the feeling they left behind stayed with me. They had not just found us. They had studied us. After breakfast, Grace helped Frank clean the weapons while I checked the shutters and packed more snow around the root cellar hatch for insulation. When I came back in, I found her standing near the table alone, staring at the notebook as if the words might arrange themselves into mercy if she waited long enough. "You okay?" I asked. She looked at me, and for a second the hard, capable version of her slipped. I saw the frightened daughter who had watched her father die because he refused the drug that later became a plague. I saw the reporter who had put my face on television and almost gotten me killed before she decided she would rather spend the end of the world fixing one terrible mistake than hiding from it. "I am trying to be," she said. I stepped closer. "What is the real answer?" Her eyes glistened, though she did not cry. Grace did not give fear that kind of easy exit. "The real answer is that I hate how quickly I got used to this. I hate that I can watch 6 dead people stand in the trees, and my first thought is about signal behavior instead of horror. I hate that part of me is relieved we had something new to write down this morning, because information feels like control." I stood in front of her until she finally lifted her chin enough to meet my eyes fully. "Information is not the same thing as losing your soul," I said. No. It is how we stop the horror from owning every corner of the day." Her mouth trembled once, almost a smile. "You say things like that, and then act surprised when I look at you too long." I took her hand. "I am never surprised when you look at me too long." That got the real smile. Small, but real. From the table, Frank muttered, "I am old, not deaf." Grace did not let go of my hand. "Good. Then hear this. I am making more bread this afternoon, and you are both getting extra if you stop pretending tenderness is a security risk." Frank grunted in a way that meant yes. The day passed under a sky that never committed to snow, but never cleared either. By dusk, the North Bell line had not moved again. Still, all 3 of us kept glancing toward the windows whenever the air felt strange. Just after sunset, another flash lit the clouds far to the west. This time we all waited for the thunder. It rolled across the ridges a long count later, deep enough to vibrate faintly through the floorboards. Frank closed the notebook. Storm coming, he said. And because of what we had seen that morning, those 2 words landed heavier than weather. Chapter 42. Under the Pines. 2 days later, the weather still had not broken. The air changed first. Frank said mountain people learned to read a dozen things city people never noticed: how snow carried sound, how birds vanished before a hard front, how sap's smell sharpened when pressure dropped. I did not know if I would ever think like the land the way he did, but by then I had begun to understand what he meant. The cabin felt different before a storm. Not colder exactly, more charged. Like every nail in the walls was waiting for a command. By mid-morning, the sky had gone a flat white that turned the world brighter and more colorless at the same time. Frank sent Grace and me to check the west snares before the next round of snow. He stayed behind to split wood and reinforce one side of the shed where the last wind had rattled the panels loose. Quick trip, he said as we packed. No heroics. No sightseeing. If the woods feel wrong, you come straight back. Grace slung her rifle and gave him a salute with 2 fingers. Yes, Uncle Frank. He looked at me. That applies to Romeo too. I hate that you chose that nickname. I chose it because you hate it. Grace laughed on the way out, and the sound lingered in the air after the door closed behind us. The trail west ran through older pines than the north side and dipped into a narrow stretch of forest where the snow stayed softer under the cover of thick branches. We moved in a practiced rhythm by then, no talking in the first 10 minutes. Eyes working, ears open, attention shifting between the trail and the timber. Every few steps, one of us looked back automatically. Not because Frank demanded it anymore. Because survival had rewritten our bodies. Once we reached the lower stand and heard nothing except the wind moving high above, Grace relaxed enough to come up beside me. You know, she said, for a man who claims he never wanted to be outdoors this much, you are starting to look annoyingly competent. That is the nicest insult I have had this week. You earned it. I still hate the cold. You complain less. I am choosing dignity. She snorted. I have seen your dignity. It mostly lives by the stove. We ducked under a branch sagging with snow. The white powder spilled down the back of my coat and slid between my shoulders. I swore softly. Grace smiled without looking at me. There it is. I hope you remember this moment when I save your life heroically later. Please do not say things like that in these woods. Her voice changed on the last line. Not sharp, just quieter. I slowed and looked at her. Sorry. She shook her head. No, I know you were joking. She pulled the strap of her rifle tighter. These days, every joke feels like it might be overheard. We reached the first snare near a fallen pine that had rotted hollow at the center. Empty. The second, farther down the slope, held a rabbit half buried under powder. Grace knelt to free it while I watched the trees. The mountain felt still. Too still maybe, though that had become normal in its own unnerving way. Animal life moved around the infected the same way survivors did, carefully, in narrow windows, trying not to attract the wrong kind of attention. Some days the forest sounded rich and layered. Other days it sounded like it was holding its breath. At the third snare, Grace straightened and rubbed at the side of her neck. Static. What? My hair. She tugged off one glove and showed me the fine strands lifting from her collar. This happened when I was little, before summer storms back in Boston, only not this strong. I looked at my own sleeve. Tiny fibers clung to the wool and shifted when I moved my hand. Frank is going to hate that. Frank hates weather as a concept. Frank hates anything he cannot threaten directly. That sounds right. We kept going to an old hunting blind set above a deer trail. Grace's father had marked it on one of the property maps, and Frank used it now as a waypoint because the narrow windows gave a clear view downhill through the trees. The blind itself was little more than a warped wooden box lifted 3 feet off the ground on posts, with one bench inside and one side patched in rusted sheet metal. I climbed first and checked it through the half-open door. Clear. Grace passed me the rabbit, then stepped up after me. Inside it smelled like old pine, cold dust, and mouse nests long abandoned. We crouched side by side at the front slit and scanned the slope. For a while there was nothing to see except trunks and drifts and the black seam of the creek farther down. Then Grace spoke without moving her head. 3 o'clock. Between those firs. I followed her line. At first I thought it was just a stump, dark and narrow against the snow. Then it leaned forward a fraction and I saw the shape of a shoulder. An infected man stood half hidden behind the trees 50 yards down the slope, still enough to pass for dead, would until your eyes truly found him. Another shape was farther left, lower. Then another. My fingers tightened on the stock of the rifle. How long have they been there? Long enough that I hate the answer. None of them moved toward the blind. They were not even looking at us directly. Their heads were tilted in slightly different directions, as if they were listening to something through the ground. A flash pulsed inside the clouds overhead. No thunder. Not yet. The three infected seized in place. Grace inhaled sharply. Again. The stillness lasted a beat longer than the last time. Then the nearest one jerked, turned its head hard, and looked straight at the blind. Down, I whispered. Too late. It moved. Not with the sloppy burst I remembered from highways and parking lots. It cut between the trees in a line that looked chosen. The others mirrored it, each taking a slightly different path uphill. We dropped from the blind, almost together. Snow burst around our boots. Grace landed clean, but as we hit the slope, one of the old boards above us cracked loose and clattered against the support post. The infected changed direction instantly. Run, I said. We went uphill instead of back the way we had come. Frank had drilled that into us after the first weeks on the property. Never drag danger straight home if you have another option. Use terrain. Break line of sight. Make anything chasing you solve the land before it gets to solve you. Branches whipped at my face as we cut through the pines. I heard Grace behind me, heard the labored rhythm of bodies closing through snow, heard no voices at all. That silence was the worst part. Humans made noise when they hunted. The infected only made impact. A narrow game trail appeared between two boulders. I took it hard and almost lost my footing on hidden ice. Grace cursed behind me. I looked back just long enough to see one infected leap a fallen log in a motion too smooth for the dead thing wearing that body. Another plowed through brush without seeming to feel the branches tearing at its face. Left, Grace shouted. I saw what she saw a second later. An old dry wash cut through the slope, steep enough to slow anything coming straight down it. We veered left and slid into it, boots throwing powder. The wash gave us 10 yards of cover before it narrowed against a wall of tangled roots. Grace hit the bottleneck first. She turned, raised her rifle, and fired once into the chest of the lead infected. It staggered, but kept coming. She chambered another round and put the second shot through its face. The body folded backward, taking the one behind it off balance. Move, I said. We scrambled over the roots, half climbing, half dragging ourselves by gloved hands. I reached the top and turned to pull Grace up. That was when the fourth infected came from our right. I never saw where it had been hiding. One moment the ridge looked empty. The next moment a woman in a torn gray coat hit Grace from the side with enough force to knock the rifle away and send both of them crashing back into the wash. The sound Grace made tore through me. Not panic. Pain, anger, shock, all at once. I dropped onto the slope without thinking. The infected had one hand in Grace's jacket collar and was trying to drag its mouth toward her throat. Grace jammed her forearm across its neck and fought to keep those teeth away, boots kicking in snow and roots. I hit the thing shoulder first. We slammed into the bank. Its head snapped toward me, jaws working. Up close I could smell rot and chemical sweetness under the winter cold. My knife was in my right hand before I remembered drawing it. I drove the blade under its jaw and up. The body spasmed, hard enough to nearly wrench the handle from my grip. I shoved it off Grace and kicked it backward down the wash. It slid into the dead man below and came to rest against the bank. For one stretched second, I could only look at Grace. She was breathing. She was sitting up. Her lip was split, and there was blood on the sleeve she had braced with, but her eyes were clear. Grace, I am fine, she said, which meant she was not fine but functional. The first two infected had regained their footing and were climbing again. I grabbed her rifle from the snow, shoved it into her hands, and hauled her toward the top of the wash. We ran the rest of the way on instinct. The ridge broadened after another 100 yards and joined the main trail. From there we had the open lane Frank had cleared through saplings for exactly this kind of retreat. He came into view near the upper switchback with his rifle already raised. One shot, then a second. The shapes behind us dropped out of the trees. Frank did not ask questions until we were within 10 feet of him. Bitten? No, Grace gasped. No. Then move. We did not slow until the cabin came into sight. Inside, with the door barred and the shutters checked, the tremor hit me all at once. My hands shook hard enough that I had to set the rifle down before I embarrassed myself by dropping it. Grace sat at the table and pressed a cloth to her lip. Frank stood over both of us with the expression he wore when anger and fear had signed a temporary truce. "What happened?" he asked. Grace answered first, because she was better than I was at taking terror and making a report out of it. She described the blind, the listening posture, the lightning flash, the pursuit. I added the hidden attacker and the way the others had split their approach uphill instead of funneling straight into the wash. Frank listened without interrupting once. When we were done, he looked at the blood on Grace's sleeve and then at me. "You saved her." I gave a humorless laugh. "By almost getting us both killed." "You saved her," he repeated. Grace lowered the cloth from her mouth. The small split there made her smile look fragile and defiant at the same time. "He did." Frank nodded once, sharp and final, as if filing the fact away under things that mattered. Then he said, "I am going to say something neither of you is going to enjoy. You need to hear it anyway." Nobody answered. He leaned one hand on the table. "You two are in love with each other. That is obvious to anyone with functioning eyes. Out here, love can make you stronger, and it can make you stupid. The difference depends on whether you tell the truth about it." Grace stared at him. "Uncle Frank dash. No. Listen." He shifted his gaze to me. "When she went down, you moved before you thought. Sometimes that is the right call. Sometimes it gets everybody dead. So if this is real, be real about it. Do not dance around it like teenagers at a school gym. Make decisions with your eyes open." The cabin went very quiet. Frank straightened. "I am checking the west line. Patch that lip. Then decide whether you plan to keep lying to yourselves." He took his rifle and went back outside, leaving the door to close behind him with a hard wooden thud. Grace and I sat there without looking at each other for several seconds. Then she laughed once, weak and astonished. "He really said school gym. That might be the strangest part of the whole speech." She put the cloth down. Her lip had stopped bleeding. "Trey." I turned toward her. There are moments that feel like they come after long consideration, and there are moments that feel as if every day before them has simply been a path clearing to one unavoidable point. The way Grace looked at me then was the second kind. "I am done pretending I have more time than I do," she said. "I am done talking around this because the world is broken and maybe that means I should stay careful. I have been careful. It did not save my father. It did not save the cities. It did not save any of the people who believed normal rules still mattered after the sky fell in." I stepped closer without deciding to. Her voice softened. "When that thing had me in the wash, my first thought was not that I might die. It was that I might lose the chance to tell you what you already know." My chest felt tight enough to hurt. "Then tell me. I love you." No one had ever said those words to me in a room where death still clung to both our clothes and made them sound more honest instead of less. "I love you too," I said, and I had barely finished speaking before she was on her feet and kissing me. Not tentative, not unsure. She kissed me like she had chosen something and would defend that choice against the whole ruined world if it asked. My hands found her waist. Hers came up around my neck. The split in her lip tasted faintly of salt and iron and winter air. Every fear in me was still there, the infected, the storms, the fact that love in a place like this created one more way to be broken, but none of it made the kiss smaller. It made it larger. It gave it weight. When we finally pulled back, her forehead rested against mine. "Now," she whispered, breathless and fierce, "if you ever say something about saving my life heroically again, I am shoving you into a snowbank." I laughed against her cheek. "That seems unfair." "It is not unfair. It is romance." Outside, thunder rolled somewhere far off through the pines. Inside, for the first time in a long time, I did not feel hunted. I felt chosen. Chapter 43. Warm Hands. That night the snow started just after dark. Not a storm yet. Just a slow, soft fall that turned the window glass into a shifting veil and laid another clean layer over the old scarred ground outside. Frank made stew from venison, root vegetables, and the last of a Jared stock that tasted like rosemary and smoke. Grace baked bread dense enough to count as morale. I spent an hour fixing one of the cabinet latches while pretending I was capable of normal concentration. I was not. Every time Grace crossed the room, I felt it again, that sharp, impossible awareness that she had said the words aloud and changed the shape of the cabin with them. Frank knew. Of course he knew. He did not look at either of us much during supper, which was how I knew he knew very well. His version of tact was to stare at a pot until younger people regained the ability to act like they had not just kissed in a room that still smelled faintly of gun oil. After the dishes were done, he settled into his chair near the stove with a whetstone and one of the long knives from the kitchen. Grace took out the ledger where we tracked food and made notes about flour, dried beans, salt, kerosene, and rendered fat. I stacked more wood by the hearth and tried not to glance toward her every few seconds. It failed. She caught me once and held my gaze long enough to make my face warm. Frank cleared his throat without looking up. There are, by my count, at least 6 other directions in this room to stare. Grace bit back a smile. You are really leaning into this. I am old. Entertainment options are limited. I leaned one shoulder against the mantel. You could always tell a story from your wild youth. My youth was disciplined, patriotic, and poorly supervised. That sounds like 3 incompatible things. It was a rich time. Grace laughed and set down the pencil. You know, I have been waiting for months to hear the version of your life before the apocalypse where you definitely did not terrify everyone around you. Frank ran the whetstone along the blade in a patient scrape. I did not terrify everyone. Most then, I said. He finally looked up. The lamplight made the deep lines beside his mouth look older, but his eyes still had that marine steadiness, like somewhere in him there was a part that had refused to age just to spite time. I grew up in a rough neighborhood, he said. Joined the Corps because it was either that or prison or a funeral if I stayed put. Spent enough years serving my country to develop opinions about it. Came back mean, useful, and unsuited to office life. Your father, he nodded at Grace Dash, was the one who made money. I was the one who told him where he was being a fool. Grace softened at the mention of her father, but there was warmth in it instead of raw grief. That tracks. He bought this place because he distrusted dependency, Frank went on. Power grid, supply chains, markets, polite society. Said if systems could fail, a person ought to know how to live when they did. I looked around the cabin. At the heavy beams, the lantern light, the shelves of canned food and tools and spare parts. He was right. Frank's mouth tightened. Yes. Grace stood and came around the table. She put one hand on his shoulder, and he covered it with his own for one brief moment before she crossed to me. That tiny gesture hit me harder than I expected. Proof that family could survive in fragments. Proof that the end of the world had not stripped every gentle habit from every hardened person. We should turn in early, she said. If the snow keeps up, tomorrow will be a full day. Frank grunted his agreement and took the next watch by the window, more out of habit than need. The weather made the infected quieter for a few hours, but none of us trusted weather enough to sleep without a rotation. Up in the loft, the blankets were cold at first. The roof ticked softly as snow built over it. Grace changed into a long thermal shirt and wool socks and then slipped under the quilts beside me, turning toward the outer wall the way she often did on the first minute, like she needed one breath to gather herself before giving another person that much closeness. Then she turned back. The little lantern on the crate by the bed left only a low gold light between us. Her hair had come loose from its tie and spilled across her shoulder. There was still a tiny mark at her lip from the afternoon in the wash. I touched it gently with my thumb. How bad? Not bad enough to stop me from being vain about it. Understandable. I look dramatic. You always look dramatic. That is one of the nicest things you have ever said to me. It should not be. You used to deliver bad news in heels for a living. She huffed a laugh and then grew quiet. Trey. Yeah. She held my gaze. Are you all right? It took me a second to answer because I wanted to say yes, and because I had spent so much of my life saying yes when the true answer would only make other people uncomfortable. I am better than I was, I said at last. That is not the same thing. No. She waited. I let out a slow breath and stared past her for a moment at the rafters. When I got sick, everyone around me started changing shape. My girlfriend turned into somebody who loved me until the work got ugly. My coworkers turned into people who were kind from a distance. Drex turned into a miracle while it was saving me and a nightmare the minute it saved too many people in the wrong way. Even I changed. I went from a guy with a job and a future I understood to a body under observation. Grace listened the way she always did when she really wanted the truth, not just a version someone could quote. The part one I'm still trying to understand, I said, is that all of that ended the day you got into my car. Ever since then, every time the world gets worse, the circle around me somehow gets better. Smaller, harder, but better. Her eyes shone in the dim light. You include me and Frank in the better. Obviously. Good. I also include this cabin. Reasonable. And coffee. Necessary. She smiled, but tears had gathered anyway. She almost never cried fully. The feeling would come to the edges, announce itself, then retreat. I had begun to understand that this was not weakness held back by pride. It was damage held together by will. You asked if I am all right, I said. The honest answer is that I am terrified all the time. I am terrified I will fail you. I am terrified my blood matters, and I still will not be enough. I am terrified that loving you gives this world one more target. Grace moved closer until her knees touched mine under the blankets. Then hear my honest answer, she said. I was already a target. So were you. So was Frank. The world does not need love to justify cruelty. It is doing fine without permission. Loving you does not make me easier to destroy. It makes me harder to erase. I closed my eyes for a second because no one had ever given me language like that and expected me to survive it gracefully. When I opened them, she was still there, steady, waiting. I love the way your mind works, I said. You had better. It comes free with the rest of me. I laughed softly, and then we kissed again. There was no rush to it this time. No brush with death behind it. No sudden declaration forcing everything forward. Just warmth. Choice. The slow discovery of how another person relaxes when they stop bracing for loss. I felt her hand slide across my chest, then rest over my heart, as if she wanted the reassurance of rhythm. I touched the curve of her back through the thermal shirt and felt the tension leave her a little at a time. When the kiss broke, she settled against me with one leg tangled in the blankets between mine and her head under my chin. This is dangerously nice, she murmured. It is. We may become spoiled. In a cabin with no electricity, 6 feet of snow, and a marine downstairs. Yes, I support the dream. Below us the floor creaked once as Frank shifted in his chair. Grace smiled against my chest. He is never going to let us forget he heard us say, I love you before the weather report. No, I said. He is going to save that for the exact moment it can do the most damage. That is his love language. After a while her breathing slowed. Sleep found her before it found me. I lay awake listening to the snow hiss softly over the roof and the fire breathe in the stove below. I thought about the highway outside Boston. About the first night in my car with my face still on the news and everyone in America ready to decide whether I was victim, threat, or science. I thought about Grace climbing into that car with bags and stolen confidence and a reckless offer that sounded impossible until there was nothing else left. I thought about Frank, who had turned from strange uncle in a hotel lobby into the kind of man I trusted at my back in any darkness. Found family, people said in old stories, as if it were a literary trick. There was nothing decorative about it. It was labor. It was choice repeated until it became structure. It was the reason I slept at all. Sometime after midnight, when the stove had settled and the snow outside reflected enough light to turn the loft faintly silver, Grace stirred. She looked up at me, hair mussed and eyes half open. You are thinking too hard, she whispered. You were asleep. I can feel it. That is unsettling. It is one of my gifts. I smoothed a strand of hair back from her face. Go back to sleep. Only if you answer one thing. What? She traced a small line on my chest through the blanket. Absent and intimate. When this is over, assuming we do not die in a very dramatic and inconvenient way, what do you want? The question should have been impossible. The world had ended. The infected owned cities. Drex wanted my blood. We measured safety in traps and snowfall, and how far sound carried in cold air. Still, I answered. I want a life that belongs to us, I said. Not one handed down by a company, or a news cycle, or an emergency. I want mornings that are actually mornings and not strategy meetings. I want a kitchen with ordinary problems. I want to know the names of trees because I enjoy them, not because one hides things and another burns hotter. I want kids someday, maybe, if the world becomes the kind of place you can give them to without feeling cruel. Grace went very still. I thought I had said the wrong thing until she whispered, "I want that too." The words settled between us like another blanket. Then she kissed my throat once, lightly, and tucked herself closer. Outside, snow kept falling over the dark mountain. Inside, I held the future like a forbidden thing and let myself believe in it anyway. Chapter 44. Glass and Blood. Frank believed that if something could save your life, it could also kill you if you got sentimental about it. That was his explanation for why he kept the infected sample work locked to rules so strict they sounded military. We only handled tissue outside the main living area. We only worked in daylight. We only used tools marked for that purpose. We burned or buried anything contaminated. We wrote everything down twice. Grace joked that we were running the grimmest little laboratory in the Rockies. Frank said grim laboratories were the safest laboratories. 3 mornings after the scare in the wash, the weather cleared enough to give us sun on the south side of the cabin. Frank chose the old shed below the wood pile as the test space because it had ventilation, distance from the main room, and a dirt floor he trusted more than boards if anything went bad. "Nothing goes near your face," he told me while setting jars, tongs, gloves, bleach, and a cracked magnifier on a crate. "Nothing goes near open skin. If you get careless, I throw you outside and let Grace explain to the trees why her boyfriend is an idiot." Grace, wrapping a scarf tighter around her throat, said, "That seems fair." I gave her a look. I thought love meant support. It does. I support rules. The tissue sample came from an infected arm Frank had severed weeks earlier during the attack below the lower draw, then frozen away from the house in a sealed game box packed with snow and salt. I had tried not to think about it while eating dinner in the same general radius. Survival broadened definitions that polite society once treated as fixed. The arm looked almost human until you studied it too long. The skin had taken on a faint gray sheen. The veins near the wrist were dark in branching patterns too dense and irregular to belong to nature as I understood it. Where the cut ended in frozen flesh, the structure beneath looked threaded with pale filament, as if something had replaced parts of the muscle with an invasive lace. Grace stood by the notebook and tried not to stare. "You do not have to be in here for this," I said. "Yes, I do. You hate it." "I hate lots of things. I still write them down." Frank handed me a lancet from the medical kit. "Finger." I held out my left hand. The prick was small. One bead of blood rose bright red against skin gone rough from cold and labor. "Slide," Frank said. He had found a box of old microscope slides in one of the prep cabinets Grace's father had filled with everything from fishing hooks to iodine. We were down to the cleanest 4. Grace uncapped a marker and labeled them with careful block letters. Control: infected tissue plus meltwater. Test A: infected tissue plus Trey blood. Test B: infected tissue plus diluted Trey blood. Test C: infected tissue plus Grace blood. "Why mine?" she asked. Frank did not look up from the tongs. "Comparison." She accepted that with a grim little nod and used the lancet on her own finger before I could object. A small red drop welled there. The first sample went under the magnifier as our baseline. I am no scientist, and none of us had much more than a scavenged hand lens and stubbornness. But even at that scale, we could see the difference between ordinary ruined tissue and whatever Symbicure had become after death. The pale filament inside the scrap of flesh did not sit still. It trembled, contracted, unfurled again in slow, searching lines. Grace swallowed hard. "It is moving." "It always moves," Frank said. "Not like that," I murmured. The scrap touched with meltwater changed very little. The scrap touched with my blood changed at once. The pale threads recoiled as if heat had hit them. Not burned exactly. More like collapse. They drew inward, tightening against themselves, and the gray tone along the tissue edge darkened into a bruised, almost black line. Grace forgot disgust and leaned forward. Again, Frank set up the diluted sample. Same reaction, slower, less violent, but unmistakable. The threads pulled away from the drop and curled into knots. The sample mixed with Grace's blood did nothing. For a while nobody spoke. I stared at the slide until my eyes blurred. The thing inside the infected hated something inside me. Not rumor. Not optimism. Not a theory built from desperation in a cabin lit by lanterns. Evidence. Grace broke the silence first. We need better records. Frank grunted. Already keeping them. Not like this. Not if this matters beyond us. Her voice had changed into the one I imagined she used in newsrooms before the world ended, focused, fast. All guilt burned away by the urgency of getting facts into order before somebody powerful had the chance to muddy them. She flipped to a clean page and began structuring the notes. Sample source. Temperature. Approximate age of tissue. Reaction timing. Visible changes. Control conditions. Secondary comparison. I watched her write and felt something strange moving under the fear. Purpose. Not the cheap kind Drex sold with banners and stage lights, and people calling me a miracle because a company had managed to turn my private survival into branding. A harder purpose. The kind that came with gloves on, and the smell of bleach in your nose, and the knowledge that if you got this wrong, no one might ever know you were close. Frank held the slide up to the light once more. Could be antibodies. Could be something left from the original tumor biology. Could be the way the parasite changed while it was in you before the body rejected the rest of it. I thought the tumor was gone, Grace said. It is gone. I looked at my own hand, at the tiny mark from the lancet already closing. So why am I like this? Frank set the slide down carefully. Because medicine is the art of naming mysteries after you survive them. That does not mean the mystery was ever simple. Grace underlined one line in her notes. Trey blood causes rapid parasite retreat in fresh tissue sample. Then she looked up at me. How does that feel? I let out a breath. Like being trapped between hope and a target. That is honest, she said softly. Do not put that in the notes. She smiled despite herself. No promises. We ran 3 more tests that afternoon using smaller samples and different ratios. Everyone showed some version of the same reaction. Not enough to make me think I could touch an infected and watch it fall over. Not enough to save anyone by accident. But enough to prove the parasite recognized something in my blood as a threat. Outside the shed, the sky went blue and hard with cold. The sun flashed off the snow so bright it hurt. Frank sealed the remaining tissue back in the storage box and scrubbed every tool with a brutality that suggested he would bleach memory itself if given the chance. When we finally went inside, all 3 of us looked drained. Grace put the notebook in the drawer by the table, as if she were placing a loaded weapon somewhere accessible. We need to protect that. Frank nodded, already thinking about where a duplicate copy goes. Duplicate? I asked. In case this cabin burns. Or gets overrun. Or some fool with a corporate logo on his jacket decides paperwork is more flammable than people. I sat down slowly, letting the stove heat reach my knees. You think Drex is still this close? I think greed has long legs. Grace moved behind me and rested both hands on my shoulders. He is right. I tipped my head back enough to look up at her. That does not make me like it. You are not required to like accurate things. Frank snorted and started another pot of coffee. By evening, we had copied the notes twice, once in Grace's clean reporter script, once in Frank's block letters. One copy went into a sealed tin in the root cellar. Another disappeared into one of the hidden compartments built into the cabin by Grace's father. At supper we barely talked, and not because anything was wrong between us. The day had simply been full in a way that left little room for extra words. Sometimes hope tired me more than fear. Fear had routines. Hope demanded imagination. Later, after Frank turned in, Grace and I stayed by the stove with our mugs and listened to the cabin settle. You are somewhere else, she said. I know. Tell me. I looked into the dark coffee. Ever since this started, being alive has felt like something happening to me. First the tumor, then the trial, then the outbreak, then the road. Even getting here felt like surviving a current more than steering anything. And today changed that. Maybe. She reached over and took my hand. Then hold on to maybe. Maybe is where every real thing starts. I rubbed my thumb over her knuckles. You should have been a poet. I was on local television. That is not a no. She smiled, but there was seriousness under it. Trey, listen to me. Whatever this becomes, you do not owe the world your body because it failed to protect itself. You do not owe Drex your veins because they broke what they made. You do not owe survivors martyrdom just because your blood may help. I frowned. If it can help, I cannot ignore that. I did not say ignore it. Then what are you saying? She tightened her hold on my hand. I am saying there is a difference between choosing to fight and letting everyone decide your only value is what can be extracted from you. The word hit harder than the rest because it was true. That had been the shape of my fear since the first time Drex put me on a screen and called me proof. Frank, from the stairs, said into the darkness, "She is right." Neither of us had heard him rise. Grace called over her shoulder, "Do you just sleep in short bursts so you can interrupt people at their emotional peak?" "It is one of my gifts," he said, and kept going to the kitchen without missing a beat. I laughed despite myself. The laughter did not erase the truth she had handed me. It only made it bearable. When we finally climbed to the loft, the notebook was hidden, the copies were hidden, and the facts remained the facts. My blood mattered, and that meant the people I loved were living beside a thing powerful enough to change the world or get us killed trying. Chapter 45. The Line Shack. The old line shack sat near the western edge of the property where the ground rose into a narrow saddle between two ridges. Grace's father had used it for tools and seasonal supplies. Frank used it now as a secondary cache point, because if the cabin ever became impossible, he wanted more than one place on the map where useful things were waiting. 2 days after the lab work, he sent all three of us to check it. That alone told me he was uneasy. Frank almost never liked all of us moving together unless the task required it. 1 person could guard. 2 could work. 3 meant uncertainty large enough to justify extra eyes and extra guns. The morning came sharp and painfully clear. The storm had delayed again, leaving the air brittle with cold and the sky polished into an ugly kind of beauty. Every sound carried. Boots on packed snow. Buckles tapping coat fabric. A crow calling from half a mile away. Our breath seemed loud enough to be tracked. We moved west in staggered formation, Frank in front, Grace 15 feet behind him, me trailing the line and checking our back trail every few seconds. The property maps had become muscle memory by then. Creek to cut bank to split pine to rock shelf to saddle. Nothing moved in the trees. That did not comfort me as much as it once might have. When we reached the line shack, Frank raised a fist for stop. The building was a squat timber rectangle half sunk against the slope, roof weighted with stones, 1 narrow door, 1 shuttered window. At first glance it looked untouched. Then I saw what Frank saw. Tracks. Boot prints, partly drifted over, cutting across the open patch in front of the shack. Not ours. Grace stepped up beside me and lowered her voice. Recent. Frank crouched without taking his eyes off the door. Day or 2. Maybe less. The prints came from the lower tree line, circled the shack once, then headed uphill toward the rock shelf before the wind erased them. Could be scavengers, I said. Could, Frank replied. We waited and listened. No movement inside. No birds startled from the nearby pines. No metallic click of somebody nervous with a weapon. Frank motioned us wide. Grace took left, I took right, and we swept around the back on separate angles before converging again at the rear wall. The snow there was disturbed too, though less cleanly. Someone had stood under the back overhang for a while. The packed shape of the prints told Frank more than it told me. "Watcher," he muttered. "Human?" Grace asked. He nodded once. I felt my jaw set. In some ways the infected had become simpler than people. Monsters could still surprise you, but they rarely lied about what they wanted. Frank eased the door open with the barrel of his rifle and stepped aside. Nothing happened. He gave it another beat, then entered. The line shack smelled like dry wood, old oil, and mouse droppings. Shelves lined 2 walls. Most still held what they were meant to hold: coils of wire, lamp mantles, jars of nails, spare hinges, waxed cord, a folded hand auger, a dented tool chest. But one shelf had been disturbed. So had the chest. Grace crouched near it. They looked for something specific. The lid stood open an inch. Inside, the small radio parts Frank kept there were still wrapped in cloth. So were the hand tools. But the envelope of topographic maps was gone. Frank's face hardened in a way I had learned to distrust immediately. "They took maps," I said. "Yes." "Of the property? And the roads west of it?" Grace looked from him to me. "That is bad." "Very," Frank said. She moved to the back shelf. "If they found this place by chance, maps make sense." Frank looked at the floor near the door. "If." I followed his gaze and saw a tiny scrap of something dark half ground into the boards. I picked it up carefully. Not cloth. Vinyl. A fragment from a patch or label, black with the faint ghost of white print still visible at one edge. Grace took it from my fingers and squinted. Could be any company. Frank reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded wrapper from one of the Drexfield med kits we had scavenged months earlier from a wreck on the highway. The material matched exactly. No one spoke for a second. Then I said, "They found us." Frank's voice turned to iron. "Maybe they found the property." "That is not the same as finding the cabin." Grace straightened. "Not yet." That "not yet" carried all the dread of an approaching train. We searched the shack from floor to rafters. Near the rear wall, Frank found a spent cigarette tucked in the crack by the overhang. He held it up with disgust. "Idiots." "Useful idiots?" I asked. "Still idiots." Grace moved to the door and scanned the saddle beyond. "If they took the maps, they will come back better prepared." "That is why we are leaving now," Frank said. "We stripped the shack of anything vital in under 10 minutes. Wire, spare ammunition, the small jar of antibiotics, 2 coils of snare cable, the secondary notebook Frank had hidden under the floorboards with emergency supply tallies and fallback points marked in shorthand only he understood. Before we left, he took the remaining top shelf and scattered everything across the floor. Grace frowned. "What are you doing?" "Making it look already robbed. Sometimes you convince a man a place has no more value and save yourself a later problem." On the way back, we changed route twice and crossed stone where we could to make trailing harder. At the upper creek, Frank stopped us with one hand. He pointed uphill. Through the trees, far enough away to be almost invisible, sunlight flashed off glass. Not a window. Lenses. I dropped to one knee behind the trunk nearest me. Grace slid in beside a fallen log. Frank raised the rifle with deliberate slowness. The glint vanished. I counted to 10 in my head and saw it again, lower now, moving between 2 trees. A watcher with binoculars. Human. Frank did not fire. Not because he lacked the shot. Because he did not want the echo giving away more than the watcher already knew. Instead, he said, barely above a breath, "On my move." He broke right. Grace and I split opposite directions automatically. The watcher must have expected 1 line of retreat. Maybe 2. Not 3. By the time he shifted to follow Frank, I was already angling uphill on the left, using brush and rock for cover. I caught him as a shadow first, then a man in gray winter gear dropping from his observation point and running hard toward the lower trees. He moved well. Too well for a tourist. Too cleanly for a starving local scavenger. "Stop!" I shouted, though I had no idea why. Habit, maybe. Some leftover fragment of old rules. He glanced back once. I saw the black patch on his sleeve. Not enough of it to read, enough to know. Drex. He kept running. A shot cracked from somewhere to my right. Frank had fired wide on purpose, chewing bark off the tree just ahead of the man. The scout stumbled, changed direction, and lost momentum. Grace stepped out from behind a boulder directly in his new path with her rifle leveled at his chest. "Done," she said. He skidded to a halt, breathing hard. Close up. He looked no older than 30. Beard grown in, face wind-burned, eyes sharp with the kind of fear trained men felt when they realized the people ahead of them were not helpless civilians after all. Frank came in behind him and stripped the sidearm from his belt. "You corporate?" Frank asked. The man swallowed. "Contractor." "Same smell." The scout looked at me then, really looked, and his face changed. Recognition. There was a sick electric beat of satisfaction in it, as if all the work of maps and cold and stalking had finally paid off. "Trey Collins," he said. I wanted to hit him for speaking my name like that. Like inventory verified. Grace heard it too. Her mouth went flat. "You do not get to say his name." The man's gaze flicked to her, then back to me. "They told us you were dead." Frank took 1 step closer. "Tell me why you are on my ridge." The scout hesitated, and Frank hit him once in the stomach with just enough force to fold him without dropping him. "Again," Frank said. The answer came faster after that. "Small search teams. Former security and contracted former military. Mapping survivor clusters. Looking for specific assets. Drex had lost central control in some regions, but not all. Rumors said executives were holed up near surviving research sites and using whatever private force remained to recover data, personnel, and biological opportunities." I hated every word of that phrase. Grace's eyes had gone bright with rage. Biological opportunities. The scout did not meet her gaze. Frank did not ask where every team was. He asked which routes they knew, how many had come into the county, and whether anyone else had reached the property. The man gave up enough to tell us the answer before the answer itself arrived. Not yet. One team nearby. Another maybe 2 days behind. Frank stepped back. Move. The scout looked between the three of us. What? Run, Frank said. The man blinked. You are letting me go? No. Grace said softly, understanding first. There was a sound in the lower timber then. A hush of movement too heavy for deer and too irregular for wind. The scout heard it too. His face drained. Frank had chosen this spot because the terrain below narrowed sound. Because the infected used the lower draw in ones and twos after dark and in larger silent groups when storms threatened. Because he knew exactly what happened to loud, frightened men who ran downhill in the wrong hour. The scout bolted. He made 20 yards before the first infected came out of the brush and hit him at the knees. Grace looked away. I did not. I do not know what that says about me. Frank took my shoulder and turned me anyway. Home. We left before the noise below could gather into something larger. On the ridge above the cabin, the air had changed again. Dry, sharp, charged enough that the fine hairs on my wrists lifted under my sleeves. The storm was finally coming. And now it would be coming to a cabin that Drex had started circling. Chapter 46. White Static. By evening the sky had gone the color of hammered lead. The storm front rolled over the western mountains in layers, not yet releasing snow or lightning, just pressing colder air ahead of it until the whole property felt tuned too tight. Static snapped when I pulled a wool blanket off the chair. The lantern flame flickered in ways that had nothing to do with drafts. Even the dog-eared corners of the paper maps on the table seemed to lift and settle as if the room itself were breathing differently. Frank called it weather pressure. Grace called it the atmosphere developing a personality problem. I called it bad news with scenery. We spent the afternoon hardening the cabin without speaking much. Extra barricade bracing at the mudroom door. Shutters checked and checked again. Water buckets filled. Snow melted by the stove in reserve pots. Ammunition distributed by room instead of all in one place. Frank cut fresh grounding trenches away from the porch posts with a mattock, muttering the entire time about metal, lightning rods, and the regrettable number of things on a prepper's dream cabin that could turn into a signal beacon for electrically driven corpses. At dusk, Grace and I went up to the loft to bring down blankets and spare lantern glass. When we reached the window facing west, she stopped. The valley below the ridge looked wrong. Not at first glance. The pines still stood dark and close together. Snow still held in the shaded cuts. The creek still ran as a black thread through white and stone. Yet across that landscape, in 3 separate places, shapes stood motionless between the trees. Infected. Dozens of them. Maybe more hidden deeper in the timber. They are gathering, Grace whispered. I moved beside her and felt my stomach sink. They were not drifting. Not wandering randomly along old routes. They were positioned. Small clusters on the lower rise. Along the creek bend. Near the north approach Frank had lined with bells. Waiting in places from which any noise or light from the cabin could pull them uphill in converging lanes. Frank joined us after one look from Grace and swore under his breath. They are earlier than I wanted. That implies there was a schedule in which you wanted this, I said. There is always a schedule. Usually it is just a bad one. Another flash lit the clouds. This one brighter than the others. Every infected we could see locked in place. Grace grabbed the notebook from the shelf and scribbled the time. Duration? 1 second, I said. Maybe a little more, Frank answered. Then the bodies below twitched back into motion, but not into a rush. They simply adjusted. One pack shifted 20 feet closer to the creek. Another turned as if reorienting toward the cabin. It looked like signal reacquisition. I hated that phrase the minute it came into my head. We went downstairs. Frank spread the property sketch over the table and marked 3 circles with the stump of a pencil. North Gap, Creek Bend, Lower Draw, he said. Those are the anchor points. If lightning hits close and excites them instead of freezing them, they come uphill on those lines first. Grace leaned over the map, hair falling loose from her tie. Can we redirect? With what? Prayer. With noise, decoys, metal, anything. Frank considered. Maybe. Not far enough to matter unless we want to set the whole hillside singing. I looked at the rods sketched near the cabin corners. If they are feeling electricity, These are a problem. They are also why the roof does not catch fire when the mountain gets angry, he said. That is comforting in a very specific way. He gave me a thin look. You wanted honesty. The first real thunder hit before full dark, long and deep, rolling through the floorboards like something huge turning in its sleep under the mountain. Grace closed the notebook. Tonight is going to be bad. I looked at her, at Frank, at the cabin walls around us with all their stocked shelves and patched corners and the ordinary things we had started to call life. Then I went to the gun rack and loaded every magazine we had set aside for emergencies. Outside, the air crackled. Below the ridge, the silent packs waited for the sky to speak again. Chapter 47. The First Strike. The storm hit at 11:17 by Grace's watch. That mattered only because she made it matter. She wrote the time down the second the first near strike cracked across the ridge, then tucked the notebook into the inside pocket of her coat before helping Frank shove the heavy table against the front windows. The habits we had built in smaller danger held even when larger danger arrived. Record, reinforce, breathe, move. The lightning came almost on top of the thunder now. Blue-white light filled the gaps around the shutters and turned the cabin into a camera flash. For one heartbeat, every shadow inside the room vanished. Then darkness rushed back, lantern light weak and gold against it. From outside came a metallic ringing. North bells, then west, then the lower line. All of them, Grace said. Frank was already moving. Positions. I took the mudroom angle with the shotgun. Grace covered the front windows. Frank went to the side hatch that overlooked the south trench and the slope below it. Rain had not started yet. It was too cold. Instead, a hard, dry sleet rattled over the roof in brief, violent bursts between thunder rolls. Lightning flashed again. Something struck the porch rod with a noise like the sky splitting open. The whole cabin shuddered. Blue static jumped across the iron hook by the door and snapped off into darkness. Every hair on my arms rose under my sleeves. Then the infected hit the ridge. Not all at once. In streams. I saw the first two through a narrow shooting slit Frank had left when bracing the shutter figures climbing the switchback far too fast, faces dead pale in the flashes, feet throwing sleet and broken crust behind them. They were not mindless now. They were pulled. Called uphill by something in the storm, something in the cabin's metal bones and grounded rods and buried lines. Frank fired from the side hatch, and one body cartwheeled off the path. Grace dropped another through the shutter seam with a single shot that sounded almost delicate after the thunder. More came. The bells below turned from distinct signals into one continuous frantic jangle. Creekside 2, Grace shouted. I heard them before I saw them, the pounding of bodies against the outer rails Frank had set along the back grate. Not moans, not screams. Impact, wood cracking under repeated force. I moved to help, but Frank barked, "Hold your post." He was right. The mudroom door was the weakest entry on the house. The first infected reached it 2 seconds later and hit the outer planks with enough strength to make the entire frame groan. I fired through the door. At that range, the shotgun blast turned the impact into collapse, and the body slid down the other side. But the sound pulled 3 more to the same point. Another slam. Another. Nails complained in the frame. Grace crossed behind me in a low sprint and handed over a second box of shells. Front line is stacking. Frank is okay for now. Are you? I am busy. A flash lit her face. She looked fierce and cold and heartbreakingly alive. Then the side window shattered. Not fully. Just the outer pane Frank had left under the board lattice to catch wind. An arm punched through the gap between planks, fingers clawing for purchase. Grace fired into it, and the hand disappeared, but the board structure jumped inward under the impact. Too many, she said. Frank's voice cut through from the side room. Fall back by corners if they breach. Do not get trapped center. The mudroom door split with a sharp crack. I fired again through the widening seam. Something dropped, but another shape shoved into it from behind. Parasite-driven bodies did not fear a choke point the way living ones did. They used collapse as a ramp. The latch tore loose. The door burst inward, and an infected man fell through onto the floor in a spray of sleet, splintered wood, and cold air. I shot him before he got one arm under himself. The blast threw blood, black spit, and broken tissue across the stove tiles. Another body slammed into the half-open frame. Grace was there first with the hatchet Frank kept by the steps. She buried it in the attacker's temple, kicked the body backward, and shouted, "Trey." I grabbed the inner brace pole and dropped it across the frame while she hauled the dead weight clear enough for it to seat. The next impact hit the pole instead of the latch. For one thin breath, we had a barrier again. Then thunder cracked directly overhead. Every light in the room, including the lanterns, flared brighter for a fraction of a second. Outside, the bell stopped. Not because the infected were gone, because all of them had frozen at once. Frank saw it first through the side hatch. "Now, watch them." We all looked. Across the slope below the cabin, bodies stood locked mid-stride. One had both hands on the porch rail. Another was halfway over the trench. At the north line, 3 more were caught in a twisted cluster around the bells, heads turned uphill. The paralysis lasted longer this time, 2 breaths, maybe 3. Then the storm released them. The nearest infected shrieked. It was the first vocal sound I had heard from one in weeks, and it was not human. Not a cry, not pain, not rage as I understood rage. More like a burst of signal forced through ruined lungs. Then all of them surged again. Frank swore. That was not a freeze. That was a reset. The side hatch gave way under the next rush. One infected spilled through, hit the table, and kept coming even with 2 rounds in its chest. Frank met it with the butt of his rifle, smashing it sideways, but a second one lunged through the gap and caught his sleeve. I moved before I thought. So did Grace. She fired into the second infected's neck while I grabbed Frank's shoulder and hauled him back. The thing still got one hand across my left palm as it fell. Its nails tore the skin open. Hot pain, then cold air, then blood. Mine. A bright line ran across my palm and dripped onto the infected's face where it lay snarling on the floorboards. The reaction was immediate. The pale threads visible under the thing's torn cheek recoiled from the blood like worms hitting fire. Its jaw jerked sideways. Black saliva frothed around its teeth. The hand clamped on Frank's sleeve spasmed open. Grace saw it and went perfectly still for one impossible half-second in the middle of battle. "Trey," she breathed. Frank did not miss his moment. He put a round through the infected's eye and shoved the body clear of the hatch. Later, he snapped. Live first. He was right. We fought the next 10 minutes room by room and angle by angle, using the narrowed entries Frank had built, the furniture he had positioned, the fallback lines he had drilled into us until I could have moved through them blind. The storm kept slamming light through the shutters. Each close strike stalled the infected for a heartbeat or sent them into a twitching surge of renewed motion. The cabin felt less like a house than the center of some violent experiment the mountain had decided to run. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pressure shifted. The main rush peeled downhill. Not retreat. Reorientation. The bells started again farther off, moving away from the porch and toward the lower rods near the shed. Frank held up a hand for quiet. We listened. The infected were still on the property, still moving, but the concentrated impact against the cabin was easing. Grace looked at my palm. Blood still ran from the split there, bright against sleet water and grime. "We saw it," she said. "I know." Outside, lightning cracked over the ridge once more. Below us, the mountain moved in silence. Chapter 48. Mountain Lights. We did not sleep. The storm spent itself in waves through the rest of the night, never fully leaving, never fully returning to the same violence. One cell passed east, another formed over the western ridge, and each time the sky flashed we watched the slopes through the shooting gaps and tried to understand what the infected were doing now that the first direct rush on the cabin had failed. By 3 in the morning, the answer was clear enough to chill me more than the air leaking around the shutters. They were repositioning. Not gone. Not broken. Studying again. The lower shed had taken the brunt after the cabin itself. One rod there must have drawn them once the main house stopped giving them an easy entry point. We heard the impact of bodies against timber, then the weird pause after each lightning pulse, then the renewed movement farther down. It was like watching tide behavior in a plague ocean. Inside, the damage looked survivable and ugly. Mudroom door broken. Side hatch ruined. One window lattice cracked nearly through. Blood and slush across the floorboards. 2 dead infected cooling in the front room because taking them outside under active storm conditions would have been stupidity with a patriotic theme. Frank wrapped my hand while Grace took notes. You need stitches, she said without looking up from the page. I need fingers that still work. You have both. Try gratitude. Frank cinched the bandage tighter than necessary. You can complain after dawn. I hissed through my teeth. You enjoying this? I enjoy lessons sticking. Grace finally looked over. Tell me exactly what you felt. Pain. After that, I flexed my bandaged fingers once. The usual when something dead claws you. Adrenaline. Anger. Then when the blood hit its face, I searched for the right words. It recoiled before Frank fired. Not just body reflex. The parasite itself. You could see it pulling away under the skin. She wrote fast. Visible retreat on live infected after direct contact with fresh Trey blood from hand tear. Frank glanced toward the body nearest the table. We confirm in daylight. Agreed, Grace said. A little after dawn, the storm front finally weakened enough to give the valley shape again. Gray light seeped through the clouds. We opened the inner shutters by inches and studied the slope. Bodies lay in 3 distinct paths below the cabin. Some dead from bullets. Some charred where lightning had struck nearby. Some simply collapsed, as if whatever coordination had driven them uphill had dropped out of them for a while after the strongest surges. But farther down, near the creek and among the darker pines, more shapes stood waiting. More than before. The packs had grown overnight. Frank saw the count on my face and nodded once. Word is out. You say that like they have meetings, I said. They do. Just not with chairs. Grace let out a breath that might have been a laugh if terror had not leaned so hard on it. That is horrible. It is accurate. Once the sky stopped throwing live voltage onto the ridge every 10 minutes, we cleared the front room. Frank handled the bodies with hooks while I kept watch from the shattered side hatch, and Grace documented what we saw where my blood had hit the infected inside. The patch on its face had changed. Under the torn skin, the pale filament looked shriveled and dark, not active like the samples in the shed and not slick like healthy parasite tissue in the freshly dead usually appeared. It was dying. Not all of it. Not enough to kill the host instantly, but enough to leave a visible lane of collapse from cheek to jaw. Grace crouched close, swallowed hard, and whispered, "This is real." Frank stood over her shoulder. "It was real yesterday." "No," she said, shaking her head. "Yesterday was slides and scraps and a theory with teeth. This is a field result." I leaned against the frame, exhausted enough that my thoughts felt a beat behind my body. That makes it sound very professional for something that nearly got us all killed. She looked up at me. Most real science starts with somebody nearly getting killed. Frank grunted. "That is less comforting than you think." We buried the bodies downhill in a lime trench near the old burn pit. The work took hours because everything in winter took longer. Frozen ground, heavy ropes, constant watch on the tree line. The infected below did not advance while the storm remnants still muttered over the far mountains, but they did not leave either. They watched. At noon we finally got back inside and shut the door against the cold. The cabin did not feel like sanctuary anymore. It felt like a defended position. Grace set the notebook on the table, opened to a clean page, and wrote 2 new lines in deliberate block letters. Direct contact confirmed. Cabin now attracts mass response during electrical storms. Frank read them, then looked to me. That second line decides the next part. I knew what he meant before he said it. The cabin could survive weather. It could survive a few infected probing the lines. It could survive human scouts if Frank saw them first. What it could not survive forever was becoming a lightning beacon for every parasite-driven body in the valley each time the sky turned violent. Grace knew it too. I saw it in the way her shoulders lowered, not in surrender, but in acceptance. "We cannot sit on this ridge and wait for the next storm," she said. "No," Frank replied. I stared at the bandage on my hand, then at the notes, then at the narrow windows beyond which a ruined world kept reorganizing itself around the facts we had uncovered. My blood hurt the parasite. The cabin called the infected when the sky filled with charge. Drex had found the property. Every direction led away from safety and toward necessity. Outside, far down by the creek, a line of silent figures stood between the trees like dark marks on a page waiting to be read. Grace came to stand beside me and slipped her hand into my uninjured one. Frank closed the notebook. "We hold tonight," he said. "Tomorrow we start planning how to turn this from survival into war." Thunder rolled one last time over the mountains, distant now. None of us mistook distance for mercy. Chapter 49. The morning after the notes. Morning came flat and gray over the ridge, the sort of light that made the whole world feel unfinished. The storm had moved east in the night, but it had left the mountain altered. The snow around the cabin looked plowed even where no shovel had touched it. Tracks crossed tracks. Divots marked places where bodies had thrown themselves against the rails. The lower shed leaned a little to the left now. One wall cracked where several infected had hit it in the same stretch of minutes. The porch rod stood blackened at the tip, and every metal fitting on the house seemed to hold a memory of blue light. I stood at the front window with the shutter cracked 2 inches and watched 3 infected at the creek line do nothing at all. They were just there, turned toward the ridge, so still that if I had not already learned better, I might have taken them for stumps. The problem was that I had learned better. The parasite did not waste posture. It did not idle. If they stood there for a reason. Grace came up beside me wrapped in one of Frank's spare wool coats, her notebook under one arm and a mug of something hot in her hand. She offered it to me before she spoke. Tea. The coffee is gone enough that Frank is handling it like a military reserve. I took the mug and let the heat work into my fingers. My left hand still ached under the bandage where the dead man in the cabin had torn the skin open. The pain had gone from sharp to deep, which I counted as progress. How many are there? She leaned to look through the gap. Visible from this side, maybe 20. Which means more under the trees. Which means I hate being correct before breakfast. Her voice still had that quick reporter brightness when she wanted it to, but the mountain had carved something steadier under it. Months ago, she might have dressed fear in performance. Now she just looked at the danger and named it. That was one of the things I loved about her, though I had not said the word aloud to her yet. I felt it often enough that the name hardly mattered. Behind us, Frank fed another split log into the stove and said, "You can both stop pretending those shapes are decorative. We have work." We gathered at the table with the notebook open between us. Grace had already copied the 2 lines from the night before onto a fresh page. Direct contact confirmed. Cabin now attracts mass response during electrical storms. Below them she had drawn 3 columns. What we knew, what we suspected, and what could kill us first if we guessed wrong. Frank tapped the page with one scarred finger. Most immediate problem is weather. Second most immediate problem is company. Drex, I said. Drex and anything else that hears a truck, sees smoke at the wrong time, or decides a cabin on a ridge is a good place to take. He looked toward the window. Third problem is that those things down there are not dispersing the way they used to after a failed rush. Grace wrote while he spoke, her pencil moving fast, which suggests the swarm behavior is learning, or at least retaining pattern. Do not dress it in academic clothes, Frank said. It is bad enough in its own skin. I took a sip of tea and looked at the other line on the page. Direct contact confirmed. It should have felt like triumph. Instead, it felt like a door opening somewhere I had spent months trying not to look. If my blood really does break it down, we need to know how much, how fast, and whether that effect lasts once it is outside my body. Grace nodded immediately. We need better equipment. Frank grunted. And more bandages if we are going to keep testing ways for Trey to bleed usefully. I am thrilled that my value keeps getting phrased like that. He met my look without apology. I am trying to keep you alive. Humor is a side service. Grace drew a square on the page and marked roads around it from memory. The ranger station south of the old county road may still have topo maps, weather records, hand radios, maybe field medical supplies. The clinic in Bell Crossing is smaller, but it had a lab room when I interviewed there after a chemical spill 5 years ago. They might have centrifuge tubes, slides, saline, things we can use. Frank frowned at the map she was sketching. Bell Crossing puts us out in the open. So does staying here until the next storm, she said. We keep saying we need more facts. Facts are not going to hike themselves uphill. I watched them across the table, the old Marine and the former reporter, each stubborn in a different direction. In some broken version of a better world, they might have spent holidays arguing over politics and pie. Instead, they argued about routes through infected country while the stove ticked and the windows held back a winter graveyard. We make it a short run, I said. In and out. Ranger station first. Clinic second if the roads look clear enough. No engine longer than necessary. No heroics. We bring back only what we can carry fast. Frank studied me for a moment. You are assuming you are part of this trip. I am. Your hand says otherwise. My hand can ride in a truck. Your hand can also split open again when you decide to be useful at the wrong second. Grace set the pencil down. Frank. He shifted his jaw once, then exhaled. I know. I know what he needs. I also know what it costs every time he leaves cover now. He looked at me. They do not just want a man with a shotgun anymore. Drex wants a specimen. That makes you worth ambush effort. The word struck harder than I liked. Specimen. Too close to things I had felt under fluorescent lights, while people with badges explained my future in percentages. Grace must have seen it cross my face, because her tone softened. He is right about the risk. He is not right about leaving you here. Frank looked annoyed, which usually meant he agreed and disliked the schedule of it. Fine. Then we do it properly. The rest of the morning went to preparation. Frank checked the old diesel pickup he kept under the lean-to, a square-bodied relic with almost no electronics and enough cold-weather scars to look born for this mountain. Grace packed food, blankets, spare shells, bolt cutters, pry bars, medical satchels, and a canvas bag padded with folded towels for delicate lab gear if we found any. I re-wrapped my hand, sharpened 2 knives more from nerves than necessity, and walked the interior of the cabin memorizing it the way a person did when they were about to leave something they were not sure they would see again. At noon we ate thick slices of yesterday's bread with venison and mustard. It felt absurdly ordinary. Frank stood by the stove while he ate, eyes on the back window out of habit. Grace sat across from me and touched my wrist once under the table where Frank could not see. The gesture was brief and quiet, but it steadied me more than the food. When Frank stepped into the mudroom to check the chains on the truck tires, Grace leaned forward. You do not have to play fearless for him. I know. You are doing it anyway. I tore a piece of bread I no longer wanted. I am not fearless. I just cannot go back to being the guy other people move around for my own good. Her gaze held mine. That is not what he is trying to do. I know that too. The cabin was quiet except for the stove, the ticking of cooling metal by the window latch, and Frank muttering outside at a tire chain that apparently had disappointed his ancestors. Grace lowered her voice. Then tell me the real part. I looked at the bandage on my hand. The real part is that if there is a chance my blood matters, I need to be there when we find out how. Because I remember exactly what it felt like when people made decisions around me in hospitals and conference rooms and labs. I remember smiling for cameras while a company used my body as a victory speech. If there is going to be another version of that, I want my own hands on it from the start. Grace reached across the table and covered my good hand with hers. Then your own hands are on it from the start. Not theirs. Ours. That one word hit somewhere deep and tender in me. Ours. Frank came back in with cold on his coat and said, Truck is ready. If either of you says something sentimental right now, I am revoking daylight privileges. Grace did not even blink. We were discussing Celine. You are both terrible liars. By 1 o'clock, we were rolling down the track from the cabin with chains biting the snow and the ridge falling away behind us. I looked back once through the rear glass. The cabin stood dark among the pines, smoke kept thin, metal rods dull now in daylight. It looked small from the road, too small for everything it had become. Grace followed my gaze and said, We are coming back. I wanted to answer with certainty. Instead, I told the truth. We better. Before we pulled out of the yard, Frank stopped me by the porch post and handed me a pair of heavier gloves from his own kit. They were cracked brown leather, old enough that the palms had gone soft from use. You keep those, he said. I looked at them, then at him. You sure? I do not hand people gear I expect to outlive them. That is almost touching. It is exactly touching. Do not make me improve on it. I pulled the gloves on and flexed my sore hand inside them. They fit better than mine had. Frank watched me the way he watched weather, reading what he could without saying too much. Up close I could see that he had not slept much either. The skin under his eyes had gone darker, and the set of his shoulders had the slight over-control of a man carrying one decision too many. You were serious at the table, he said. About not being moved around. Yes. He nodded once. Good. Hold on to that. Just remember stubborn and stupid are cousins who borrow each other's coats. I will try to distinguish them in the field. You do that. He started toward the truck, then stopped and looked back. For what it is worth, If your mother raised you on her own and still taught you to stand your ground without becoming cruel, she did something rare. The words caught me off guard hard enough that for a second I had no answer. I had talked about my mother to Grace, and Grace had clearly talked to Frank when I was not around. But hearing her enter this frozen mountain through someone else's respect felt like a private room in me being opened gently. She did, I said. Frank dipped his chin. Then let us not waste her work. Chapter 50. Down the old county road. The mountain road had narrowed since our last real supply run. Snow had drifted across the exposed bends, then frozen hard where the shade held it. Frank drove with both hands steady on the wheel and his shoulders loose in the way competent men always looked when they were doing something difficult and did not want the passengers getting ideas about it. Grace sat between us with the map folded on her knee, calling the turns before we reached them, her pencil making small marks in the margins whenever she saw something worth noting. I watched the tree line and the empty cuts between hills. You learned to read absence after the world ended. A road with no tracks on it for miles might be safe or abandoned or bait. A parked truck at the wrong angle might mean panic, breakdown, or dead people inside. The parasite had not made the world uniformly dangerous. It had made it interpretable only to the degree you were willing to distrust everything. 2 miles below the property, we passed the first cluster of infected. There were 6 of them, maybe 7, standing in the snow beside the husk of a plow truck. None moved as we approached. None turned its head. They just faced east toward the valley, their clothes stiff with old weather, their skin pale in that flat, dead way that always reminded me of fish left on ice too long. Grace lowered her voice as if volume mattered through glass. They hear us. Frank nodded once. They are choosing not to react. That is worse. Yes. We rolled past at a crawl. The nearest infected had one hand resting on the plow blade, as if it had been thinking a very slow thought when the world paused it there. As we drew even, a pulse of static snapped across the truck radio face though the unit was switched off. The infected all twitched at once. Not toward us. Toward the dashboard. Frank saw it too. Electrical sensitivity is getting stronger. Grace wrote it down without taking her eyes off them. Passive current response observed at close range. I watched them in the side mirror until the bend swallowed them. It is like they can smell charge now. Frank drove another quarter-mile before saying, maybe they always could. Maybe now they have numbers enough for it to matter. The ranger station sat on a shallow rise where the county road split around an old service loop. In summer it probably would have looked almost friendly, a cedar-sided building with trail signs and a porch where tourists asked simple questions about weather and bears. In winter, abandoned and half-buried in drifts, it looked like a story someone had stopped telling in the middle. Frank killed the engine 200 yards short and let us sit in the silence. No bells, no engines, no voices, just wind moving across the cut bank and the soft metallic ticking of a cooling truck. 3 minutes to observe, he said. Grace checked her watch and stared through binoculars at the building. Front windows intact. One side door open 4 inches. No fresh tracks I can see from here. I scanned the woods beyond the station. There is something near the fuel shed. Frank took the binoculars and focused. Deer carcass. Oh, that is somehow less comforting than if it were a person. Why? Grace asked. Because a person might mean panic. A deer means something sat still long enough to feed. Frank handed the binoculars back. Good answer. We moved in on foot after that. Frank first, me second, Grace covering our rear. The cold tightened everything in my body, especially the injured hand, but movement helped. Snow squeaked under our boots. The porch steps held. The door to the station opened with only a little resistance, and the smell inside was old paper, dust, rodent droppings, and the stale ghost of propane. A taxidermied trout hung crooked over the counter. Brochures still filled a rack by the wall in neat dead rows advertising scenic drives to places now likely crawling with human carrion. I moved through the rooms with my shotgun up and hated how familiar the rhythm had become. Clear left, clear right, storage, office, back room. Grace found the maps first. Topographical county survey, watershed maps, avalanche notes, trail grids. Her voice lifted with real excitement. And hand crank radios. 2. Frank, please tell me that means the universe is done being rude for 5 minutes. It means a ranger believed in batteries failing. I opened a metal cabinet in the rear office and found flares, thermal blankets, iodine tablets, 2 compact first aid kits, and a binder thick with weather reports from the past 5 years. None of it would save the world, but all of it felt like leverage. Then I found the box in the lower drawer. It was just cardboard, the sort of shipping carton that could have held printer paper once. On the side, stamped in faded red, were the words Colorado Emergency Health Response. Inside were 3 sealed folders, each tagged with black marker. Field Isolation Procedures. Neurological Event Response. Transfer Nodes, Front Range. My pulse picked up. Grace. She crossed the room fast and crouched beside me. When she saw the labels, the reporter part of her came alive in her face. These were not meant for public distribution. Frank took the doorway, rifle angled toward the hall. Can that sentence move faster? Grace opened the transfer folder and skimmed the first page, mouth tightening. These are state emergency routing plans. Hospitals, quarantine staging areas, mobile labs, transfer corridors. Here. She ran her finger down a page. Front Range Neurological Research Annex, Colorado Springs. Backup processing for high-value biological events if Denver fails. I looked at her. High-value biological events. That is bureaucratic language for nightmare with a budget. Frank glanced back once. Can it help us? She turned another page. If the place is still intact, it had lab capacity beyond a county hospital. Cold storage. Imaging. Isolation rooms. Blood processing. The list hit me like a sequence of doors opening in the dark. Blood processing. If my blood mattered, that mattered. Grace tucked the folder into her pack. We take all 3. We were almost back to the truck when the first sign of trouble came. Not from the building, but from the ridge above the service loop. A line of birds lifted out of the pines all at once, black against white sky. Then silence followed them downward like a dropped blanket. Frank raised one hand. We stopped. At first I saw nothing. Then one figure stepped from behind a snow-loaded for 30 yards upslope. Then another. Then 3 more farther back. Not infected. Too purposeful. Too balanced. Heavy coats. Weapons. Grace's voice flattened. Human. Into the truck, Frank said. The first shot hit the snow near the porch rail and sent up a powder burst against my boots. Not a warning. A miss. We moved. Frank fired once uphill to break their line of sight. Grace reached the passenger side first and yanked the door open while I climbed in behind her with the maps and radios. Frank hit the driver's seat, cranked the engine, and the diesel answered with a hard, ugly roar that sounded far too loud in the white afternoon. Rounds cracked through the trees behind us. One hit the tailgate. Another punched the rear glass and starred it without fully breaking through. Grace twisted in her seat and fired through the half-open back window. 2 left of the fuel shed. Frank did not ask how she knew. He just dropped the truck into gear and let the chains bite. We fishtailed across the service loop, bounced off the berm, and tore back down the county road while more shots chased us into the bends. No one spoke for the first full minute. The truck smelled of diesel, old vinyl, and adrenaline. Then Frank said, "Those were not scavengers." Grace was already unfolding the transfer folder again, despite the shaking in her hands. No. I looked back through the starred glass at the road vanishing behind us. You think Drex? She did not answer immediately, which was answer enough. We need the clinic, I said. Frank stared at the road. We also need to not die before supper. Grace lifted her eyes from the folder. If the annex papers connect to them, the clinic might connect harder. They were hunting routes, Frank. Not random people. Us. He swore softly under his breath and took the next fork south toward Bell Crossing. The day had just become much more expensive. We stopped once before Bell Crossing at an overlook where the road widened enough for the truck to breathe and the 3 of us to think. Below us the valley opened in layered white and charcoal, road cuts threading through timber, rooflines of dead ranch houses barely visible under snow. In another age it would have been the sort of view people photographed to prove they had seen beauty in person. Now it looked like the planet had put on mourning clothes. Frank kept the engine off and studied the map on the hood, while Grace cross-checked the emergency papers from the ranger station against the hand-drawn notes she had started making in the margins. The annex sits here, she said, tapping a point south and east of our position. Not in the center of the city. More on the edge, near older defense infrastructure and medical overflow zones. Frank frowned. Which means multiple routes in and out. Which is good. Which is also why Drex would like it. I leaned on the hood and watched my breath drift over the paper. If they were staging retrieval teams out of there, they might still be using the same approach roads. Grace looked up. Or they might think this weather has us pinned here and pull resources closer to the city. That is not the sort of gamble I enjoy making with my organs, I said. She almost smiled, then sobered. I know. For a while we just stood around the map with the valley beneath us and the future narrowed to distances, fuel estimates, elevation lines, and bad assumptions. It struck me then that this was how family looked after the end of the world. Not holiday tables or old photographs. 3 people bent over a hood in the cold, deciding which road might let all 3 stay alive. Frank traced one gloved finger along a route that skirted the larger towns. If we go south later, we avoid the interstate as long as possible. Fewer dead cars. Fewer human choke points. Harder travel, but better odds. Grace wrote it down. Secondary route viable if snowpack allows. I looked at the annex papers again. You think there will be anyone decent left there? Frank folded the map a little tighter against the wind. Decent people do not always survive institutions, son. But sometimes they hide in them. We plan for the worst and leave room to be surprised. Grace tucked that sentence away as if she meant to use it later on the page or in life. Then she shut the folder, looked out over the valley, and said quietly, if we can get there and prove your blood does what we think it does, it changes everything. I stared at the winter spread below us. Or it changes the kind of cage. Neither of them argued. That silence was the closest thing to honesty we had. Chapter 51. The Clinic at Bell Crossing. Bell Crossing had been a small town even before the fall, the kind of place that existed more as a cluster of loyalties than a point on a map. One gas station, one church, a feed store, a clinic with 4 exam rooms, and a lab closet hardly bigger than a pantry. I had stopped there once in my old life on the way to a conference in Denver and bought antacids from a cashier who called me sweetheart for no reason. Now the main street wore a crust of wind-driven snow and broken glass, and half the storefronts had dark mouths where the windows used to be. Frank parked behind the clinic instead of in front. The alley was narrow and partially drifted, with a dumpster frozen into place beside the loading steps. The building itself was brick, squat, and old enough to have survived several eras of cheap renovation. One rear window had been boarded from the inside. The metal delivery door stood shut. No obvious movement, Grace said, scanning with the binoculars. No obvious means very little, Frank replied. We went in through the rear anyway because obvious was for people planning to be mourned. The clinic smelled like bleach that had lost the fight months ago. There was still a trace of antiseptic under the colder odors of dust, old paper, and long-settled fear. Someone had tried to keep the place orderly after things went bad. Chairs in the waiting room were stacked. Files in the reception area had been boxed and taped. A handwritten sign on the counter read NO Power. NO Refrigeration, take what you need. Grace stared at it for a second. A decent person worked here to the end. Let us honor them by stealing professionally, Frank said. The lab closet in the back was tiny, but to us it looked like a treasure room. Glass slides, sample tubes, manual pipettes, alcohol swabs, sterile syringes, gauze by the case. 2 portable coolers meant for specimen transport. A hand-powered centrifuge crank unit no bigger than a lunch pail. It was not much compared to a hospital, but compared to our pantry experiments it might as well have been a research campus. I touched the counter where someone had once labeled racks in careful black marker. CBC, serum, culture. The familiarity of it pulled at me in strange ways. I had spent years around medical rooms, but not like this. Not as a man trying to reverse engineer the ruin of civilization with borrowed tools and a cabin stove. Grace handed me a box of sample tubes. You okay? Depends how generous you are with the definition. She looked at the counter, then at me. Hospital memories. Some of them. Her expression softened. Say the word, and we leave with bandages and maps and call it enough. I almost said yes, because yes would have been easier on the nerves. Then I looked at the boxes around us, at the tiny stubborn remains of organized medicine, and thought about the thing on the cabin floor recoiling from my blood like fire had entered it. No, we do it right. Frank found the records room 2 doors down. I have names, dates, and a stack of memos from the county health office, he called. Also, someone in here believed deeply in filing things nobody should ever need. That is every useful person in history, Grace said. She joined him while I packed the lab gear in towels and blankets. Through the wall, I could hear file drawers opening, paper rustling, Grace making small, thoughtful noises as she scanned fast. A few minutes later, she returned holding a stapled packet and looking as if the world had just provided exactly the wrong kind of confirmation. "Drex," she said. I set down the cooler. "How direct?" She handed me the packet. It was a regional response memo from the first outbreak days. Most of it was the expected bureaucratic panic. Isolation advisories, transportation restrictions, language about public order. But halfway down the second page was a line typed in all caps. All Symbicure patients with non-aggressive presentation are to be transferred or reported to designated corporate medical liaisons. Corporate medical liaisons. I laughed once, without humor. They made bounty hunters sound billable. Grace pointed to a handwritten note in the margin. "Look, someone at the clinic had scribbled during a call. They want the immune cases alive. Sent to Front Range Annex, if stable. If not stable, Denver Triage. Not immune exactly, but close enough for the men at the ranger station." Frank stepped into the doorway. "If you two are reading your own arrest warrants, do it while moving. I found freezer packs in the break room, and I would like to be gone before the local dead decide we are educational." We loaded the truck fast after that. On the way out, I stopped in exam room 3 because the door stood half open and something about that bothered me. Inside, winter light filtered through blinds onto a paper-covered table. A child's red mitten lay on the floor near the cabinet. Nothing else. No body. No blood. Just the mitten and the humming memory in my mind of every life that had ended in rooms like this because somebody somewhere promised a cure too loudly. Grace saw me pause. "What is it?" I picked up the mitten and turned it over in my hand. "Just proof there used to be a future in here." She did not answer. Some things were too clear for language. We were halfway back through town when the infected appeared at the far end of Main Street. 10 of them at first, then more stepping out from between abandoned trucks and porch shadows. Not rushing, not stumbling, moving in that awful linked way the mountain packs had begun using, as if each body were taking instruction from something just a fraction of a second ahead of the others. Frank swore. "They are cutting the road." Grace twisted in her seat with the rifle up. "Reverse. No room." The feed store on our right had a service lane running behind it. Frank saw it the same second I did and jerked the truck hard. Chain screamed on ice. We clipped a newspaper box, slid sideways through a drift, and shot into the narrow lane between buildings just as the first infected reached the intersection. One of them turned its head as we passed. Its eyes were cloudy. Its mouth hung partly open. But the movement was wrong. Too precise. Too aware of the vehicle's electrical heart. A spark jumped somewhere under the dashboard. The infected lunged toward the alley mouth all at once. Grace fired through her side window and shattered the feed store sign above them. Timber and old nails rained down, slowing the first wave just enough for Frank to punch through the back lot and out onto the county road beyond. We did not stop again until Bell Crossing was a faded shape behind us and the mountains had begun swallowing the road back into pines. In the silence that followed, I looked at the coolers and glass tubes piled beside me and felt something I had not let myself feel in months. Hope. Not clean hope. Not safe hope. The kind with teeth in it. The kind that demanded movement. Chapter 52. The White Room. We turned the pantry room off the kitchen into a laboratory because the world no longer cared about categories. It had once been a narrow storage space with shelves for dry goods, preserves, lamp oil, and the ugly practical overflow of mountain life. By the end of the next day, it held a scrubbed work table, trays of sterilized glass, the hand centrifuge, labeled sample jars, 3 lanterns positioned for steady light, and a line of blankets pinned over the draftiest wall to help stabilize the temperature. Grace called it the White Room on account of the flour sack cloth we spread over the table and the way the lantern glare made every glass surface look clinical in the dark. Frank called it dangerous nonsense with more steps. He was partly right. The first experiment was simple. Fresh blood from me, drawn under as clean a process as we could manage, applied in measured drops to live parasite tissue scraped from a recently neutralized infected body near the lower trench. We had no fume hood, no proper containment, no refrigeration beyond snow-packed coolers, and no business pretending we were conducting good science. What we had was necessity, 3 stubborn people, and enough care to keep sloppiness from turning into stupidity. Grace tied a strip of cloth over her hair and rolled her sleeves past the forearm. You are pale. I am always pale in lantern light. No. You are tense. Frank stood by the door with the shotgun propped nearby and the expression of a man who would rather be fighting wolves than watching improvised blood work. That is because this would upset any sane person. I sat at the table and held out my arm. Good thing the hiring standards around here collapsed. Grace cleaned the inside of my arm with alcohol and gave me that look she used when she was trying to be calm enough for both of us. You tell me the second you feel off. I will. I mean it. I know. The needle bite was small. The deeper sensation came from memory. Hospital draws. Trial intakes. Lab smiles. Consent forms written as if fear were a footnote. I fixed my eyes on Grace instead of the syringe and let the blood fill the barrel in slow dark red. When she capped the sample tube and labeled it with the date and time, the room went very quiet. Frank finally said, "Now the part where we see whether all this misery earns us anything." The parasite sample in the dish looked like wet pale thread suspended in pink fluid. Under the magnifier lens it seemed to shiver in place. Not with life exactly, but with some awful imitation of it. Grace steadied her hand, used the pipette, and let a single measured drop of my blood fall into the dish. The reaction began in seconds. The thread recoiled. Not away, because there was nowhere to go. And on itself, the outer filaments tightened and darkened, curling like burned hair. Small bubbles rose in the fluid. Under magnification, the change looked violent and intimate at once, as if the blood was forcing the organism to recognize a law it had tried to outgrow. Grace sucked in a breath. "Frank, I see it." I leaned closer despite myself. "Do another." She did. The collapse spread faster this time, where the first reaction had already weakened the tissue. Within 20 seconds, half the sample had gone slack and gray. Frank let out a low whistle. "That is more than irritation. It is destabilization," Grace said. Her voice trembled, but not with fear. "It is direct destabilization of active parasite material. We ran the test again with diluted blood. We ran it with saline. We ran it with a fresh sample taken from the second dish. The effect held strongest in undiluted blood, weaker with time, weaker after clotting, weak to almost useless once the sample sat too long outside the body. By the 4th round, I felt lightheaded enough that Frank ended the session by pure command voice. That is enough bleeding for one afternoon. Sit down before I do it for you." I sat because the chair was nearer than my pride. Grace set down the pipette and began writing in the notebook with fast, hard strokes. Fresh whole blood highly reactive. Serum likely contains the operative factor, but timing matters. Effect decreases rapidly outside host. We need separation equipment. Cooling. Controlled storage. Comparative analysis. Frank snorted. We need an actual lab. The room quieted around that sentence. It was the sentence beneath all the others. The one we had been circling since the clinic. We kept going after dark because stopping would have felt like cowardice disguised as rest. Frank took the first shift in the white room with us and, after enough grumbling to satisfy his principles, proved unexpectedly useful. His hands were steadier than either Grace or I expected when he held the lantern at the proper angle, and his patience for repeated procedure turned out to be almost military in its precision. "Again," Grace said after the 6th timed sample. Frank squinted at the notebook. "Your handwriting is deteriorating. So is civilization. Stay focused." I could not help smiling a little. "You two are becoming a very strange research department." "We are a grant proposal from hell," Grace said. "This round we tested clotting delay. Fresh blood in one dish. Blood allowed to sit 3 minutes in another. Blood mixed immediately with saline in a third. Under the magnifier, the differences showed clearly enough that even Frank saw them without translation. Fresh contact produced the sharpest collapse. Delayed blood still hurt the parasite, but less decisively. Diluted blood made it twitch and darken without fully failing. Grace wrote while she spoke. which was how she often thought best. The active factor is unstable after collection. That means field use might help in direct exposure, but scaling treatment without controlled processing would be almost impossible. Frank set the lantern down. Plain language. If Trey cuts his hand in a fight, that matters. If we try to collect buckets and cure the world out of a cooler, that does not. That, Frank said, I understand. I sat back against the wall, suddenly more tired than the hour justified. So we have proof, and no way to turn proof into medicine. Grace looked at me over the notebook. We have proof and a direction. Those are not the same as nothing. No. But they are not the same as enough either. For a second the room held the old silence that often followed whenever my body became the center of the conversation. Then Frank surprised me again. When I was young, he said, I thought enough was something you either had or did not. Ammunition, men, time, clean exits. Later I learned enough is often what you make count under pressure. Ugly, partial, inadequate enough. That is what most survival is. Grace smiled faintly. That is almost inspiring. Do not repeat it. I have a reputation. She capped the pen and studied the dishes. There is one more variable I want to test tomorrow. Frank groaned on principle. There had better not be a version of this that requires him to bleed into a bucket. No. Temperature stability. Snowpack cold versus room temperature. I looked at the sample jars packed around the cooler. If cold buys us time, even a little, that matters on the road. Exactly. Frank gave a reluctant nod. Then tomorrow we test cold. He started for the door, then stopped with one hand on the frame. And Trey, yeah. If anybody at that annex starts talking around you instead of to you, I will remove the issue. I blinked at him. The issue being, depends on who annoys me first. After he left, Grace laughed softly under her breath, but there was feeling under it. He means it. I know. She came around the table and stood between my knees, one hand resting lightly at the back of my neck. So do I. The lantern behind her threw a low gold edge around her hair. Outside, wind moved against the walls in a long, slow hush. I put my hands at her waist and let myself stay there in the one place the future stopped feeling abstract. We should sleep, I said. Yes. Neither of us moved right away. Grace turned a few pages back in the transfer folder we had taken from the ranger station. The Front Range Annex was designed for neurological event containment and blood processing backup. That language appears 3 times. It had corporate liaison access during the first outbreak days, which means Drex either used it or tried to. And if they used it, I said, there may still be data there. Or men, Frank replied. Also men, Grace said. He looked at the dish where the parasite had collapsed under my blood. I do not like the idea of carrying you toward the place the enemy expects to handle you. I rubbed my face with my good hand. I do not like the idea either. Then say no. I met his eyes. Can you? The answer lived between us for a long few seconds. Frank was not a man who lied to comfort himself. He could choose not to say something. He could growl around it. He could set it aside until action required it. But once the truth stood in a room with him, he did not dress it up. No, he said at last. Grace closed the folder gently. Neither can I. That evening we ate in the kitchen while snow began again outside, lighter this time, almost delicate. The cabin smelled of stew and lamp oil and antiseptic from the white room. It was one of the strangest combinations of home and mission I had ever known. Frank chewed in silence for a while, then said, if we go to this annex, we do not go blind. We learn approaches, elevation, choke points, likely fuel access. We learn what shape the city below it is in. And we do not move until weather gives us a chance worth taking. Grace nodded. Agreed. I watched the steam rise from my mug. If we get there and they try to put me back under glass, I am not doing it. Grace's spoon stopped halfway to her mouth. Frank looked at me steadily. Understood. No, I mean it. I know we need equipment. I know we need answers. But I am not trading one cage for a cleaner cage because the world is desperate. Grace set the spoon down. You will not have to. I looked at her. She held my gaze without flinching. We are not delivering you to anyone, Trey. We are going with you, beside you, armed, and with our own terms. If those terms fail, we leave, or we burn the place down on the way out. I am flexible on the order. Something fierce and grateful moved through me so suddenly it was almost pain. Frank took another bite of stew. I appreciate how quickly you escalate. It is one of my charms. It is one of your family traits, he said, and for the first time that day a small smile touched his face. Later, when Frank took first watch, Grace and I stayed in the white room cleaning glass and repacking the samples into snow around the coolers. The lantern light turned her hair copper at the edges. She moved carefully, tired but still precise. Do you regret getting in my car? I asked. She kept her eyes on the tray she was drying. No, even with all of this. She set the tray down and faced me. Trey, all of this started before I got in your car. What I chose that day was not danger. Danger was already everywhere. I chose who I wanted to face it with. I tried to answer and failed because the truth in her voice left no room for performance. She stepped closer and touched the edge of the bandage at my hand. I know what you are afraid of. Do you? Yes. You are afraid that if your blood can hurt this thing, people will stop seeing you and start seeing only what they can take from you. She paused. I am afraid of that too. The cabin creaked softly in the cold. Somewhere below the ridge, one of the distant bell lines gave a faint note and stopped. Grace slid her hand up my wrist. But I see you. I kissed her because anything less honest would have been an insult. Chapter 53. The Men in the Pines. Frank spotted them before dawn 3 days later. He woke us without raising his voice, which was always how I knew the danger was human. The infected required speed. Men required thought. Grace and I came down from the loft half-dressed in wool and boots, carrying weapons and the half-formed disorientation of sleep. Frank stood by the slit at the west window and handed me the binoculars. There, he said. At first all I saw was tree and snow and the faint blue-gray of early morning settling across the lower draw. Then a patch of white shifted where the white should not have shifted. Camouflage. Another shape moved farther right. Then another near the old stump line. 3 men at least. Maybe 4. Watching the cabin. Grace swore under her breath. Same posture as the ranger station team. Frank nodded. Patient. Disciplined. Spread correctly. They did not wander up here hoping for canned beans. My mouth went dry. Drex. Likely. Grace already had the notebook open, because even fear did not stop that reflex in her. What do we do? Frank's answer came without hesitation. We do not let them fix the house as a target. We move first. An hour later we were outside in white camouflage sheets cut from old tarp liners, circling below the ridge while dawn thickened around us. Frank led the movement through a shallow drainage that kept the cabin out of sight and the pines close enough to break our shapes. The cold had a knife edge to it. My lungs burned. My bandaged hand itched under the glove. We found the first man near the west rise, tucked behind a fallen trunk with a scoped rifle and a set of compact binoculars. He never saw Frank. One moment he was studying the cabin. The next Frank had the knife at his throat and the rifle turned aside. Quiet, Frank said. The man froze. Grace and I covered the slope while Frank dragged him back behind the log and stripped the radio from his vest. The patch on his sleeve had been removed, but the stitching mark remained. Corporate neatness. Tactical vanity. Frank leaned close enough to make the whisper count. How many? The man did not answer. Frank pressed the blade a little harder. You look like a professional. Professionals know odds. Yours are poor. The man swallowed. 4. Objective. Silence again. Frank glanced at me. Your call. The words hit with ugly force because I knew what he meant. Not whether Frank could do violence. He obviously could. Whether I was willing to stand in this moment and let another living man be cut for the sake of answers. The old me would have said there was always another way. The world had spent months removing that sentence from circulation. I crouched and met the man's eyes. They were younger than I expected. Tired. Cold. Not monstrous. Which was worse? Objective, I said. He stared at me. Then recognition flickered. You are him. I am asking one more time. Something in my voice must have convinced him that he no longer had an audience to play to. Capture if viable. Confirm blood response if possible. Kill the older male if he resists. Grace's breath went sharp behind me. I kept my face still. Who sent you? Recovery Division. Front Range Annex. There it was again. The same place from the folders. The same place threading itself through every road ahead. Frank took the man's radio, sidearm, and a folded packet from inside his coat. Then he hit him hard behind the ear with the pistol grip and lowered him unconscious into the snow. We are moving. We did not get to move far before the second team member found our spoor. The first sign was a shot cracking through the trees and splintering bark off a trunk inches from Grace's shoulder. She dropped behind a stump and rolled clean, answering with 2 controlled shots downhill. Frank shoved me left with one hard hand, and we broke into separate cover positions like the drills he had beaten into us were a language older than speech. Men fought differently from the infected. The infected surged. Men angled. Men pinned. Men tried to guess fear and turn it into shape. The third and fourth hunters tried to fold on our flanks. Frank saw the one on the right and dropped him with a single shot through the chest before the man even got settled behind cover. I saw the other late, moving fast between trees with a compact rifle up. He was closing on Grace. I fired first and missed wide, chewing snow and bark. He pivoted toward my muzzle flash. That gave Grace her half-second. She rose from behind the stump with the rifle braced and fired once. The man spun, staggered, and fell hard on his side. The slope went silent except for drifting powder and the echo rolling off the ridge. Frank moved first, because of course he did, checking bodies, clearing weapons, scanning for a fifth angle. I followed more slowly and stopped near the man Grace had shot. He was still alive. Barely. Blood spread dark through the front of his winter coat. His hand twitched once toward his weapon, then failed halfway there. He looked up at me with the bewildered fury of a man who had not imagined his day ending under pine branches on somebody else's mountain. I had never killed a living person up close enough to watch the certainty leave their eyes. I had killed infected. I had killed things wearing people badly. This was different. The difference mattered even though the world kept trying to argue it down. He coughed and said, "They told us you were half-turned." "No," I said. His mouth tightened in what might have been pain or contempt. "Maybe you should be." Then he died. Frank came up beside me and took one look at my face. "Do not do this out here." "Do what?" "Fall apart where snipers can still have opinions." Grace touched my arm. "Trey." I swallowed hard enough to hurt. "I am here." We stripped the bodies quickly after that. Maps. Radios. 2 sealed syringes in padded cases. Collection tubes. Restraint cuffs. And inside the packet Frank had taken from the first man, a typed directive with my name on it. Subject: Collins, Trey. Priority: retrieval. Live if practical. Biological degradation response to be confirmed and scaled at Front Range Neurological Research Annex. There was a second line beneath it. Associated female media asset, non-essential. Grace read that line over my shoulder and went very still. Frank read the one below it. Associated male, former military. Terminate if required. The snow around us suddenly felt meaner. Frank folded the directive with slow, deliberate care and tucked it into his pocket. Well, that is clarifying. We dragged the bodies to a depression below the rise and covered them with snow and cut branches. Not out of mercy, out of discipline. The infected would find them eventually if the weather did not. There was no good burial for men who came to put cuffs on hope. There was only management. Back at the cabin, Grace slammed the door harder than necessary and paced the kitchen like a caged animal who had discovered she still had teeth. Media asset. Non-essential. Frank began cleaning weapons at the table. "I did notice your displeasure. Trey gets a name because he is useful, and I get a label because I held a microphone once. You also get to remain alive in the present tense," he said. "That is the relevant category." She stopped pacing and looked at me. "Are you okay?" I thought of the man under the pine and the stupid human confusion in his face as his life closed. No. Her anger vanished at once. She crossed the room and put both hands on my coat. "Come sit." I let her guide me because at that moment I did not trust my legs to feel like mine. Frank said nothing for a long time while he worked the cleaning cloth through the rifle barrel. Then, finally, he looked up. "There is no clean version of this, son." The word son landed quietly. "I know," I said. "Knowing is not the same as surviving it." Grace squeezed my shoulder once. "Then we survive it together." Outside, the mountain kept its own counsel. But the line had shifted. Drex had stopped searching. Now they were reaching. Chapter 54. Ashes and Warmth. The day after the fight with the Drex team passed in a strange double rhythm. Every practical task seemed brighter-edged than usual, as if my nerves had moved closer to the surface and decided to stay there. I split wood until my shoulders burned. Frank checked the western approach twice, then 3 times. Grace inventoried the seized gear and wrote notes with such hard pressure that the pencil point snapped twice. We were all busy in the way people got busy when stillness threatened to make them think too clearly. By late afternoon, the sky had gone clean and colorless, one of those mountain evenings where the light turned almost silver before dusk. Frank took the dogleg trail below the ridge to reset 2 of the bell lines the Drex men had nearly stepped through. Grace found me by the woodpile with a mug of broth and that unreadable look she wore when the reporter, the survivor, and the woman I loved were all trying to decide who spoke first. "You have been avoiding indoors," she said. "I noticed. Do you want me to leave you alone?" "No." She handed me the broth. I drank because she had gone to the trouble, and because saying no to care had become harder around her than saying yes. We stood there side by side for a minute listening to the small, dry sounds of evening in winter, branches shifting, snow settling, a crow somewhere lower in the valley making itself unpopular. Finally I said, "I keep seeing his face." Grace did not ask whose. She just leaned one hip against the chopping block and waited. "He was trying to kill us," I said. "I know that. I know why we shot. I know if he had reached you first or Frank first, I would not be standing here having a moral crisis over his employment choices. But I still keep seeing the moment after, when he looked at me and realized I was real." Grace's breath left slowly. "That is because you are still a decent man. I do not know if decency is useful anymore. It is the only reason any of this matters." I laughed once, tired and bitter. "That sounds like something you practiced for a camera." "It does, which is annoying, because this time I mean it." She took a step closer. "Trey, the problem is not that it hurts you to kill a man. The problem would be if it stopped hurting." I looked down into the broth, steam fading into the cold. "Frank seems built for it." "No." The answer came from behind us. Frank walked up the path with a coil of wire over one shoulder and snow powdered along the knees of his pants. "Frank seems trained for it." "That is not the same thing." He set the wire down and stood opposite us in the fading light. For a while none of us spoke. Frank was not a man who loved confession. When words came from him in moments like this, they came because he had decided silence would do harm. "I killed men overseas," he said. "Some I had to. Some maybe I did not if you give the argument to God in enough time. The first one stayed with me a year. The 5th stayed with me in pieces. The ones after that mixed together in ways I still do not enjoy sorting out." He met my eyes. What kept me human was not pretending it was fine. What kept me human was remembering it was not. The cold seemed to recede a little around those words. Grace looked at her uncle the way she sometimes did when the harder parts of him opened just enough to show the architecture beneath. "You never told me that. You were young. I am not young now." "No," he said, with something almost like pride. "You are not." We ate supper close together that night because distance felt stupid after the day we had just lived through. Frank even permitted half a glass of the bourbon he had been saving for impossible occasions, which apparently now included not getting captured by pharmaceutical mercenaries. The liquor burned on the way down and settled warm under the ribs. Grace laughed once at something Frank said about city people and snow chains, and the sound moved through the cabin like a small proof that fear had not purchased every room. Later, after Frank took his place in the chair by the stove and waved us upstairs with all the subtlety of a man pushing survivors toward tenderness for their own good, Grace and I climbed to the loft. The lantern burned low. Snowlight through the cracks made the rafters look touched with blue. Grace sat on the edge of the bed and untied her hair. "He is giving us privacy on purpose." "I know. It is almost aggressive. That is his love language." She smiled. Then the smile faded into something softer. "Come here." I sat beside her. For a moment neither of us spoke. Her fingers moved to my face, tracing the line of my jaw as if reminding herself I was still solid, still present, not another person the world had almost taken. I covered her hand with mine. "I do not want to lose what this is becoming," I said quietly. "You will not lose it by saying it." I looked at her, at the woman who had stepped into my car in a short skirt with a gun hidden under a blanket and somehow become the center of the only future I could still imagine. "I love you." The words left my mouth and changed the air. Grace closed her eyes briefly, as if she had been holding her own answer so tightly it hurt. When she opened them again, they were bright. "I love you too." There was no performance in it. No dramatic pause. No cleverness. Just truth arriving where it had been headed for a long time. When she kissed me, it was slow at first, almost reverent. Then less careful. Then honest in a different way. Outside, the mountain kept freezing and darkening and listening for the next storm. Inside that loft, we chose each other with all the urgency of people who understood the cost of delay. Her hands were warm. Her breath caught when I touched her. We moved under blankets and lantern shadow, and the old beams above us held the sound of us like a shelter. Afterward, she lay with her head on my chest and one knee over my leg while my heartbeat tried to remember a civilized speed. The cabin below creaked. The stove settled. Somewhere Frank coughed once and turned a page in whatever ancient paperback he was pretending to read while guarding our happiness with a shotgun. Grace traced circles against my skin. If we go to the annex and it is terrible, we leave. We leave. If they try to separate us, we do not let them. We do not let them. If this becomes bigger than the three of us, bigger than the cabin, bigger than anything we can carry, I still need you to remember something. What? She lifted herself enough to look at me. You are not a cure before you are a person. The sentence nearly undid me. I touched her hair, her cheek, the place at the side of her throat where life moved under skin. Same goes for you. You are not a witness before you are mine. Her smile was small and stunned and terribly beautiful. That is dangerously romantic for a man who spent the afternoon sawing firewood in silence. I contain multitudes. That line was already used in this cabin. I am reclaiming it. She kissed me again, laughing softly into it. Then we settled under the quilts while the cold leaned at the roof and the world beyond the walls remained impossible. For one night at least, impossible did not win. Morning found us reluctant to move, not because the world had improved overnight, but because for a few hours in the loft it had narrowed to something human enough to hold. Grace lay curled into me under the quilts, hair across my shoulder, breath warm against my chest. The thin light slipping through the cracks painted the rafters in pearl gray. Below us I could hear Frank moving quietly around the kitchen, performing the deliberate courtesy of a man pretending not to know exactly why the younger people were slower than usual. Grace opened her eyes and smiled without lifting her head. We should probably face civilization. There is a bold use of the word. Cabin-adjacent civilization, then. I brushed a loose strand of hair back from her face. How are you this calm? I am not calm. I am happy for 5 minutes and choosing not to insult it. She studied me. How are you? I considered the question honestly. The Drex hunters were still dead below the rise. The infected still watched the property. The annex still waited somewhere south under all its implied teeth. Nothing fundamental had become easier. And yet, better than yesterday. She accepted that as the serious answer it was. That is enough for the morning. When we finally climbed down, Frank had coffee stretched with roasted chicory and a skillet of potatoes crisping in bacon fat. He did not look up right away, which was his version of kindness. Your timing is appalling, he said. I already considered eating both portions. Grace slid into her chair with a composure so deliberate it almost counted as comedy. You would not do that. I have lived a complex life. I sat beside her and took the mug he pushed my way. The coffee substitute was terrible in a manner that had become almost comforting. We ate while dawn widened over the snow outside, and for 10 minutes the cabin felt less like a fortress than a home assembled out of stubborn habit. Frank finally glanced at us over the rim of his mug. You two look less haunted than yesterday. Grace reached for the salt. A ringing endorsement. It will have to do. He pointed his fork at me. Hold on to that look while you can. Storm is coming. The sentence settled over the table and turned the moment from warm to precious. Not ruined. Just clarified. That, I realized, was the real shape of our life now. Joy did not remove danger. It made danger more expensive. Chapter 55. Static Days. The weather warning came over the hand-crank radio 2 mornings later in a burst of static so harsh it made Grace wince away from the speaker. Pressure front building over Central Range. Electrical storm potential unusually high for season. Repeated atmospheric discharge likely at elevation. Then the signal dissolved into hiss. Frank turned the crank once more and shut the unit off. That is all the poetry I needed. Grace wrote the essentials into the notebook. Storm front. High elevation discharge. Repeated. She looked up. Repeated is the ugly word there. It usually is, I said. By then the infected below the ridge had changed again. They were no longer just lingering at the creek and in the pines. They were spreading into positions. We had begun seeing pairs at the old fence line, then clusters near the lower shed, then isolated figures standing at odd intervals along the draws, as if spacing themselves according to a pattern only the parasite could feel. It was not a siege in the human sense. They had no tents, no fires, no spoken command. But the effect was the same. The mountain around us felt occupied. Frank responded the way Frank responded to anything ugly, with labor. We spent the next day reinforcing every position on the property that could matter in the first 10 minutes of an attack. New brace timbers on the mudroom door. Snow packed tight against the outer north wall to reduce splinter risk. More fallback ammunition under the side table. 2 additional trenches cut across the narrowest approach, then covered lightly to break the momentum of a rush. Every task carried the smell of sap, cold iron, and sweat trapped under layers of wool. Grace helped with all of it, though she also kept detouring toward analysis. At midday she stopped in the yard, cheeks red with cold, and looked down the slope where 6 infected stood in a ragged line between the trees. They are closer during daylight now, she said. I set the shovel down. I noticed. No, I mean watch them. I followed her gaze. For a long few seconds nothing happened. Then one figure lifted its head. A second later, all 6 did the same. Not because we had moved. Because the truck battery on the bench charger inside the shed had just clicked under load. We could not hear that click from the yard. They could. My skin tightened. Jesus. Grace wrote with numb fingers. Artificial current detection through enclosure and over distance. Frank came around the shed carrying a box of nails. Say it in plain language. They are getting better at hearing electricity than we are at hiding it. That is plain enough. The rest of the afternoon acquired a terrible urgency. Frank disconnected anything that could be disconnected. We moved metal tools away from the grounded rods. We wrapped the backup battery in blankets and packed it deeper into the cold room. None of it felt sufficient. We were not solving a problem anymore. We were negotiating with its appetite. Near dusk, I took the western watch while Grace cooked and Frank repaired the line shack door. The sky had that strange washed-out brightness that often came before hard weather, as if the clouds were gathering their force out of sight and sending only a warning ahead. The infected below the ridge stood unnaturally still. Grace brought me a mug of stew and stayed at the window instead of going back to the stove. You are thinking too loudly. I did not know that was audible. It is with you. I took the mug, but kept my eyes on the tree line. I was thinking that if we are right about the annex, and if we can get there, and if the roads are not a complete graveyard, and if Drex has not turned the place into a trap, then maybe there is still a version of this where we do more than survive. She leaned one shoulder against the frame. That is a lot of if for one sentence. I know. What was the louder thought under it? I exhaled. She was unfair that way. Precise. That if we are wrong. I brought you to a mountain to be hunted by dead things and men in company coats for absolutely no payoff. Grace turned fully toward me. You did not bring me. I came. I stayed. I am still here. Stop trying to carry every choice in this room as if the rest of us are decorative. The rebuke should have stung. Instead, it felt like relief. I looked at her, the steam from the stew rising between us. I am not good at shared weight. That is obvious. Thanks. I say it with devotion. That pulled a tired smile out of me. She smiled back, then grew serious again. Listen to me. Whatever happens in the next storm, whatever happens after, I am not here because I think you can save the world by yourself. I am here because I think if anyone has a chance to make a difference, it will be 3 people who know exactly what they are protecting. Below us a branch snapped. We both turned. 2 infected had moved up from the lower draw without either of us seeing the start of it. They stood just beyond the outer trench, facing the cabin. Their mouths hung slightly open. Their clothes were caked with old sleet and dirt. One had enough of a face left that I could tell she had once been a middle-aged woman. The other was younger, maybe not even 30 when he died. Neither advanced. They just watched the wall where behind timber and stone the stove gave off faint heat, and hidden metal held hidden charge. Frank came in from the side door, saw them through the slit, and said, "No shooting unless they test the trench. Let us see whether they are waiting for the sky." The answer came after midnight. The first lightning pulse did not even strike nearby. It flashed far off over the southern ridge, too distant for thunder to hit at the same instant. But the two infected by the trench reacted as if someone had driven hooks into them and jerked upward. Their heads snapped toward the sky. Their bodies went rigid for a full breath. Then they turned in perfect unison toward the cabin. Grace had the notebook in her lap before the thunder arrived. Baseline response at remote discharge. Frank checked the clock. Get some rest in rotations while you still can. Tomorrow night will be uglier. He was right. That night Frank took first watch on the porch side, and I joined him for the second, more because neither of us was fooling anyone about sleep than because the schedule required it. The storm had not broken yet, but the air outside held the taste of metal. We stood in coats and gloves by the narrow opening near the west wall, lantern turned low behind us. The mountains spread below in dark layered silence. After a while Frank said, "You have started looking at roads the way old men look at weather. That sounds bad. It is useful. It means you are beginning to understand that survival is mostly movement at the right moment." I rested the shotgun against my shoulder and watched a pale shape far below shift between trees. "You think we stayed here too long?" "No. I think this place bought us exactly what it was meant to buy. Time. Skill. Each other." He adjusted the wool scarf at his throat. "But every shelter eventually becomes a question. The only choice is whether you answer before or after it traps you." The thought stayed with me. Did you know my mother never once told me life would be fair? Frank glanced at me. Smart woman. She told me most people make peace with fantasy because reality demands maintenance. He laughed once, quiet enough not to carry. I like her. You would have argued all the time. That is how some people show respect. We went silent again for a minute. Then he said, "You love Grace." It was not a question. "Yes." "You say it." "Yes." "Good." I waited, knowing there was more. He kept his eyes on the tree line. "Then hear me clearly. If the trip south goes bad and choices get made fast, do not sacrifice yourself cheaply because it sounds noble in your head. She does not need a martyr. She needs a man who stays difficult to kill." The words hit with the blunt wisdom only Frank could manage. "You planning to tell her the same thing about me?" "I have been telling her versions of it for weeks. She is stubborn enough that I may need diagrams." I smiled despite the knot in my chest. "Frank." "What?" "Thank you." He shifted his weight, uncomfortable with gratitude, as always. "You can thank me by hitting what you shoot at tomorrow." Reassuring as ever. "Sleep when your turn ends." I did not sleep much, but the talk stayed with me into the next day like heat carried in the body after you stepped away from a fire. By morning the storm had become the central fact of the sky. Chapter 56. The Long Flash. The worst of it reached us after sunset. All day the air had felt wrong. Fine static lifted the hair on my arms when I passed near the stove. The metal latch on the pantry door bit my fingers twice with tiny blue snaps. The clouds stacked over the mountains in layered dark shelves, not racing but arriving with patient authority. Even the infected seemed to know something was coming. They gathered early, visible now from three sides of the cabin, scattered through the trees and along the creek line, like punctuation waiting for a sentence to finish. We ate before dark because afterward there would be no time worth the name. Frank made us run the defense plan aloud from every position. Mudroom hold. Front window crossfire. Side hatch fallback. Interior brace pulls. White room last retreat if the main room failed. Grace repeated each step until the order of it lived in my bones. Outside, thunder moved closer by degrees. At 8:42 the first close strike hit the western ridge. Light flooded through the shutter seams. Every nail head in the walls seemed to flash. The infected below froze. Not twitched. Not hesitated. Froze. Hundreds of them, wherever we could see through the gaps, locked in place at once for the length of 2 heartbeats. Then motion returned in a violent wave, and the first line charged uphill. "Positions," Frank snapped. We moved. The cabin became a machine made of fear, training, and timber. Grace at the front slit with the rifle. Me covering the mudroom and west angle. Frank taking the side approach where the trench and hatch gave us the best chance to thin them before they reached the walls. The first bodies hit the lower rails less than a minute after the strike. Wood cracked. Bells rang in frantic metallic bursts. Snow kicked up in silver sprays around the charging figures. They came faster than in the last storm. That was the first terrible difference. The second was that they kept pulsing with the sky. Every near discharge stalled them for an instant. But when movement returned, it returned harder, as if the same force that interrupted them also sharpened their signal. The result was unnatural to watch. Rush. Lock. Rush again. Like 1,000 broken marionettes, all sharing one cruel puppeteer. Grace fired and worked the bolt with cold efficiency. Frank's rifle answered from the side hatch. I dropped the first infected through the mudroom slit when it tried to clear the trench on a snapped ankle and still kept coming. Another hit the outer wall hard enough to shake dust from the rafters. More west. Grace shouted. I see them. I did. 3 figures angling for the cracked seam by the old window lattice. I shifted, fired, and missed one clean. It hit the wall shoulder first and clawed for purchase between the planks. Grace pivoted and took it through the temple before it could drag itself higher. The storm rolled over us in full then. Thunder no longer followed lightning. It lived with it. The whole ridge shook under sound and charge. Blue light crawled briefly across the porch rod outside, then jumped to the gutter spike with a noise like frying bone. The infected answered by surging from every visible line at once. They are all in now, Frank yelled from the side room. He was right. The waiting was over. This was commitment. The first breach came at the side hatch where we had repaired too much and too recently. The new timber held the first impacts, then splintered under the sixth. One infected came through on its knees under broken boards, jaw working, hands black with frozen dirt. Frank shot at point blank, but another fell over the first and another over that. Dead weight became ramped the same way it had before. I ran to him and shoved the brace pole into place while Grace fired past my shoulder into the gap. An arm shot through before the pole seated and caught my sleeve. Its grip was inhumanly strong. I slammed the butt of the shotgun down on the wrist. Bones gave. The grip did not. Frank drove his knife through the forearm, pinned it to the frame, and the hand finally opened. Back, he barked. We fell 2 steps into the room as the next impact hit. Lightning crashed directly outside. Every infected visible through the shattered hatch locked at once. This time the freeze lasted longer. 3 full heartbeats. Long enough for me to see details I should not have been able to see in motion. A woman's hair plastered with sleet to one dead cheek. Filaments pulsing under a torn throat. A man halfway over the trench with one boot still hung on a spike and no sign that pain meant anything to him. Then the pulse passed, and they all jerked back into life. Did you see that? Grace shouted. Yes, I said, though no one could have meant only me. Frank fired into the opening. Notice later. The front window lattice failed 5 minutes after that. Not completely, but enough. A board snapped loose, a pane broke inward, and one infected shoved its head and shoulder through the gap, straining for the room. Grace fired too close for comfort. Blood and glass sprayed across the table. The body sagged half in and half out, plugging the opening just long enough for 2 more to slam into it from behind. I crossed to help her, and that was when the second breach came from the mudroom. The outer frame gave with a sound like a tree cracking in ice. A body pitched through low and fast. I turned, fired from the hip, and the blast took it in the chest, but not hard enough to stop the forward momentum. It hit me anyway. We went down together on the floorboards in a spill of sleet, rot stink, and flailing limbs. Its teeth snapped inches from my face. I got my forearm across its throat. My bad hand slipped on the blood-slick floor. It clawed at my coat, tore through wool, and raked skin along my wrist above the old bandage. Hot pain flashed up my arm. Then my fresh blood hit its mouth. The reaction was immediate and violent. The parasite under its skin convulsed. Pale lines along the jaw drew inward, as if a match had been touched to them from beneath. Black saliva frothed. The thing made that signal-crammed shriek we had heard only during the storm resets, and jerked sideways off me, as if the contact itself had become unbearable. Grace was there a second later with the hatchet. One strike. Then another. The body went still. Trey, I am up. I was not up yet, but I got there because the alternative had no future in it. Frank saw the blood on my wrist and swore. Wrap it. No time. There is always time to avoid bleeding out. But even as he snapped the words, all 3 of us saw the smear of my blood across the fallen infected's face. The skin there had already begun to discolor in a way the rest had not. Gray collapse radiated from the contact points faster than it had in the earlier cabin fight. Grace's eyes widened. More exposure. Larger effect. Frank looked at her as if science had arrived personally to insult him. Outstanding. Save the lecture. Another strike hit nearby. The cabin flashed white. Every infected outside froze again. This time I was watching for it. Not just the bodies. The filaments under the torn skin. The subtle trembling in the limbs. The complete, impossible lock when the sky discharged hard enough. Frank, I said. He kept firing through the front gap. Busy. They are not just pausing. Grace understood before he did. The charge is interrupting the control pattern. Grace. I know, still busy. The rush eased after that. Not because the infected had chosen to stop, but because the storm shifted half a mile east and dragged their attention with it toward the lower rods and the line shack. The bells down there began ringing in frantic broken bursts. We used the breathing room to jam furniture against the mudroom frame, reseat the side brace, and wrap my wrist with a pressure bandage that turned pink at the edges almost immediately. Then came the final flash. It hit somewhere below the cabin, not above. Close enough that the whole house leapt under us. A blue corona lit the inside edges of the shutters. The smell of ozone punched through wood and old smoke and blood. On the slope beyond the windows, every infected in sight locked so hard they looked sculpted. Several simply fell over where they stood. The paralysis held long enough for silence to exist. No bells, no impacts, no movement at all. When motion returned, it was slower. Not gone, not ended, but degraded. Frank lowered the rifle by an inch. Well, Grace was already reaching for the notebook with shaking fingers. Longer freeze after stronger localized strike. Post-strike movement reduced. Trey, tell me you saw that. I saw it. And the ones that dropped. I saw those too. Frank looked from one of us to the other, and then toward the mountain outside, where shapes were beginning to move again in the wet blue dark. I hate when the two of you get hopeful in the middle of catastrophe. It is the only sensible time, Grace said. The storm limped east after midnight. Not gone, but no longer centered on us. The infected dispersed downward in ragged streams, drawn toward residual charge and whatever internal command the parasite had left them. We did not sleep. We cleaned blood from the floor, reloaded, checked each line, and counted what had changed. By dawn the answer was simple enough to break your heart. The cabin still stood, but the mountain below, it was fuller than ever. Hundreds more infected waited along the creek and under the pines, enough now that from the upper window, they looked like standing ash scattered through the trees. The storm had not frightened them away. It had educated them. Grace stood beside me at the window with the notebook open to a fresh page. Her handwriting shook only once. Fresh blood response confirmed again. High-energy lightning produces full swarm interrupt. Cabin no longer viable for long-term hold. Frank read the lines and nodded once. That is the truth of it. I looked from the page to the valley and then to the folder from the Drex team lying on the table behind us. Front Range Neurological Research Annex, Colorado Springs. Capture directives. Blood scaling. Every road ahead full of traps and possibility in equal measure. Grace closed the notebook and slipped her hand into mine, careful of the bandage. When the weather breaks, she said, we go. Frank rested the rifle against his shoulder and looked out over the occupied mountain as if memorizing every path he would soon have to cut through it. Then we spend the next days getting ready to survive the trip. I stood between them in the thin dawn, sore, exhausted, and more certain than I wanted to be. The cabin had given us winter, shelter, truth, and a version of family I had thought died with the old world. Now it was giving us one final thing, a reason to leave. Chapter 57. The Last Fire on the Ridge. The weather broke 2 days later with no ceremony at all. The clouds thinned near dawn. The snowlight over the ridge went from lead gray to pale silver, and the mountain finally showed us a sky that did not look eager to kill us. You would think that kind of morning would have felt like mercy. It did not. It felt like a deadline. Frank had us moving before the stove iron even got properly warm. Eat now, he said, setting a pan on the table. Talk while you work. By noon we are no longer people who live here. Grace looked at him over the rim of her mug. You do have a rare gift for saying heartbreaking things like a maintenance instruction. I have found that heartbreak improves when paired with breakfast. He slid me a plate loaded with venison fried crisp at the edges and potatoes from the cellar. The food smelled like smoke, salt, and the last weeks of our lives. I sat down across from Grace and tried to ignore the way the cabin already felt different. Once a place knows you are leaving, every board in it changes its voice. The notebook lay open between us. Grace had turned to a fresh page and ruled it into columns. Take, hide, destroy, leave. Her handwriting was neat despite the chill. She looked tired. So did I. So did Frank. We had all spent the last 2 nights pretending there was more time than there really was. I tore off a piece of meat and said, "We can still wait one more day." Frank did not even look up from the rifle he was cleaning. No. Grace gave me a softer version of the same answer. The next storm may come faster than the forecast. The infected are still collecting on the lower slope. And if Drex found the property once, they can find it again. I know. What I meant was that I knew the logic. What I did not know was how to walk away from the first place that had felt remotely like home since the world cracked open. Frank snapped the magazine into place and set the rifle down with care. This cabin did its job. That matters. But if we confuse gratitude with strategy, we die here. He was right. Frank had been right so many times that arguing with him had become less about winning and more about preserving the illusion that anyone else still had a vote. Grace put her hand over mine under the table. "We are not abandoning it," she said. "We are letting it stay what it was. The place that kept us alive until we could do more than hide." I looked at her, at the wind-reddened cheeks and the steady eyes and the braid over one shoulder that she had tied back in practical haste. Months ago, she had first climbed into my car in a short skirt with a half apology and too much nerve. The mountain had taken that woman apart and returned someone stronger, deeper, more dangerous, and somehow more gentle too. Frank grunted. "If the two of you are done making leaving sound noble, we still need to pack the truck." The old diesel had been under the lean-to since early winter, half hidden under a canvas and snow. We had started it twice a week just to keep the block from becoming an artifact. Now Frank ran it while I loaded crates. Canned food, dried meat, medical supplies, lanterns, fuel, the sample cooler, the Drex folders, the hand-crank radios, ammunition packed in oilcloth, and Grace's notebook sealed in plastic sleeves like scripture. She came down from the loft carrying one duffel and the green wool blanket we had ended up sharing more nights than not. I leaned against the tailgate and asked, "Are you taking the whole loft too?" She lifted one brow. "Would you like me to leave your side of the blanket behind?" "My side." Interesting claim. Frank walked past us with a crate of tools. "Good. Keep flirting. It distracts you from noticing I gave the heavier load to both of you." By mid-morning, the cabin had gone from lived-in to stripped. The walls looked larger without our gear against them. The table sat bare except for one lamp, a box of matches, and the folded county map Frank kept flattening with his palm, as if the roads might rearrange themselves into something kinder. We took what mattered most and staged what we could not in 3 caches. One in the root cellar under loose boards. One in the line shack below the north spur. One under stones at the old game blind on the far side of the creek. Frank insisted on it. "If the truck dies, if we lose the road, if we have to circle back, this mountain may still owe us one favor," he said. "What about the rest?" I asked. He glanced around the room. "The rest becomes bait." We spent the next hour making that true. He wired the lower bell line to a propane cylinder in the shed. He set a fuel trail in the old woodpile where no normal weather accident would ever put one. He rigged a flare trap in the mudroom and another inside the pantry. Not enough to flatten the cabin. Frank would never destroy a defensible structure without need, but enough that anyone who forced their way through carelessly would have a very bad afternoon. Grace watched him knot wire around a nail head and said, "I knew you were thorough. I did not know you were personally offended by trespassing. I am from a generation that valued the message left for unwanted guests. Your generation seems to have written those messages in fire. Legibility matters." I laughed, which startled me. I had not done enough of that lately. Grace turned toward the sound with a quick smile, and for a second the room stopped feeling like a farewell. Then I went upstairs one last time, and the weight came back. The loft was colder already. Our mattresses were rolled. The corner where Grace kept her boots and notebook and that tiny stash of peppermint tea she guarded like state treasure was empty. The place where I had sat through long nights listening to the valley breathe in static silence held only dust and the impression of use. I stood at the small window and looked down toward the creek. Dark figures moved between the trees in slow, broken patterns. Too many to count. Some stood with their heads angled toward the cabin as if listening to the memory of it. I heard Grace on the ladder behind me, but did not turn. "You can stay a minute," she said. "I know." She stepped close enough that the wool of her sleeve touched my arm. "I am going to miss it too." "Feel stupid." "No. Stupid would be pretending it meant nothing." I finally looked at her. I thought I was done losing places. Her expression changed at that, softening around something older than either of us had said aloud. "I know." She did know. She knew about my mother, about the apartment in Boston that turned into a museum of cheap furniture and grief after she died, about the hospital corridors where my own future had shrunk to a diagnosis and fluorescent lights. She knew because on long winter nights I had told her things I had not planned to say to anyone. She touched my face with cold fingertips. "This one is different." "How?" "Because we are leaving together." I kissed her before I answered. Not fast, not desperate, just long enough to let the truth settle in both of us. The mountain had made every good thing feel temporary. She made it feel stubborn. When we drew apart, she pressed her forehead to mine and said, "Do not make me cry before we have to hike with packs." I was thinking the same thing. That is because I am the practical one. You stole your way into my car and guided you to a better address. Frank's voice drifted up from below. "If you are saying goodbye to the loft with your mouths again, keep it brief." Grace closed her eyes. "He hears romance the way wolves hear blood. He chooses to hear it," I said. Worse. We came down smiling despite ourselves. By early afternoon the truck was loaded, the stove cooled, the shutters latched, and the main breaker dead. The cabin sat still on the ridge, dark and plain and stubborn. Frank stood on the porch a long moment with his gloves tucked in his belt and his face unreadable. "This place belonged to my brother-in-law before it belonged to any of us," he said. "He built half of that west wall with his own hands. Told me once the point of a refuge is not to keep fear out, just to make sure fear has to work to get in." Grace stepped beside him. "He would have liked you here." Frank gave a short laugh. "No, he would have liked arguing with me here." She slipped her hand into his arm. For all his roughness, Frank went quiet whenever she touched him like that, as if some old grief in him knew it had been recognized. We left by the upper game trail instead of the drive. Frank wanted the truck started and moved only after we were well above the property. Less engine noise close to the creek. Less chance of turning the departure into a parade. The climb took nearly an hour through crusted snow and black timber. We moved single file. Frank first, reading the mountain. Grace in the middle with the notebook and radio. Me at the rear watching the trees. The whole slope felt crowded even when nothing moved. Every broken branch sounded intentional. At the overlook above the cabin we stopped. From there the roof looked small enough to hold in one hand. No smoke from the chimney. No lantern glow. Just the dark square of a home that had already started pretending it had never heard our names. Grace raised the field glasses, looked for a long minute, then lowered them. "Creek line is thick. South spur too. They will reach the shed by dusk." Frank nodded once. "Then the mountain will say goodbye in its own language." We waited just long enough to watch the first cluster of infected drift out of the trees below and gather near the woodpile, drawn by scent, shape, memory, whatever command still moved in them. One bumped the bell line. Another pressed into it from the side. A second later the propane trap lit in a hard orange sheet. The blast was not enormous. Frank had not built it to be. But it was violent enough to throw bodies backward and light the lower snow. A delayed crack rolled up the slope to us. More infected turned toward the fire. Then the fuel trail caught and rushed across the woodpile in a narrow running glare. The cabin itself stayed dark above it, untouched. Grace inhaled sharply. "That is strangely beautiful." Frank grunted. "That is what beauty looks like when it is trying to buy you 6 extra hours." I kept staring until the flames settled into a lower burn and the shapes below began to collapse into chaos. Then I turned my back on the ridge and followed the two people who had become my future. By sunset, we reached the truck where Frank had hidden it on the upper service road behind a stand of dead spruce. He took the wheel first. I sat beside him with the map. Grace took the back with the rifles and the cooler tucked between her knees. The engine turned over after 2 hard tries and then held. For a second, none of us spoke. The truck shook under us. The heater made an uncertain clicking sound that might have been a promise or a threat. Frank set both hands on the wheel. "All right," he said. "Home is behind us. Trouble is ahead. That means we are exactly where we expected to be." Grace leaned forward between the seats and kissed my temple. Try to sound at least a little inspirational when history remembers this day. I am saving my good lines for when the shooting starts. Comforting, she said. The truck rolled down the road into the failing light. Behind us, somewhere beyond the trees, the ridge burned in brief, angry flashes. Ahead of us waited the city, the lab, Drex, and whatever truth lived at the far end of hope. Chapter 58. The road into Colorado Springs. The first miles off the mountain felt wrong. After months of measuring distance by tree lines, fence posts, and the sound of the creek, the road opened too wide. Even under snow and ruin, asphalt had a way of insisting on an older world. Mile markers still stood. Highway signs still pointed toward places with names that sounded civilized. Guardrails curved where planners had once worried about weather and liability instead of hungry dead and corporate kill teams. It took only 30 minutes to remember that the old world had not survived under the paint. The first infected we passed were frozen into a ditch in a tangle of bodies and road salt, their limbs half locked in the positions they had died or paused in. The second group stood around a darkened gas station awning, all of them facing the same humming transformer behind the building, even though the transformer had long since gone quiet. Some residue of current must have lived in the metal or the buried lines. Frank did not slow down enough for us to learn more. "They are patterning around infrastructure," Grace said from the back. I kept my rifle angled low across my lap. "They have been doing that for months. Not like this." She leaned forward between the seats and pointed with her pencil through the windshield. "Look at their spacing. They are not milling. They are stationed." Frank watched the road, not the figures. "Everything on this road wants our attention. Very little of it deserves it." Still, I studied them as we passed. 8 infected, silent, spread in a rough circle around the gas station service block as if the dead had invented guard duty. When the building vanished in the side mirror, I said, "You think the electrical draw is stronger closer to the city?" Grace answered before Frank could. "I think the larger the grid, the more organized the response." "No part of that sentence makes me happier," I said. By late morning, the mountains had lowered behind us into rough white folds. The road widened. So did the evidence of human desperation. We passed abandoned cars angled into snowbanks, some stripped bare, some still packed with luggage like entire lives paused in the middle of an argument. More than once I caught myself looking for bodies in the driver's seats and being relieved when there were none. Relief did not always mean something good. Sometimes it just meant the horror had moved somewhere I could no longer see it. We stopped outside a hunting supply store on the edge of a small town west of the interstate. The building had already been hit once. The front glass was gone, and someone had painted "Keep Moving" across the boarded side wall in red house paint thick enough to run. Frank took the roofline with binoculars before he let any of us out. 2-minute stop, he said. Fuel siphon, propane canisters if they still have any, gloves if the place was not entirely cleaned out. We do not browse. Grace looked almost offended. I have never browsed in the apocalypse. You are a former television reporter. Browsing was your business model. She smiled in spite of herself and pulled her scarf higher against the wind. I miss makeup less than I expected, but I do miss having entire buildings full of options. We moved in fast. Frank kept watch at the door while I checked the back cage for fuel and stove parts. Grace went for winter gear and anything medical adjacent. The store smelled like damp plywood, old rubber, and the sharp ghost of gun oil. In the stockroom, I found 3 intact propane canisters, a box of chemical hand warmers, climbing rope, and a sealed case of protein bars that looked depressing enough to survive another decade. Good enough. When I came back up front, Grace had a small pile on the counter, thermal socks, batteries we could use in flashlights even if not in radios, a first aid roll, and 2 packs of peppermint candies. I looked at the candy. Those count as tactical. They count as morale, which in your case is a medical supply. Frank lifted one without asking, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Approved. The moment might have stayed almost ordinary if not for the sound outside. An engine, not ours. Frank's expression changed before he spoke. Back room. Now. We moved. Not panicked. Fast. Through a crack beside the rear door, I watched a dark SUV roll past the storefront without stopping. Then another behind it. Black. Clean enough to be maintained. Windows tinted. Snow chains fitted right. Not scavengers. Not desperate locals. Professional. A third vehicle came into view and halted near the pumps across the road. The front doors opened. 4 men got out in winter tactical gear with Drex patches blacked over by tape. That somehow felt worse than if they had worn them openly. Grace exhaled once through her teeth. They found the route. Frank studied them through the crack. No. They are running a sector sweep. Lucky for us. Bad luck for every living thing ahead of them. One of the men raised a handheld scanner toward the store. Another turned in a slow circle, checking lines of sight. The equipment looked military but modified, a mashup of field radios and medical instrumentation. What are they reading? I asked. Grace's gaze flicked to the cooler. Temperature? Biological residue? Radio leakage? Maybe all three. Frank made the call before either of us could chase the question. Out the back. Alley to the drainage cut. We circled to the truck from the east. We slipped into the alley and moved bent low behind a run of dumpsters hardened into the snow. The town behind the main road was a maze of service lanes, cinder block walls, and fenced lots half buried in drift. Good cover if you knew how to use it. Frank did. At the drainage cut, we heard shouting from the storefront. One short burst. Not panic. Command. Then another voice over amplified radio, distorted by wind. Possible fresh movement at rear. Team 2 rotate north. Frank hissed, move. We dropped into the frozen drainage channel and ran crouched along the ice-crusted bottom. My bad hand ached inside the glove with every jolt. Grace nearly went down once, caught herself on the concrete wall, then kept moving without complaint. By the time we reached the culvert beneath the road, my lungs felt peeled raw by the cold. The truck sat where we had left it behind an auto shop and a line of dead cottonwoods. A man in Drex gear was standing beside it. He had his back to us, one hand on the passenger door, the other lifting the scanner again. Frank did not hesitate. The shot cracked once. Clean. The man dropped hard into the snow. Grace flinched, but not because of the violence. Because of the sound. One rifle report in a dead town might as well have been a church bell. Inside, Frank snapped. We piled into the truck. I dragged the body clear of the wheel path while Grace threw the extra bags into the back and slammed the door. Frank started the engine on the first try because sometimes the universe wanted the story to keep moving. As we pulled out, 2 Drex men came around the corner at a run. One fired. The round punched through the side mirror and sprayed glass over my lap. Frank did not duck. He just accelerated, cut the wheel, and used the front bumper to blast through a sagging chain-link gate at the lot's far end. We hit the service lane beyond it hard enough to lift all 4 tires for half a second. Grace swore behind us. You could have warned me. If I had, you would have braced. Bracing causes opinion. Opinion is how people stay alive. Not in vehicles. I looked back through the broken mirror housing and saw the Drex men slowing at the gate line, not because they lacked nerve, but because the sound had called something else. From between the buildings to the south, silent figures began to emerge. 5, then 12, then more, all moving toward the gunfire and the vibration of engines with that eerie half-synchronized pace we had come to hate. Company, I said. Grace twisted to look, and not on our side. Frank cut left onto the county road as the first Drex SUV burst from the main street behind us. Assume no one on this road has our best interests. The chase lasted 20 minutes across broken blacktop, an open country lined by pasture fences and snow-loaded cedar. Drex stayed back far enough to avoid being forced into a close firefight, near enough to keep pressure on us. Twice they tried to edge up on the passenger side. Twice Frank shoved our heavier truck into the lane and made the choice unattractive. Grace reloaded for me while I watched the rear glass. Her shoulder pressed mine every time the truck swayed. Trey, she said quietly, if they get close enough to disable us, do not let them take you breathing. I turned to look at her. There was no panic in her face. Only fury and something worse. Love made practical. I know, I said. No. Her jaw tightened. Say it. I understood then what she was really asking. Not strategy. Promise. If they put hands on me. I said. I make that expensive. She nodded once. Frank hurt us anyway. Of course he did. And if it comes to it, he said, eyes still on the road, it will not be your burden alone. That was Frank's version of tenderness. Brutal, compact, impossible to mistake. The chase ended not because we outran Drex, but because the road dropped toward the interstate feeder and the grid remains grew denser. Burned substations, leaning transmission poles, feeder boxes with warning lights that still blinked on emergency backup circuits. The moment the Drex SUVs followed us into that corridor, the infected came alive around them. They poured from culverts, embankments, loading docks, and stalled traffic fields. Not screaming, not sprinting blind. Just converging with horrible precision toward the active engines and whatever current still sang under the road. Frank took the shoulder through a line of compact cars and bounced us into a drainage lane that only a truck this mean could love. Behind us, the first SUV clipped a guardrail, lost speed, and disappeared into a knot of moving bodies. The second swerved wide to avoid it, hit black ice, and spun across 2 lanes. The third tried to reverse and found itself swarmed from both sides. Grace watched through the rear glass in appalled silence. They did not go for us. Frank grimaced. Too many power signatures. Too much motion. The larger signal won. I kept watching until the road curved away. Then the city is going to be hell. No, Grace said softly. Worse. It is going to be organized. We reached the western edge of Colorado Springs just before dusk. The city spread under the winter sky in layers of dark neighborhoods, frozen traffic, and scattered islands of emergency power. Here and there, buildings still glowed from backup generators or private grids. Those lit zones looked less like safety than lures. Frank parked us inside the shell of an old car washed 2 blocks from a church with a collapsed steeple. We would wait for full dark before moving toward the annex. While he checked the perimeter, Grace and I sat on the truck bed under a hanging strip of torn insulation and shared a can of beans straight from the tin because there was no point pretending dinner needed dignity. She leaned against my shoulder and stared through the bay opening at the ruined city. When I was little, she said, I thought cities meant answers. More people, more lights, more possibility. I used to feel calm the moment a skyline came into view. I handed her the can. What do you feel now? She took a bite, swallowed, and gave me a tired half-smile. Like I would still follow you into one. There are lines a person never forgets because they sound romantic. Then there are the ones that matter more because they sound true. I set the can down and pulled her closer beneath the blanket from the cabin. I do not know if the annex gives us what we need. I know. I do not know if I am worth what it may cost. That made her pull back and look straight at me. Do not do that tonight. Do what? Try to decide your value by how badly the world wants to use you. I looked down. It is not that simple. No, it is not. It is simpler. Her gloved hand touched the center of my chest. You are not important because Drex wants your blood. You are important because you are you. Because Frank would burn a mountain for you. Because I would. Because when people panic, you do not get cruel. Because even now you still think about who gets left behind. That is not small. Do not insult me by acting like I love a lab result. The city hummed low beyond the ruined car wash. I kissed her again, deeper this time, tasting cold air and peppermint and everything we had managed not to lose. When she leaned into me, the blanket slipped and the night pressed closer around us, but I barely felt it. Frank returned from the perimeter, saw us, and looked respectfully away for almost half a second. Then he said, Excellent. Emotional health appears stable. Gear check in 3 minutes. Grace laughed against my mouth. He really does hear romance like incoming artillery. He assumes all good things attract fire, I said. She tucked herself under my arm for one more stolen minute before we rose and went to meet the city. Chapter 59. The Annex Gate. The Front Range Neurological Research Annex had once hidden inside a business park behind tasteful signage and ornamental stone planters meant to assure donors that very serious people were doing very serious things in a very expensive building. The planters were shattered now. The sign had been ripped out by something heavy and dragged half across the access road. One wing of the parking structure had collapsed into itself. Yet the main building still stood, a 6-story rectangle of reinforced glass and concrete. Dark in most windows, but not all. 2 floors glowed faintly. Generator power. And all around the site, the dead waited. Not in one crowd. In clusters. At the loading dock. Near the substation fence. In the covered parking entrance. Along the perimeter where security lights still blinked red. They faced the building the way people once might have faced a stage before a concert, motionless but attentive. Grace lowered the binoculars. They are not random. They are listening to the electricity. Frank studied the fence line. Then we used the parts of the site that sound least interesting. He chose the drainage run behind the eastern retaining wall, where snowmelt cut through a concrete channel and vanished under the annex loading wing. There was a maintenance grate there, half bent open, probably from the first weeks when workers or survivors had tried to get out under pressure. We left the truck 3 blocks away in a parking garage and came in on foot with packs kept tight and metal wrapped where it might knock. Frank first again, then Grace, then me. My pack carried the cooler and the Drex folders. It felt like hauling every expectation the world had left for me. The drainage channel stank of rot and chemical runoff. Black ice coated the lower lip. Frank tested the grate, then widened it just enough for us to slide through one at a time. Inside, the maintenance tunnel sloped upward in darkness broken only by the thin cone of Grace's covered flashlight. "Tell me this place had a janitorial budget," she whispered. "It did," I said quietly. "How do you know?" "Because if it did not, there is no way rich scientists would have come here voluntarily." She made a choked laugh and then caught herself because sound mattered again. We emerged into a concrete utility room crowded with pipes, pump housings, and 3 large breaker panels. One of the panels still showed green indicator lights. Frank pointed at them without touching. "That will be one of the reasons the parking lot is full." Grace moved closer, careful of the cables. "If we can control site power section by section, we may be able to move the swarm pressure. We first need to determine if anyone alive is in here," Frank said. The answer came sooner than expected. A voice crackled from somewhere beyond the inner door, faint and female, and so human after all the static months that the 3 of us froze for a different reason. "Do not fire if you hear movement in utilities. Repeat, do not fire unless positively identified." Grace's eyes widened. "Alive." Frank moved to the door and called through it in a low, controlled voice. 3 living. Entering from East Utilities. Not Drex. "Do not shoot through this door unless you dislike your hinges." A pause. Then, "State your names." I swallowed. "Trey Collins." "Grace Murphy." "Frank Murphy." This time the silence lasted longer. When the bolts finally drew back, the woman on the other side looked like someone who had outlived trust by several weeks. She wore hospital scrubs under a heavy coat and held a compact rifle that shook only in the muzzle, not the grip. Her hair had been hacked short with bad scissors. A bruise yellowed one cheekbone. She stared at me with the stunned recognition of someone seeing a ghost from the news. "Trey Collins," she said. "Depends who is asking." That made something like dry amusement twitch at one corner of her mouth. "Dr. Lena Voss. Neurological systems. Or what remains of the profession." She stepped back enough to let us in, but never fully lowered the rifle. The annex interior looked like an institution trying very hard not to admit it had become a bunker. Hallway lights were off to save power, but portable lamps glowed in junctions. Sleeping cots lined a conference room behind plastic sheeting. 2 dead security monitors sat on a rolling desk. The air smelled of bleach, stale coffee, plastic, and fear that had been lived with too long to announce itself dramatically. "How many are here?" Frank asked. "For when I woke up this morning," Voss said. 3 now? 1 left at noon to check the oxygen stores in South Imaging. Did not come back." We heard the screams. Then we heard nothing, which was worse. Grace looked past her toward the dim corridor. "You stayed." Voss shrugged one shoulder. "I stayed because I know the systems, and because I still had enough ego to think knowledge might matter." Her gaze returned to me. "Then your name came over our internal capture bulletins and knowledge became very interesting again." Frank's posture did not change, but the room seemed to narrow around him. "Talk carefully, doctor." She noticed. "Good. I am not with Drex. Lots of people say that right before they are exactly with Drex. Voss gave him a tired look. Then consider the fact that Drex tried to retake this facility twice. We repelled the first push. The infected repelled the second. I no longer require corporate approval for my ethics. Grace stepped forward, all professional focus now. What do you know about the bloodscaling notes? That got Voss in a way my name had not. The scientist in her surfaced through the fatigue like a shark through deep water. You have the notes? I unzipped the pack, pulled the sealed folder, and handed it over. She opened it right there in the hallway, scanning pages under the lamp glow. Her breathing changed as she read. Not fear. Recognition. They were trying to model inhibitory response markers, she said. These values should not have existed in a field environment. Try plain English, Frank said. She looked straight at me. Your blood is not a cure, but it is a problem for the parasite. I had known that already in the practical sense. Hearing it from someone in a lab coat hit differently. How much of a problem? Grace asked. Voss closed the folder. Enough that if Drex could map the mechanism, they might design a treatment window for living hosts. And for the dead? I asked. Her expression went still. That is a different question. The answer in that silence was almost worse than if she had said no. Frank noticed too. We need somewhere secure to talk. Voss nodded. Level 2 lab block. We can seal the corridors and control the generator feeds from there. But if you are here to save the world tonight, lower your expectations before the building does it for you. We followed her deeper into the annex while silent figures pressed at the outer fences, listening to the power. Chapter 60. White Rooms. The lab block looked cleaner than any place had a right to look after the end of the world. That was the first thought that hit me when the doors opened. Not spotless, not untouched, but maintained. Counters wiped, instruments covered, floor mopped often enough that old shoe marks had become faint ghosts instead of permanent stains. In the center room, a bank of upright freezers hummed under emergency power with the determined sound of machines trying to justify their existence. Voss led us past glass partitions and isolation rooms until we reached a central work area lit by 2 lanterns and 1 strip of backup LEDs. 2 other survivors waited there. One was a nurse in her 50s named Marion Holt with silver hair tied tight and a pistol on her belt worn like a personal insult. The other was a graduate researcher named Eli Navarro who looked 22, exhausted, and as if no one had warned him that advanced science might one day include killing things with a crowbar in stairwells. They took us in with the hollow caution of people whose universe had narrowed to rooms and routine. Voss did not waste time with introductions beyond what was needed. This is Trey Collins. Yes, that Trey Collins. This is Grace Murphy, which means the apocalypse has apparently decided satire still matters. Frank is with them. They have field notes and a capture packet from Drex. We are going to compare data before anybody decides to die pointlessly. Marion looked at me for a long moment. You are thinner than television. Television lies about most things. Noted. She handed Grace a mug from a warming plate. Tea. It tastes like cardboard and regret, but it is hot. Grace accepted it with real gratitude. That may be the nicest thing anyone has said to me this week. Eli had not stopped staring at the cooler. Are those live samples? Frank answered for us. Those are things you do not touch until the adults say so. To Eli's credit, he looked offended and relieved at the same time. The next hours passed in a blur of unpacking, comparing notes, and trying to force logic through accumulated horror. Grace spread her notebooks beside the Drex folders. Voss brought up archived files from an internal server on a laptop powered by a hand-cranked inverter when the outlet load became too risky. Marion inventoried our supplies. Frank prowled the perimeter twice, learning every door, blind corner, stairwell, and firing lane in the lab block until he could have defended it in his sleep. I sat under cold fluorescent spill while Voss drew my blood into labeled tubes. She worked with the brisk care of someone who had done this 1,000 times before the world ended and had not forgotten how to separate skill from sentiment. Any dizziness? She asked. No. Any increased sensitivity to light after direct contact events? Sometimes after storms. She made a note. Any dreams accompanied by electrical sensation, auditory distortion, or body temperature spikes? I looked up. That is a strangely specific way to ask if I have been sleeping badly. She did not smile. Answer. Yes. Not every night. Grace looked over from the table. He never said that. I shrugged with my free shoulder. There was a lot happening. Frank, from the doorway, said, that is not a valid excuse for omitting information about your own brain. Coming from the man who treats pain like weather, it is weather. You prepare for it and continue. Voss filled the last tube and capped it. That attitude explains both your survival and why your people are difficult. My people? I asked. She glanced at Grace and Frank. The ones whose blood pressure changes when you are in danger. No one answered right away. Then Marion snorted into her mug and said, well, at least romance remains measurable. The work sharpened after that. Under the microscope, my blood caused immediate structural disruption in isolated symbiote tissue taken from early-stage living hosts. Eli kept muttering numbers under his breath as the samples degraded faster than baseline predicted. Voss reran controls twice because she did not believe anything the first time unless a machine insulted her personally into acceptance. The results stayed the same. Surface collapse, chemical rejection, conduction failure, she said, dictating while Eli typed. Localized only. Strong effect. Non-propagating. Grace looked up from the notes. Non-propagating means? Voss blew out a breath. It means his blood ruins what it touches. It does not spread through the rest and convince the rest to die too. My stomach sank even before she finished. So it cannot reverse a full infection, I said. It may buy time in living patients if delivered early enough and in sufficient concentration. But once the parasite has integrated across the central nervous system, she shook her head. No, not with this alone. Grace put both hands flat on the table as if holding herself there. There has to be more. We are still looking. But the room had changed. You could feel hope narrowing into a thinner shape, not gone, but less generous. I stood from the chair and crossed to the observation glass, looking down into one of the isolation rooms. Empty bed, restraint frame, overhead lamp. The architecture of bad news. Grace joined me after a moment. Her voice dropped so the others could not hear it clearly. Do not leave me alone with that look on your face. I kept staring through the glass. What look? The one where you decide disappointment is easier if you carry it by yourself. I rubbed at my eyes with my good hand. We came here because I thought maybe there was a chance. There still is. For what? A treatment for people who are not me and not already gone. That is not nothing, but it is not enough. She stepped in front of me, so I had to meet her eyes. Enough for whom? For the dead outside. For the cities. For the people who never made it to cabins in the mountains. The words came out harsher than I intended. Her expression did not close. It opened. Trey, she said softly, you are allowed to want something smaller for 5 minutes. You are allowed to want this to save us. That almost broke me in a way gunfire never had. Because yes, I wanted that. I wanted a vial and a process and a future that did not involve climbing into another war, just because survival had become a habit. I leaned my forehead against hers. I do not know how to stop feeling responsible. You do not have to stop. You just have to stop doing it alone. Behind us, Frank cleared his throat with exaggerated volume. Before this becomes an entire private tragedy, the doctor found something. We turned. Voss had pulled a series of archived scans onto the laptop screen. Brain imaging, electrical maps, then strings of annotation. This was internal research from late-stage Symbicure failure cases, she said. Not public. Not legal. Probably not sane. Eli rotated the screen so we could all see better. We thought the organism was operating like an advanced regenerative mesh. It is not. It behaves more like an adaptive bioelectric lattice. Frank frowned. Try again in soldier. Voss pointed to the scan. The parasite does not simply inhabit damaged tissue. It builds a conductive network through it. It is less like an infection and more like an unauthorized electrical system installed inside a body. Grace's eyes moved fast over the image. That is why lightning interrupts it. Likely, overload, interference, phase disruption, some combination of all three. My pulse kicked. Then the answer is not only blood. Voss looked at me with something close to grim respect. No, I am beginning to think the answer is power. No one in the room spoke for several seconds. Outside the walls, the generator kept humming. And beyond that hum, through layers of concrete and snow and darkness, the city listened. Voss ran one more experiment before she was willing to move on. It involved a sample chamber no bigger than a lunchbox, a preserved strip of infected neural tissue kept viable in a conductive gel, and a set of insulated leads that looked stolen from a garage and repurposed by desperate genius. Eli set the chamber on the counter with reverence. Marion watched from the door as if the equipment might suddenly confess to a crime. "What am I looking at?" I asked. Voss adjusted the lamp over the chamber. "A bridge model. Crude, but enough." The tissue was harvested from a living-stage patient before cortical collapse. The parasite network is still active in the sample, though only barely. Grace folded her arms. "You say things like that as if you do not hear how monstrous they sound." "I hear it," Voss said. "I simply no longer have the luxury of fainting over vocabulary." She nodded to Eli, who connected the leads to a portable signal generator and dialed the output down until the instrument emitted a soft ticking hum. Inside the chamber, pale filaments woven through the tissue brightened by fractions, not visibly electrical, but wrong enough that my skin lifted under my sleeves. "There," Voss said. "That is what the grid is feeding. Not intelligence exactly. Coordination. A sustained command pattern." Frank, from the corridor, muttered, "I liked the dead better when they were less educated." Voss ignored him. She drew a single drop of my blood into a capillary tube and let it fall into the gel. The reaction was immediate. The pale lines nearest the drop curled inward and collapsed as if heat had struck them. Grace leaned forward. "Same response as before." "Yes. Now watch this part." Eli increased the signal generator by one careful notch. The filaments farther from the blood began pulsing faster, compensating. Not healing. Rerouting. My stomach turned. "It is working around the damage." "Exactly," Voss said. "Your blood injures the lattice. But the lattice behaves like a grid under attack. It redistributes load if enough of it remains connected." Grace stared into the chamber, furious at the little strip of tissue, as if anger alone might simplify it. "So every infected body is basically a local node. More or less. Which is why a chemical answer alone scales badly." Voss looked at me. "To save a living host, maybe blood-based disruption buys enough time to sever early colonization. But once a full network forms through the brain stem and motor pathways, the organism is not merely inside the person. It is operating them." Frank pushed off the doorway. "Then we stop discussing it like a disease and start discussing it like an occupying force." Marion gave him a sidelong glance. "There he is." Voss tapped the signal generator. "Now for the reason lightning matters." She raised the output in a short, sharp spike. Not much. A tiny artificial jolt. Inside the chamber, every filament flashed white and then went dead all at once. The tissue did not decay gradually. It simply slackened, inert, the wrong life gone from it in a single blink. Eli swallowed audibly. Full interrupt. Grace looked from the chamber to the dark windows beyond the lab walls. "That is what we saw on the mountain." "That," Voss said, "is what you saw the sky doing at enormous scale." No one spoke for several seconds. The little chamber sat between us like a verdict. Then Grace straightened and reached for the notebook again. "All right. Then we stop asking how to heal the parasite and start asking how to break the circuit clean enough to matter." Frank's mouth twitched. "Now you are talking like family." Chapter 61. What the Dead Can Hear. We slept in shifts that night in rooms never meant for fear. Frank took first watch because Frank treated rest like a negotiable treaty. Marion dozed in a chair with her pistol across her lap. Eli passed out for 2 hours on the floor beside the freezers and woke embarrassed by the fact that biology had overruled his intentions. Voss worked until her hands shook and then kept working anyway until Grace physically took the pen out of them. I lay on a cot in a staff office with the blanket pulled over my chest and listened to the annex. Pumps cycling. Metal ticking in the vents. The load generator thrum under everything. Distant impacts now and then from outside. Not many, just enough to remind us the dead had not wandered off. Grace slipped into the room sometime after midnight and closed the door behind her with careful fingers. "Could not sleep," I whispered. She crossed to the cot and sat beside my hip. Could not stop hearing electricity. I made room for her under the blanket. She lay down facing me, one hand tucked between us. The office was barely warm. Her nose was cold. Her eyes were not. Voss thinks the parasite is basically a stolen circuit, she said. More or less. That is the most upsetting sentence I have heard today. And today included Eli saying the phrase tissue conductivity index like he was flirting with a microscope. Despite everything, I smiled. She touched the side of my face. There you are. Where did I go? Into the part of yourself that starts volunteering for sacrifice before anyone asks. I let out a breath. I am tired of being important for the wrong reason. She did not answer right away. She rarely rushed the real conversations anymore. The old version of Grace might have filled silence to keep fear from forming. The woman beside me had learned that some truths need room to land. When this started, she said at last, I thought I had ruined your life. You did complicate the afternoon. Her mouth twitched. Fair. But I mean it. I put your face on screen. I gave the world a target. I knew why I did it. Because I was grieving my father and angry and trying to believe medicine had not lied to me. But none of that changed what it did to you. I watched her in the thin office dark. You also got in my car and changed everything after that. I did. You kept doing it. I am annoyingly committed once I start. I slid my hand along her back under the wool coat she still wore half-buttoned. Then stop carrying the beginning like it cancels what came after. For a moment her eyes shone with the kind of feeling people usually save for safer worlds. I love you, she said. No build-up. No apology. No drama. Just truth. The room seemed to go very still around it. I had known, of course, in the way people know storms are coming by pressure before they see clouds. But hearing it changed the shape of my chest. I touched my forehead to hers. I love you too. She exhaled a laugh that sounded almost like relief and kissed me softly, then more firmly when I pulled her closer. Every time I thought the world had narrowed us down to survival alone, she did something like that and proved there was still more than endurance left in us. When she settled against me a few minutes later, I thought maybe sleep would finally come. Then the first exterior alarm tripped. Not loud. A single red pulse on the office wall tied to perimeter vibration sensors. Grace sat up instantly. So did I. A second pulse followed. Then a third. Frank's voice came through the hall in a low, urgent call. Everyone up. We were moving before the final word finished. The threat did not come from the main entrance or the parking deck like common sense would have suggested. It came from the roof. Voss brought the exterior maintenance feed live on one surviving monitor, and there they were. 6 Drex operatives on the upper structure with insulated harness lines and cutting tools, working the service access near the communications stack. They learned from the previous pushes, Marion said flatly. Frank checked his magazine. Good for them. Grace stood over the monitor, her hair loose now from sleep, notebook abandoned for once. If they open the roof and hit the stairwell, they can descend floor by floor while the infected keep pressure on the ground entrances. That is the theory, Frank said. Our task is making theory feel foolish. We split positions fast. Frank and Marion took the roof stairs. Grace and I held the level 2 cross corridor with sight lines to both lab entrances. Voss and Eli moved critical drives, paper files, and sample cases into a central storage room one wall deeper. The annex transformed in under a minute from strained refuge to combat position. The first shots from above came muffled through concrete, 2 hard cracks, and then a burst. Grace's face went hard with concentration. Frank has contact. Frank usually has opinions first and contact second. She almost smiled. Then the ceiling lights flickered. Voss's voice snapped over the internal handset. Generator load spike. External interference at substation. What does that mean? I asked. It means the dead outside are moving toward the live feeds again. If they breach the service yard and compromise the transfer switches, this whole block loses power. Grace looked at the dimming lights, then toward the outer corridor. And if it loses power, do they drift away or come harder? Voss did not answer quickly enough for comfort. The first Drex man made the lower stair landing 30 seconds later. He came in low, fast, and professional, carbine up. I fired first and hit glass instead because he used the partition reflection better than I did. Grace put the second shot into his chest before he could reacquire us. He dropped against the wall and slid down, leaving a dark smear that looked almost black in the bad light. A second operative leaned around the corner behind him and threw a flash unit. Frank shouted from above, "Eyes!" Too late. The blast hit white and brutal. My vision washed out. Grace cursed beside me. I fired blind once toward the corridor opening and heard return fire stitch the wall over our heads. When shape finally returned, she was already moving, dragging me by the sleeve behind the lab threshold. "You good?" she snapped. "I will know in 5 seconds. Make it 3. We shifted positions just as the next burst tore through where we had been kneeling. The gunfight became ugly after that. Not cinematic. Not clean. Hallways compress violence into a meaner thing. Short angles. Harsh noise. Broken glass under boots. The stink of cordite riding over bleach and metal and old fear. Frank and Marion pushed one Drex team back down the roof stairs with disciplined fire, while Grace and I held the cross corridor below. Twice the operatives tried to split us using smoke and movement. Twice Frank disrupted the timing from above by hitting them when they thought his attention belonged elsewhere. The building itself made everything worse. Every generator surge sent a subtle tremor through the walls. Every exterior impact carried inward like a fist against a coffin. Then Eli shouted from the lab, voice raw with panic. "The yard! Look at the yard!" Between firing cycles, I risked a glance through the reinforced side window. Hundreds of infected had gathered beyond the substation fence. Not swarming. Waiting. Their faces turned toward the humming transformers like flowers toward the sun. One of the units arced blue. The entire cluster moved at once. Grace saw it too. They can hear the load changes. Voss was at her monitor, typing with terrified speed. Not just here. They are responding to frequency shifts. Frank descended the stairs backward, firing controlled shots, Marion covering beside him. This conversation needs fewer syllables and more solutions. Voss looked up. If the yard blows uncontrolled, we lose the lab and maybe the whole block. If we control it, say the rest. She swallowed. A shaped overload could produce a local electromagnetic pulse. Everything in me went still. Frank said, "Enough to do what?" "To disrupt the parasite network in a radius around the transformers." "Kill them?" Grace asked. Voss's eyes flicked to me, then to the monitors. "Possibly. At minimum, full interrupt. At best, terminal collapse." A bullet shattered the upper corridor glass and answered for us that we were out of time. Frank reloaded. "Good." I was worried this would remain theoretical. Chapter 62. The test. The substation controls were in a locked maintenance bay 1 level down and 2 corridors over. Of course they were. No story like ours ever put salvation in the room next door. Frank made the route call fast. Marion would hold the lab block with Eli and Voss while Grace, Frank, and I pushed to the control bay, rigged whatever the doctor needed, and got clear before Drex or the dead turned the whole idea into a crater. Marion did not like it. You could hear that in how flat her voice went. "I did not survive 9 months in this mausoleum to let all my competent company die in the wiring," she said. Frank looked at her once. "Then do not let anyone through the corridor." That passed for affection between soldiers. We moved. The hall outside the lab was hazed with smoke and powdered drywall. One Drex body lay half under the emergency shower station. Another had crawled 10 feet past where he should have stopped and gone still with his hand stretched toward the inner door. Grace took point on the left angles. I watched right. Frank floated between us in that impossible way trained men do when violence turns into geometry. At the stairwell landing, we hit fresh resistance. 2 operatives coming up. Frank dropped the first before he cleared the turn. The second got a round off that chewed the rail and drove us back hard enough that my shoulder smacked concrete. Grace leaned out low and fired under the handrail. The man jerked, lost his footing, and tumbled half the flight. We did not pause to admire teamwork. The lower corridor smelled different. Ozone. Hot metal. Water somewhere it should not be. The maintenance wing had taken exterior damage earlier in the winter, and the annex had never truly repaired it. Voss guided us by radio. "Continue south to panel room C. You will pass imaging on the right and central plant on the left." Frank clicked the handset once to show he heard. We ran bent low past doors labeled MRI control and sterile storage, past a nurse station tipped sideways into a wall, past handprints fossilized in old blood on the tile. The world before had not ended politely in here. At central plant the noise doubled. The generator thrum grew teeth. Through a narrow window in the mechanical room door, I saw 2 diesel backups running hot. their housings vibrating with strain. Grace caught me looking. Still think cities meant answers? No, I said. Now I think they mean systems trying not to scream. The control bay door was chained, not locked. Frank cut the chain with bolt cutters from his pack and pulled it open. Inside, cabinets lined the walls around a central console patched with analog toggles and newer digital monitoring gear. Half the screens were dead. The live ones showed load graphs spiking jagged across the site. One warning panel flashed substation a feed instability in repetitive red. Grace whistled softly. That is encouraging in a way I deeply distrust. Voss's voice came through the radio. Can you see the copper bus coupler cabinet on the south wall? I found it. Yes. When I say, you are going to bypass the failsafe relay and force a cascade back into the yard transformers. Frank stared at the cabinet. Any chance you can phrase that in terms that do not imply deliberate electrocution? No. She directed me and Grace step by careful step while Frank kept the doorway. Open panel. Verify blue-white markings. Pull manual latch. Confirm cable tag numbers. My hands shook only once, and that was when I saw the burn score inside the cabinet where someone before me had gotten it wrong. Voss, Grace said, reading the schematic she had snatched from the side rack. This is not just an overload path. This creates a harmonic spike across every connected yard unit. Yes. That could fry the remaining site electronics. Yes. That includes your freezers, your servers, maybe your data. Yes, Grace. Grace looked at me. She is starting to sound like Frank. Frank did not turn from the hall. Then perhaps the plan is improving. We were almost ready when the first infected reached the inner service doors. You could hear them through steel. Not moaning. Not pounding wildly. Testing. Scraping. Coordinated impacts. Pressure in sequence. I looked at Frank. He heard it too. The dead outside had learned buildings the same way they had learned bell lines and storm paths and the smell of current in the air. He keyed the radio. Doctor, this ends now. Agreed, Voss said. On my mark. Then gunfire exploded from Marion's position back up the hall, followed by Eli shouting something unintelligible. Drex had made another push. Grace shut the cabinet and put her hand on the lever assembly. Trey. I met her eyes. For 1 second the entire world reduced to the things inside them. Fear. Intelligence. Fury. Love. The refusal to let any of it go to waste. If this works, she said, everything changes. If it does not, Frank answered from the doorway, then we continue being difficult to kill. The service doors buckled inward 2 inches with a heavy metallic report. Voss's voice came sharp through the radio. Mark, Grace and I moved together. She flipped the transfer toggles. I hauled the lever. For half a second nothing happened. Then the whole annex seemed to inhale. The generators roared. Load bars on the screens punched into red. Somewhere beyond the walls, the yard transformers began to sing at a pitch so high it felt like a knife behind the eyes. Lights along the corridor flared white. Every monitor in the control room scrambled into static. The service doors shuddered under a final impact. And then the substation detonated in light. Not a fireball. A pulse. Blue-white radiance tore through the window slits and around the door seams. The air itself snapped. I felt the hair lift on my arms. Every muscle in my body clenched, as if some giant invisible hand had closed around the building. All sound cut out. Not diminished. Removed. No generator. No gunfire. No impacts. No breath even, for one impossible suspended beat. Then the silence broke and the world came back in pieces. The emergency lights died. The room dropped into dim lantern glow from somewhere behind us. The radio in Frank's hand gave one popping cough and went dead. Outside the service doors, the scraping had stopped. Frank opened the inner slit and looked through it. He did not speak right away. What? I asked. He stepped aside. The narrow window showed the yard beyond the fence in jerking fragments through smoke and drifting snow. Every infected in sight was down. Some sprawled where they had stood. Some collapsed against the chain link. A few twitched once or twice with residual nerve chatter and then went still. Beyond them, one of the Drex operatives crossing the side lot dropped to a knee clutching his comms rig, then pitched forward as the damaged electronics on his chest sparked out. Grace whispered, "My God." Frank looked back at us with an expression I had never seen on him before. Hope, stripped of softness. Again, he said. We can do that again. The notion hit me with enough force that I had to brace one hand on the cabinet. Not a cure in a syringe. Not a miracle in my veins. A weapon. A way to cut the strings. And suddenly, every lightning strike we had watched from the cabin, every frozen second on the mountain, every note in Grace's notebook, every impossible pause in the swarm arranged itself into one brutal shape. The answer had never been medicine alone. It had been interference. Chapter 63. No more small hope. The pulse killed the annex. Not completely. Enough. Emergency lanterns and 2 hand-crank units kept pockets of light alive, but the servers were dark, half the locks were dead, and the freezers groaned themselves into silence one by one. Somewhere water began running in a wall and did not stop. Voss met us halfway back to the lab, carrying 3 hard drives in a padded case, and looking as if she had just watched her life's work burn twice in 1 decade. It worked, Grace said. I noticed, Voss replied, which in scientists sounded almost emotional. Behind her, Marion held the corridor with smoke on one sleeve and blood on her collar that thankfully was not all hers. Drex fell back, she said, either because their toys died or because they saw the yard. I do not expect the retreat to become a personality trait. Frank checked her shoulder. Can you still shoot? I can still be insulting. Shooting tends to come with it. Good. Eli appeared from the lab carrying a plastic case of sample cartridges and one framed photograph from somebody's desk that he looked embarrassed to have rescued. Grace noticed. Family. He shook his head. Mine. I left it here the week this all started. Felt wrong to let it stay. No one mocked him for that. In the end, everybody saves odd things. Voss set the hard drive case on the central table and spread out a handful of printouts she had grabbed during the blackout. Her movements had gone from exhausted to razor clear. We do not have much time, she said. The data confirms the local pulse effect, but this facility cannot repeat the event. The yard transformers are done. Frank crossed his arms. Then where do we find enough power to matter on purpose? She tapped one of the pages. A state infrastructure chart. Transmission routes. Hydrology marks. Emergency network nodes. I was wrong to think the annex was the answer. The annex was a measuring device. She pointed farther west into the mountains. This is the answer. Grace leaned over the map first. Grayback Hydroelectric Dam. The name landed in the room like a door opening. Frank moved closer. Old flood control and power station above the high valley. Decommissioned 10 years back, but not stripped clean. Turbine core, transformer yard, access roads, service crest. He looked up slowly. There is a state emergency radio mast on the summit route. Grace's breath caught. She saw the same shape I did a second later. Not just power. Voice. If we can generate the pulse there, she said, we can also broadcast the method. Voss nodded once. A localized event here proved the concept. A larger grid-fed event at dam scale could clear an entire valley. If the radio mast still functions, you could tell surviving outposts how to turn their own infrastructure into traps. Marion looked from the map to the dead monitors to the concrete walls around us. You are all discussing changing the war while standing in a building that is very close to becoming a tomb. She was right. The infected outside had not all died. The pulse radius had limits. We could already hear movement returning beyond the farther fences. More pressing, Drex still existed, and people with money and order and enough ammunition do not surrender a valuable asset, because physics embarrassed them once. As if to prove the point, a sharp metallic crack rang from somewhere above. Frank's head turned. Charge set. Voss went pale. They are rigging the upper stair or the generator block. Either way, they are done asking politely, Marion said. The next minutes became escape math. What to carry? What to leave? What mattered more than weight? We took the hard drives, the printouts, Grace's notebooks, the sample case, medical supplies, radios, and one portable oscilloscope Voss insisted on with the intensity of a woman unwilling to let ignorance travel with us. Eli wanted 3 boxes of archived tissue. Marion made him choose one. Frank wanted more ammunition than gravity preferred. I did not argue. Then Voss made the decision none of us wanted. I am not going with you, she said. Grace looked up so fast the chair beside her scraped. No. Voss did not blink. Yes. You know the data better than anyone. And someone has to make sure Drex does not recover the rest. She gestured at the server room and cold storage. If they pull intact research from this site, they will keep hunting the wrong version of salvation. They will try to weaponize Trey's biology instead of accepting what the grid just showed us. Frank studied her. You are talking about demolition. I am talking about cleaning my own mess. Grace took a step toward her. You do not get to dress suicide in moral language and call it tidy. For the first time since we met her, Voss's composure cracked. You think I do not know that? She snapped. Then quieter. I signed off on human trial acceleration. I argued the platform could be controlled. I helped build the cage and called it treatment because the numbers looked beautiful from far enough away. I have been sitting in this annex listening to the dead gather around our generators like pilgrims around a shrine we made for them. So yes, Grace, I know exactly what I am saying. The room went still around her. I stepped closer. Come with us anyway. She looked at me, and in her face I saw the worst kind of exhaustion. The kind that does not come from lack of sleep, but from knowledge with nowhere decent to go. If I leave, she said, Drex may recover enough here to keep repeating the mistake. If I stay, I can deny them the archive and slow them down. Frank asked the only practical question left. Can you actually pull it off? A humorless smile touched her mouth. I am a neuroscientist who survived corporate medicine and the end of civilization. Petty sabotage may be the field I was always meant for. Marion looked between them. Then I am staying too. Eli opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. I cannot. Marion reached out and squeezed the back of his neck once. Then do not. Somebody should live long enough to use what we learned. Grace's eyes filled but did not spill. She hated crying in front of strangers. She hated farewells more. Voss handed her the map packet and the drive case. Broadcast this. Make it impossible for them to hide behind terminology ever again. Grace took the case with both hands. I will. When Voss turned to me, she held out one final printout. It was my scan from the trial months ago, overlaid with the newer blood effect charts. Do not let anyone reduce you to input data again, she said. I folded the page and put it in my inner pocket. I will try. She nodded, as if she understood trying was the only honest promise left. The first Drex breach charge went off above us with a flat concussive slam that sent dust down through the light fixtures. We delayed another 7 minutes, because leaving with fear alone would have been a waste of what the annex had given us. Grace stood at the central table organizing the drives by sequence number, while Eli copied the most essential signal model files onto 2 rugged tablets that had somehow survived both corporate procurement and the collapse of civilization. Frank checked route options on the printed map with the same expression other men might use for prayer. Marion came back from the upper corridor carrying a satchel of medical injectors and 2 foil packets of antibiotics she had hidden in a wall panel months earlier. For the road, she said, dropping them into our pile. I was saving them for an emergency. Grace looked around the room at the blown servers, the smoke-black glass, the dead lights, and the hard drive case in her hands. You have a flexible definition. Marion shrugged. That is how I stayed alive. Voss used the remaining printer battery to force out one final infrastructure sheet. The machine coughed like a dying animal and then surrendered the page. She held it up while the ink dried. Feeder topology from Grayback to the emergency mast. It is incomplete, but enough to tell you where the manual relays are most likely housed. Frank took it carefully. Enough is all we ever get. Grace stepped toward Voss then, and, after the briefest hesitation, hugged her. Not a polite embrace. A fierce one. The sort that says thank you and stay alive, and I am angry with you for staying, and I understand anyway. Voss stood rigid in it for half a second before one hand came up between Grace's shoulders. You are terrible for professional distance, she murmured. That profession appears defunct, Grace said into her coat. When they stepped apart, Eli wiped at his face as if clearing sweat that was not there. I should stay too. Marion turned on him with such immediate authority that he froze in place. No. What you should do is remember every single thing she told you, and keep remembering it when nobody is there to remind you. He looked at Voss then, not at us. I am not brave like you. Voss gave him a tired, almost gentle look. Bravery is a terrible hiring metric. Be useful instead. He nodded once, hard. Frank snapped us all back into motion. Time. There was a service exit through radiology leading to the lower ambulance bay. Frank had identified it on his first perimeter sweep because of course he had. That became our route. Eli with Marion's spare pistol and one bag. Grace with the drives. Me with the sample case and radios. Frank guarding the rear. At the ambulance bay, Marion stopped and gripped Frank's forearm. Soldiers say a lot in silence. They did then. Grace hugged her next, fast and hard. Voss did not hug anyone. She simply looked at the four of us one at a time and said, "Make the next answer ugly enough to work." Then she turned back toward the heart of the annex with Marion beside her and disappeared into the failing light. I had no idea whether I would ever know how or where they died. Some losses arrive as a completed fact. Others begin as a direction someone walked without you. Chapter 64. The Shape of the Future. The ambulance bay opened onto a side service road buried under drift and shadow. The pulse had left the nearest infected down where they stood, scattered along the fence and loading platforms like cut marionettes. The sight should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like standing inside proof too large for the mind to hold all at once. We moved fast through the wreckage line, boots crunching over ice and burnt debris. Frank led us toward the parking structure where the truck waited, cutting wide around lit areas and any place that still hummed. The city beyond the annex had gone darker after the transformer cascade. Whole blocks sat dead and black now, but farther east we could see emergency clusters still glowing against the snow. Those would be calling the dead soon enough. Halfway to the garage, the annex behind us lit from within. Not with clean power, with fire. A series of internal flashes ran floor by floor, muted by glass and concrete, followed a second later by a heavier blast from the generator block that punched smoke through the loading wing vents. Grace stopped in the middle of the alley and turned. Frank put a hand between her shoulder blades, firm but not cruel. "Keep moving." Tears finally slipped free down her cheeks, bright in the reflected fire. She wiped them away with the heel of her glove and kept going. The truck started on the second try. That felt like a miracle because the world had spent the last year teaching us not to expect machines to love us back. Eli climbed into the rear seat with the sample case, clutched so tightly I thought the plastic might crack. Grace sat in the middle beside him with the hard drives under her coat. Frank drove. I watched the mirrors for headlights. They came anyway. One set, then two. Drex. Even after the annex loss, even after the yard pulse and the dead at their feet, they were still trying to reclaim the story. Frank saw the lights and exhaled once through his nose. Persistent. I dislike persistence in other people. The chase through the city was worse than the one on the county road because everything around us was louder in its silence. Dead intersections clogged by stalled buses. Office towers throwing long blind angles across the streets. Clusters of infected pulled toward lit hospitals and police substations, only to peel and redirect when engines screamed through nearby avenues. Frank drove like a man arguing with urban planning. He took us under parking decks, across medians, through the shell of a farmer's market, and once straight down a pedestrian plaza lined with frozen decorative trees, while Drex tried to keep up without hitting enough wrecks to hand us the gap. Grace twisted in her seat to watch the pursuit. They are herding us east. Frank checked the mirror. Only if I agree. He cut west instead toward an older industrial strip near the rail lines. The streets there narrowed between warehouses and machine yards stitched with overhead cables. Some blocks were dead black. Others still drew trickles of emergency current from municipal backup feeds. That gave me an idea I almost hated for how right it felt. "Frank," I said, leaning forward, "can we hit a live transformer small enough to manage?" Grace looked at me sharply. Then she understood. "A second field test," she said. Frank did not answer at once because he was driving and because any plan proposed by passengers tends to annoy him on principle. Maybe. Depends how attached you are to remaining uncharred. I unfolded the map packet one-handed on my knee while the truck bounced over potholes. Street grid. Feeder lines. Service marks. One node sat 3 blocks ahead, where an industrial switching yard connected older rail power with municipal emergency backup. "There," I said, tapping the page. "If any current is still moving through the west feeder, it is there." Grace was already checking through the binoculars from the side window. "I see warning lamps. Very low, but yes, something is live." Eli looked from one of us to the other, as if he had chosen the wrong group to survive with. Are we planning to throw ourselves at another electrical event? Not ourselves, Grace said. Our enemies. And the dead, I added. Frank swung the truck left between two warehouses and braked behind a row of derelict delivery vans. 50 yards ahead, beyond a fence half crushed by snow, sat the switching yard. Low brick control hut. 3 standing transformers. 2 still showing amber status lights. And beyond the fence line, drawn in by that tiny stubborn pulse of civilization, nearly 40 infected in eerie quiet formation. Drek's headlights flashed into the far end of the street behind us. Frank killed our lamps. 1 minute. Tell me exactly what stupid we are doing. Grace and I did. Fast. He hated it. Then he approved it, which for Frank usually looked exactly the same. We set charges from his emergency kit at the base service box while Eli, hands shaking, followed Grace's directions on a portable line tester salvaged from the annex. I kept watch through the fence slats at the infected beyond. All of them turned toward the transformers, heads angled in identical degrees of horrible attention. The Drex SUVs rolled into the street mouth just as we got back in the truck. Frank reversed hard behind the vans, buying cover. Grace thumbed the detonator, but paused. Wait until they commit. That took nerve. She had it. The first SUV accelerated toward the yard entrance to cut us off. The second tried to swing wide. The infected shifted toward the engine noise, but did not fully break formation, still tied more strongly to the live current. Now, Frank said. Grace pressed the switch. The blast hit lower and dirtier than the annex pulse, more fire than elegance, but it did the job. One transformer split with a shower of white sparks. A second blew a heartbeat later under the feedback arc. The yard flashed, so bright the whole street turned to negative image. Every infected inside the fence dropped at once. The first Drex SUV lost electronics mid-turn, slammed the curb, and rolled onto its side in a burst of shattered safety glass. The second skidded blind and smashed nose first into the chain link. Its lights died. Its engine coughed itself out. For a frozen instant after the pulse, the whole district sat in absolute stillness. Then Frank put the truck in gear and drove through the silence we had made. No one spoke for several blocks. What is there to say after proof repeats itself? Eventually Grace unfolded the map again and smoothed it over the dashboard. Streetlights no longer reflected in her eyes. Something fiercer did. Grayback Dam is 2 mountain routes west of here, she said. If the summit radio mast still stands, I can broadcast on emergency bands, NOAA backups, ham frequencies, anything with enough reach. Frank nodded once. I know the valley. Camped up there in my 20s. Service roads are steep, narrow, and probably half buried, which means most people will avoid them. That helps. Eli cleared his throat from the back seat. If the dam still has turbine integrity and a viable transformer yard, you could generate a much larger field event than the annex or this rail node. Grace turned halfway around. You say that like you were coming with us. He looked down at the sample case in his lap, then back up. Marion told me someone should live long enough to use what we learned. I think she may have meant I was not allowed to become decorative. Frank grunted. Useful. Not decorative. Understood. I looked out at the dead city sliding by in broken silhouettes and lightless windows. We had come down from the cabin, hoping for a cure we could carry in our hands. We were leaving with something stranger and more brutal, a method, a map, and a war scaled to infrastructure. Grace rested her hand over mine on the seat between us. What are you thinking? She asked. I took a long breath before I answered. That the small hope is gone. She was quiet for a beat. And the large one. I thought about the infected collapsing in the annex yard. About the second pulse dropping the rail line cluster. About Voss and Marion choosing fire over surrender. About the cabin on the ridge, dark now behind us. And the winter that had turned 3 damaged people into something like a family that could alter the fate of the world. Then I looked at the dam marked on the map, at the radio mast sketched along the ridge above it, at Frank driving toward another impossible task, because impossible had become our trade. The large one, I said, just got louder. Dawn was beginning to pale the east by the time we left the city behind. The truck climbed back toward the mountains through frozen dark, carrying the drives, the notes, the samples, the surviving truth, and the burden of what came next. Below us, scattered across Colorado Springs, emergency grids still flickered. And everywhere those grids still burned, the dead were listening. We were done trying to cure the world one body at a time. Now we were going after the system that moved them all.